15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave West. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm elated to be the host for today. Well, we are all gathered here to break some new ground as well as explore new ideas and opportunities to take forward the real estate sector. And to do so, we've got a fantastic lineup of eminent experts and who are with us today to discuss some very interesting and relevant topics. Firstly, could we have a very warm round of applause for the Realty Plus team for executing such an amazing event? Well, the event is being live streamed right now on Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, as well as on Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Realty Plus Facebook page, which is @RPRealtyPlus. Do remember to tag us on social media handles @RPRealtyPlus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. So, well, without further ado, I'd like to take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus with all of you. So, could we have your eyes on the screen?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
I think we can have a more hearty round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, well, on that note, that was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what our latest initiatives are. Also, to know us better, get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, who's the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. Also, for our upcoming initiatives and events on a regular basis, you can follow us on our social media handles. I'd just like to pinpoint and highlight two integral events which are upcoming for us. One is Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards North, which is happening on the 2nd of November in New Delhi. And also presented by Realty Plus as well as Khalij Times, we've got the UAE India Real Estate Show 2023, which is going to be happening in Dubai on the 25th and the 26th of November. So do ensure to attend if any of these is permissible in your schedule. We'd love to host each and every one of you there. So now it is time for us to begin the event, ladies and gentlemen, with the inaugural lighting of the lamp and the Ganesh Mantra. To do the honors, may I now call upon the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and Business World Media Group, to kindly join us, along with Vinod Rohira, MD and CEO, Commercial Real Estate, K. Raheja Corp, Parvesh Sharma, Managing Director, India, Country Head, Tushman Spare, as well as Gulam Zia, Senior Executive Director, Research, Advisory, Infrastructure and Valuation, Knight Frank India Private Limited, along with Piyush Gupta, Managing Director, Capital Markets and Investment Services India, Colliers, to join us for the lamp lighting. So could we have all our dignitaries to please join us for the lamp lighting? Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm round of applause for each and every one of them. Thank you all for being so kind, and may we request all of you to join us for the lamp lighting. Once again, a very, very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave 2023. We've got our dignitaries who are going to be joining us on stage, and our team's going to be helping us with them for the lamp lighting. Could we have the Ganesh Mantra? Check. So could we have the Ganesh Mantra now?
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 15th edition of Realty Plus Conclave 2023. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Thank you to all our dignitaries for joining us today. And with that, it is time for us to get started. But before that, we'd like to express our sincere appreciation to all those who've helped us to make this event come together. Co-powered by LIC Housing Finance Limited, luxury lifestyle partner being Notandas Realty and Ashwin Sheth Group, our co-partner being VTP Realty, Colliers India, Nisus Finance Services Co. Private Limited, and Magic Crete. Our conclave partner being Ruparel Realty, our technology partner being Propacity, our housing partner being True Realty, our marketing partner being Seon Technologies LLP Estate Mint, our event associate being B. Kandhari Properties and Champion Infratech, our automobile partner being JLR Navneet Motors, our business media partner BW Business World Group, our online media partner Exchange for Media Group, and organized by Realty Plus. Well, you've got such a stellar round of partners. Let's give them a stellar round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every partner for joining us. Well, we now move on to the inaugural address of the day. Known as India's media mogul, He's somebody who's a first-generation serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World Media into digital events and BW communities. It is now time to have none other than the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause whilst as we welcome him for the welcome address. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. More kind with that. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here at the 15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave and Awards. This is the Realty Plus West Conclave and Awards. Welcome to all the speakers. Some of them are known to me. Some of them I'm sure I'll get to know. I know that all of you are experts and practitioners and leaders in the real estate space. I don't know more than you in the real estate space, so I won't talk about real estate during the day. You all will talk about real estate, and I'm sure you'll benefit from each other's insights. As you know, this is the 20th year of Realty Plus. We started the conclave in Delhi 15 years back, and I just want to, our MC is already, Bhavna has already told about some of the new things we are doing at Realty Plus, but we have the Realty Plus North event on 2nd November at the Hyatt Regency. Our partner from Mr. Mathur from Khaleej Times is here, but with Khaleej Times in Dubai at the JW Marriott Marquis, we are doing a India reality show on 25th and 26th of November. On 14th of December, we are doing our Realty Plus South, which is in Bangalore at the Taj MG Road. On 16th December, we're adding a new city, Hyderabad, because real estate is very local. Ideally, we should be, South represents the South, but every city in South is distinct. Bangalore is a little different than Hyderabad. So we do the Hyderabad show on 16th December. So we've added Dubai and Hyderabad in our calendar of events, and they'll become annual events. And I believe in starts, and that's why we pray to Lord Ganesha. You all are executives, and you all work hard. I work very hard in our teams at Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, Business World work very hard. My kudos to Tripti and Sapna and the whole Realty Plus team for doing this day in, day out. And they do it for passion and their own commitment to the industry. Really, I have very little involvement in what they do. It is somebody else's presentation. Sagar, I need my presentation. I don't want to talk to you about real estate. I know I started my career in real estate, so I do know a little bit about real estate. And, I do want to become a real estate developer, whether I become one or not, because I think it's a very lucrative and it fascinates me. But I'm going to talk to you about three things. The three things I'm going to talk to you is about sleep. Because all of us are doing so much and we sometimes neglect our sleep. Second, I'm going to talk to you about something that I deeply think about, is sustainability. And third is, which is more important than sleep and sustainability, is kindness. So I'm not going to talk to you about real estate. You guys are experts about real estate. Sagar? Okay. So I know one, Happy Navratri and Jai Mata Di. I am a Hindu and I'm a proud Hindu. Do you know who this guy is? Does anybody know who this guy is? New iPhone for anyone who tells me who this guy is. Huh? No, he's not Indian. I mean, it's become contextual, sadly, when I'm showing this, but it's not related to what's happening. He's a young Israeli. And about 4 months back, he almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. While he was just near he was a little ahead of the Everest base camp, and he was just one step away from climbing the Mount Everest, one of his fellow climbers, fellow Israelis died. And another was almost critically ill. So he had the choice on stepping on him and going to Mount Everest, like some of his friends did. But he chose to come back. He took him back on his shoulders, brought him back, and saved his life. I don't know, what is more important, building billion-dollar businesses or saving someone's life? I'll leave that judgment to you. I mean, you can save lives by building businesses also. You could always argue that. But, in a world which is so about me, there's somebody who chose to sacrifice. He would have been the youngest Israeli. He possibly still will be. But he chose to come back. And his name is Nadav ben Yehuda. He did it almost 4 months back. Sadly, we are in a very, very bad conflict. Conflicts are always bad, but what's happening in Israel and Palestine is very bad. Now, I met a CEO of a very large company in the morning for breakfast, and, he said, I was calling you in the morning, you're not looking. I said, till 9:30, I don't look at my phone. I sleep till 8. I slept at 10:20 and I woke up at 8 a.m. I think as I grow older, I'm about 50, what is most important is the quality.
Check.
It is a fundamental pillar. What happened? I didn't do anything here. Anyway, it's on, my friend. Right? So I keep talking about sleep. I met another CEO yesterday, a very close friend of mine, and he sleeps 4 or 5 hours. He's thinner than me, taller than me. And I told him, Rana, it's not a good thing. Rana Baru is the chairman of Havas, which is an advertising company, MPG. I said, it's not good that you don't sleep enough. And I sent him this book, and I sent him his TED talk. And I read this book 8-10 years back, and I read it a month again. And this week, twice, I went to Tirupati on Sunday night, Monday morning, so my sleep was disturbed. So whole Monday during this day, I slept. And I work on a Sunday, so if I don't work on a Monday, I definitely feel guilty. But I did not feel guilty, because if we don't sleep well, we are harming ourselves. So I reiterate this at any place that we talk. People are dying of heart attacks at 42, 39, 26. So really it is the quality of sleep. So don't compromise on sleep. Keep your phone away in the night. And I want to reiterate, people who sleep 8+ hours have lesser chances of almost every disease. Their chances of dementia or other disease like Parkinson's when they grow older greatly reduce if you sleep 8+ hours every night. Of course, whether in Hindu religion or every religion, the best time to sleep from a science standpoint is 9 p.m. till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. It's the circadian rhythm. It's aligned to the sun. So if you sleep by 9, which is tough for a lot of people, but if you can sleep by 10. So I know I do want to. I started by talking about kindness. And a lot of people have said, including Hariri, that human beings are very competitive. Which we are. There's no question about that. And that's okay if we do it the right way. But they've done research saying how human beings come into their base form. They compete with each other. But in March, I read this book called Humankind by Rutger Bregman, a young Dutch philosopher. And he's done research over the last 150, 200 years about how human beings are very kind. And he's gone and met people, researched. It's a beautiful account of how human beings are kind fundamentally. And that's what I've experienced in my life. Yesterday, a young mentee of mine asked me, so how many kind people have you met in your life? I said 95+% of people I met in my life are kind, maybe more. I would say 3% are super kind. And 1% are okay, and maybe less than 0.1% are unkind. Right? So human beings are very kind. And I do want to, in a world when there's so much hatred and there's so much division, which we are seeing in the last 2 weeks in a different part of the world. And again, this is a new edition of the book. the same book. I want to, and kindness and sleep are intertwined. When you'll sleep well, you'll be calmer. I promise you, I'm calmer when I sleep more. Like today, I'm calm. There are days I sleep late. Day before night, I came into my room in the hotel at 12:30. I started watching CNN. I was watching CNN. The Gaza hospital was bombed, and 3 hours I was watching. And yesterday I worked from 9 a.m., but I know I was very stretched in the day. And my quality of thinking. And in the book there is a chapter which says, scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer. And that's sleep. So I do want to, my last point. Let me ask you, what is the most important place on earth? Take a guess. Huh? What did you say? Home, of course, home is. But I'm talking in the context of the planet. And I read magazines, mine, others. Life is about abundance. Every media company should do well. About 6 weeks back, I think it's 6 weeks back, I was in the Habitat library. I was meeting a journalist who wanted to meet me at a quiet place in the Habitat, India Habitat Center library lounge, of which I am a member. Is a quieter place. You have to be a member to be there. So I get the Time magazine at home, but I ended up reading the Time cover there, and I was 10-15 minutes ahead of time. I read the cover story. It said, what is the most important place on earth? Ironically, it's the oceans. It's not. So, what has been happening in Europe, America. The wildfires in Europe and America have devastated large parts. There is global warming, and most importantly, the ocean temperatures are rising. And when I read the cover story, it simply said that the large mammals in the oceans, their excreta actually absorbs carbon dioxide. So how oceans are very important for the survival long term. It may not be a nuclear bomb that may get us down. It may be the shrinking of our oceans and flora and fauna. It's a fascinating cover story. It talks about how temperatures in various oceans of the world have risen from 4 degrees to 12 degrees and how they're causing havoc. For example, in parts of Africa, summers are coming 4 months ahead. 4 months ahead. And temperatures are 3-4 degrees more than normal. And 3-4 degrees temperature can create havoc. So really, all of us in our capacities as leaders, as individuals, can do towards contributing to a more consciousness towards a sustainable planet. We consume a lot, there are industries, we are building, we're urbanizing. This is a real estate conference. So I think whatever we can do to be able to ease on fossil fuel consumption, I think we will contribute to a better planet. I just want to end by saying, in terms of real estate, the residential segment, especially the luxury and the upmarket and mid-market segments, are doing very well. Look at the appreciation in the last 1 year, because actual users are buying those properties. A couple of weeks back, we had the IPO of a affordable housing company, which went well. But affordable housing is doing okay because of inflation. But I'm sure in the medium term and long term, even affordable houses will do well. Commercial spaces are back with the bang. And commercial spaces and the co-working spaces are somewhere fused together. And new quality of commercial office spaces is working. On 3rd November, I'm going to Hyderabad. A friend of mine who built the Quorum, he has an opening of a new district, which is something of a combination between a hotel, a co-working space, and office. So the reason I picked up the last issue, the current issue as Amazon India on the cover, is the rise of the experiential economy. Of course, hospitality is part of it, but we haven't taken hospitality, cinemas, wedding economy, experiences of all kinds. And, really, real estate is also becoming about experience. So really, residential is doing well. Affordable housing is likely to do better than what it is doing. Commercial spaces, A-grade spaces are fully in demand. The ARRs are very good. The industrial places and the warehousing space is an exciting space because of the rise in e-commerce, rise in the new clusters of economic consumption growing. Warehousing will continue to grow at a pace that we can envisage in this room. Retail is back with a bang. So really every sector and subsector of the real estate economy is doing well. And the real estate economy doing well is fundamental indicator of how the economy is doing well. So the Indian economy on the back of the real estate economy is doing well. Developers have stabilized. The ones that have survived are thriving. And really, I think the next 10 years in India will be the best time for every industry, and especially the real estate industry. In the world, out of the top 100 billionaires, a lot of them came from China. They came from China's real estate boom. Of course, China, there is a bust in terms of real estate. But the fact is, Indian real estate will create more billionaires and more wealth for real estate buyers and real estate investors than we've ever seen in any decade. This is the decade of real estate in India. I just want to say that, and we at Realty Plus will be at the forefront of looking at what happens in the Indian real estate sector. And as I said, the real estate sector is very local, so we'll get more and more micro in the way we deal with the top 20 markets in the country. Wish you luck in your endeavor to build iconic landmarks, in your endeavor to build housing which is affordable, and build a real estate ecosystem that really supports the growth of this country. So kudos to you. God bless you. In the evening, we'll see you at the Real Estate Realty Plus West Awards, which we start at sharp 6:45. So all the best. Have a day of learnings and connectivity with each other. Collaborate. Be kind to each other. Think of the planet. And definitely rest well at night. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that cue, it is time for us to begin with the Realty Plus Conclave West. We're talking about 2023 with an exclusive conversation on the topic, the Indian real estate paradox, growth amidst global uncertainties. Well, whilst as the stage is being set, it's my honor to now introduce our speakers of this session. First up, the session is going to be chaired by the Managing Director, Capital Markets and Investment Services India, Colliers. We've got Piyush Gupta. He's somebody who's responsible for developing the capital market business in India and leads the client acquisition, developing institutional relationships with the Indian and global funds, sovereign funds, banks, NBFCs for capital market business. Somebody who's got more than 20 plus years of experience. Piyush is an industry veteran with a proven expertise in the real estate investments, asset management, as well as exit strategy. Also joining would be our eminent speakers. We've got the country head India of Tishman Spare Private Limited, Parvesh Sharma, who's going to be joining us. A seasoned real estate professional with more than 29 years of experience in all aspects of real estate value chain, which includes the land acquisition, project development, property management, as well as leasing. Somebody who's currently responsible for developing and driving the business growth strategy in India, and through investing in business parks, development management assignments, and advising global corporation. Also joining would be the MD and CEO Commercial Real Estate K. Raheja Corp, Vinod Rohira. Somebody who has an illustrious career spanning 27 years with the K. Raheja Corp Group, truly steering the overarching operational and business development strategies for the group's expansive commercial portfolio. He's also on the board of directors of the K. Raheja Corp Investment Managers Private Limited, also the investment manager to the Mindspace Business Park REIT. He's also a director on the board of K. Raheja Corp Homes, which is the residential arm of the group. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'd like to humbly invite all our speakers now on the stage. Let's give a warm round of applause to all of them. First up, Piyush Gupta, joined with Parvesh Sharma and Vinod Rohira. It's going to be a great conversation, requesting all our eminent dignitaries to join us. Thank you so much, Piyush, for curating this conversation for us with our two eminent speakers, Vinod and Parvesh. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Realty Plus, for having us here. It's always been a pleasure to be part of Realty Plus events. We have two veterans of the industry, Parvesh Sharma and Vinod Rohira with us, and we talk about how are we seeing real estate in the next few years. But if you just take a step back, we are kind of navigating, the Indian economy is navigating through the global uncertainties. There have been global headwinds, but the way we have come out in terms of managing the economy and the entire growth story has been phenomenal. And if you talk about more about real estate, we have seen some of the best performances, whether it's office absorption, residential has seen some of the best performances across products, affordable, mid-market, luxury. New asset classes have emerged, warehousing, industrial, data centers, retail, hospitality has been doing exceedingly well. So we are looking for a very strong structural positive change in the Indian real estate perspective. And I think it will be good to have some great views from our eminent analyst. Maybe Vinod, if we can get you here, and maybe we just talk about office. For example, last year we did about 50 million square feet of gross absorption. Year to date, this year we have almost touching 40, which is a very good indicator. How are you seeing the overall demand on the office perspective in next 2 to 3 years time?
So I think primarily what we kind of continue to have to remember is that where is India positioned in cumulatively the tech footprint for the world. Right? Before we get into how the markets are, the commercial real estate footprint in India is predominantly driven by tech companies who have globally chosen India to be their place. In the last 20 years, you've seen a transformation, and every 5 years there's been a generational shift in the quality of work that India has serviced to the world. Today we're doing cutting edge tech. We no longer do basic call center and KPO and BPO stuff we used to do 10 years ago. The talent pool is very different. The ask is very different. The base that India has created is very different. I don't think any country can catch up in the next couple of decades. So if you look at a 5-year runway with costs being the way they are, and companies want to survive and they want to increase the interface of technology, they have to come to India for talent. And if they come to India for talent, by default, with the geographic position that India is in and the primary cities that will take away 80-90% of that demand, by default, with work from home becoming something that we have almost now forgotten, and India will be 100% back on the desk, give or take another 12-15 months, even in the harsh, resistant tech footprint, you will see people back in office. So with all of that, cumulatively, you see a very significant demand trajectory coming in the next 5 years. Because you will see growth. Most of those companies have paused in the last 12 months. Most of the large RFPs are not there, but if you actually go on seeing how many GCCs and GICs are getting added to the footprint, you'll be amazed. By the time you're in 2030, we're looking at another 400 million square feet worth of requirement for commercial real estate to fulfill the NASSCOM numbers for just occupancy. And I don't think you're going to be able to deliver 400 million square feet in the next 5 years. So that's really the footprint. So you will see tremendous amount of demand. What we're also forgetting is we have not seen domestic demand. Domestic demand as part of the commercial footprint world over constitutes 80-90% of the footprint of commercial real estate anywhere else in the world. In India, it's 90% tech. When you're moving from $3 to $7-8 trillion economy, you will see a significant kicker from domestic demand coming for quality grade A space because they want quality talent, they want to be in prime markets. That demand is just about started picking up. So I think cumulatively, you'll see a home run.
I think it's a huge number, 400 million square feet demand kind of coming in the market. And with the changing demand dynamics, Parvesh, your thoughts, what kind of shift you're seeing from a demand and occupied side with the so much of growth we are seeing from tech to more BFSI, domestic demand? What demand shifts are we seeing from an occupier standpoint?
See, one of the important indicators is that in spite of the headwinds in the global market scenarios on the office side, which is the most talked about things, India is still a very resilient market and various factors contribute to that one. India has the talent pool, which obviously is the biggest factor for us to provide the manpower to the GICs and the GCCs of the world. And that's where the demand has moved from the BPOs, KPOs to the GCCs. And that has also improved the real estate quality, what they look for. When the demand was more for the 4x2 workstations for the BPOs versus the bigger workstations and better office spaces, the rental requirement, the quality of the office space, that has all increased. That has definitely benefited all the real estate requirement across the country. We have seen certain pockets has been benefited more as compared to the certain other pockets here. It is all dependent upon the HCM or the human capital requirements for the different companies. We have seen the Apples, the JPMC, the Morgan Stanley setting up their the capability centers in India, which is a good validation of what Indian employment or the Indian talent is available for these kind of a companies. So I think the tech sector will continue to be the demand drivers in the office sector. But the manufacturing, if you see globally, that is manufacturing has been the biggest contributors or the requirement from office point of view. Given the push in the Indian, the government push for increasing the manufacturing within India, there will be a lot of demands coming from the manufacturing sectors. We had already seen that the cities like where the manufacturing hubs are already established and established sectors are growing there, like the Pune, you have more demands coming from the manufacturing sectors. Chennai, there is a lot of demand coming from the manufacturing sectors. Bangalore continues to be driving the tech sector demand. So those continues to be there, but I think the mix, when you look at the pie chart in the next 4-5 years, that mix is probably going to change more toward the manufacturing side. And the tech sectors will continue to create as a larger pie of that one. There will be more segments which will get added to these requirements.
And just adding to your point, Parvesh, since even the infra development, has been very widespread, with it also see some of the tier 2 and even tier 3 cities developing for office? We are seeing that demand clearly on the warehousing, the logistics side. But on the office side also, you see the key demand going beyond this 5-6 cities?
That's very interesting question because yesterday night only I was talking to one of the largest occupier in the world, and they are their head of the real estate, global head of real estate, asked that questions upfront. That right now they have the presence in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Chennai, and Pune. What is the next phase of the growth they are looking at? So that question has become more pronounced, and I think every discussion what we have it, people are looking at beyond these 6-7 cities. Where are the next cities to be become the Bangalore's and Hyderabad's of India in terms of the requirement? There are number of contenders for that one, for the tier 2 cities which can provide the right kind of infrastructure. All the state governments, I think they are doing extremely well in providing that right infrastructure, providing the right kind of incentive for these occupiers to come into these market. There are challenges going to these tier 2 cities in terms of the human capital. Everybody will taste some of these tier 2 cities by starting with a smaller requirement and then scaling up that requirement. There we have seen it, even a larger occupier, they start with 100-200,000 square feet and then they continue to expand within that campus, within that city, and then it becomes a multi-million square feet requirements from these occupiers. I think the same trend will go to the tier 2 cities also. People will start with their representative offices, 50 to 100 people starting that office, 10-20,000 square feet of a demand, and then that demand growing to a larger requirement. Once there is human capital also start shifting to these cities, some of the human capital which has moved from the tier 2 cities to these larger cities, they go back to their hometowns and start, because that is comfort is always available with the, when as a humans, we always stay comfortable where we started. So I think that will go back to these tier 2 cities. Now, which cities are able to benefit more as compared to the others, that is yet to be seen, whether the cities in the north or in the west or in the south. I think south has already has larger demand and larger occupancy here. there is west and north, where there are a lot of tier 2, tier 3 cities now which are trying to catch up and provide the right kind of infrastructure incentives to attract these talents and attract the companies out there.
Thanks, Parvesh. Vinod, I think from a developer perspective, the opportunities are galloring across asset classes. So from your perspective, going beyond office and maybe industrial or residential are also becoming the more key focus for growing the overall portfolio?
I think there's cumulatively growth in every vertical of the business. What you need to focus is to be very cash flow driven. 20 years ago, you looked at land banking and said that you were a great real estate developer if you had land banking. I don't think anyone now does land banking, because if there is something that is infinitely available, it is land, and it will continue to be available. Then you will have redevelopment opportunities, and you will have other asset class mix opportunities. So I think whatever gives you cash flow, where you see the latent demand, because every 5 years there's a generational shift that's taking place in the kind of product you can build, whether it's residential, commercial, retail, hospitality. It's changing really fast. Markets are changing, infrastructure is changing, and the lion's share of demand is going to move where infrastructure moves, because the population in the workforce that's entering the workforce now and for the next 10 years is going to be completely migratory. They will move to locations where they have all the comforts, the social infrastructure, connectivity, job opportunities, and a cumulative captive mass. So whether it is tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3, wherever you are able to get all those triggers right, you will see growth. And of course, manufacturing will piggyback. If you become anywhere close to global scale manufacturing, you will definitely then create a captive environment around where you've set your manufacturing. The closest cities, if they are productive enough with infrastructure, will grow. So all of these combined will create many new opportunities. I mean, if just one bullet train happens between Ahmedabad and Bombay, forget about Ahmedabad and Bombay. The 5 stations in the middle will balloon, because in 15 minutes and 30 minutes you'll be in BKC, which you never thought of, and vice versa. So these things can dramatically change the footprint of how you build real estate. And you have to keenly and closely watch infrastructure. Real estate will be incidental, infrastructure will be primary.
And also from the residential standpoint, and we have seen markets consolidated in last 3 or 4 years time. There are very few quality operators in all the markets. So for a resi space specifically, and where we are seeing the structural upcycle, I think this is the opportunity which developers will want to exploit in a big way, not only from a perspective of completing uncompleted projects, but the demand has been so strong and across product lines. So you think this is what was driving office for last maybe 10, 12 years time. This phase of growth will possibly be driven from residential?
See, residential, as we've always seen, is 10-year cycle with 7-year memory. We always forget the mistakes. So when there is euphoria around the volume and pricing, you have to be careful. You have to do smartly. You will get benefited. What's better is to have a stable marketplace than a crazy marketplace. So the faster you reach a stable marketplace, the better it is for residential real estate. Today everything goes, anything is selling, whatever you launch is going out. You end up making mistakes in markets like this. You got to be extremely careful, because your consumer is not going to scale up at the scale at which you want to bring in supply. And we are seeing cities where there is crazy amount of supply overrun already, but we are not watching the demand space there. The demand is great right now. Will it catch up with the supply? I don't know.
Parvesh, your thoughts?
No, I think India is still having, on the residential side, there is a lot of headroom which is there, and we also notice that if you see globally, the countries which has considered, or the developed nations, there the population which is living in the urban spaces are much higher than which are there in the rural spaces. And that the graph is much towards the urban population. There is 70-80% of the population which are there in the urban places, and that drives the demand. That demand in India is very large. India is 1.3 billion population, so that demand will continue to grow. Apart from that, I think the aspiration values has grown over the last 5-10 years. Younger population, the average of age of the people who are buying home at 40 plus, that has come down to below 30 now. So everybody want their first home when they touch 30. That is what the aspirations are there. And when they become 40, they are looking for a second home. They are looking for a bigger home. So that demand, I think, will continue to grow. And the demand is also going to grow into different segments also. The demand which was 5 years back, people were saying that 2 BHKs are selling as a fast moving product. Today, thanks to COVID and other things, people are saying that 3 BHKs are the fast moving product as compared to 2 BHK. So the aspiration values, the requirement will keep bringing the demand there. And I think the urbanization is a big component to that. So we were there at NatCon event last week, and all of these guys were very bullish about the housing demand which is going to happen in India. And there is a huge potential. See, we are one thing which we always neglect, and we probably don't look into that carefully. When US is a 330 million population, and you look at the office demands in various cities, the Manhattan itself is having 1 billion square feet of office. The entire India is about 700 million square feet with a 1.3 billion population. So if you translate these kind of numbers towards the resi sector also, everybody needs a housing. So that housing demands will need to grow. It is a cyclic demand, means today everybody is bullish and there is a euphoria that there is no end to it. You launch a product, it gets sold. I think people need to be careful about that, and that this is not a long-term sustainable thing. But on an overall basis, that people need to be very careful in picking up that within the demand, which is there should not be mismatch in the segmentation of the demand also. Sometimes people go over bullish on the luxury, ultra luxury segment, whereas the demand lies in the mid segment. That happens with various cities. Mumbai has seen it 10 years back. I think the other cities will also take a learning from that history. So that demand mismatch in terms of the segmentation should not be there, but in terms of the overall, there will be demand and it will continue to grow.
I think an interesting point, and we spoke about 1 billion square feet of office only in a city like New York, right? Or if from a Boston perspective, what warehousing stock we have, we may not have that integrated stock in that country. But this is also gives a challenge of how do developers and investors grow the portfolio, and maybe are there enough opportunities in the market, whether on the office side or logistics side or even other real assets with the data centers. Is the Indian market giving enough opportunities for investors and developers to allocate capital?
I think the market itself is something which will set the trends and which will balance it out a lot of things. Today, the land cost is something which it is the same land which can either use it for office or which you can use it for residential purpose. Just because the demand has hit higher on the residential side, it makes sense to do the residential. So the commercial office will become slightly more challenging in terms of the return points of view. The euphorias around the logistics sector, what we have seen it, the affordable thing from a logistic point of view or a warehousing point of view, the land values has to be in a certain price range. And we have seen it that the price range has moved beyond that. So then people has to look at different asset class, probably in the same location or on other location. We have seen it what has happened to Navi Mumbai because of the data center demand. The land pricing has gone up 3x, and we know how many of these will turn into reality and how many of these will probably get into a different use altogether. So I think the market itself is a big balancing act from that point of view. The demands from one sector shifts to another segment, and that will automatically change the things, whether you use the same land for A purpose or a B purpose or a C purpose.
So, your perspective, the gap between the bid and the ask, is it getting wider, and hence possibly we are not seeing enough number of transactions in the market?
When you're specifically looking at commercial real estate, let's understand who's our consumer. 80-90% of that consumer is an occupier who wants to rent. Unlike 20 years ago where you had 80-90% buying, right? So, which means that you got to build grade A plus assets. For building grade A plus assets, earlier, for example, in most cities, your densities were between 1 and 2 times the land area. Now, the concept of density has turned on its head. It's between 5, 6, 7, 10 times the density. So let's assume you had a 4-acre piece of land and you were able to build a 4 lakh square foot building there on 2 density. Let's assume you had the land with you, you want to build it, it will cost you around 200 crores, you'll probably have a 50 crore equity and you'll take debt of 150 crores and build that asset. Now you can build 1.5 million to 2 million square feet on that land. Your equity can't balloon to 500 crores. Your ability to take debt doesn't go to 1500 crores. You're waiting for someone who's going to give you speculative capital. Speculative capital is not getting deployed unless you're a grade A asset manager who has the opportunity to demonstrate that he can build, he can lease, he can manage the asset, he can get the tenants in. So that's why there is a massive gap, which is why there's a massive opportunity. And in a weird way, inflation is your best friend, right? Because by default, you're not willing to put speculative capital. Very few people are putting speculative capital. And the way we see demand, that demand will have to scramble for only grade A. That demand is not going to grade B and grade C. So you will see significant vacancies in grade B and grade C. You will have 0 vacancies in grade A plus assets. And that's really where the opportunity is. But unfortunately, spec capital has paused because the belief is still not there on the demand cycle. So those who will pour concrete in markets which are relevant today will get the lion's share of demand. So that's really where the opportunity is.
And also from investor perspective, the yields on an office or even a warehousing asset have kind of remained stable, maybe 50, 100 basis point. And a investor sitting somewhere else in US or Singapore, when he or she is allocating capital, how India remains attractive, considering the given yields are, and which is a challenge. Hence, we are not seeing a lot of global capital which should have come to get into India. So India is not lucrative from a comparative perspective.
I think that the good point is that the flight to the quality, that is definitely a big positive here, that everybody is, and during the good time, means you will see even the B grade or the C grade building also getting occupied because there is no availability of the space. It is during the bad time only when there is a more supply there, the people will tend to move toward the A grade and A plus grades. So that is a big positive for the flight to quality. The other point which people miss out, and I think when we talk about Western colleagues, they see what is happening close to them and they start making the opinion based upon that one for what is happening in India. And it takes a lot of conviction for convincing those guys that the capital has to be provided for a development, which today is far and few and very scarce capital to come on the development side, because people are taking that view that, okay, what is happening to the Western world, same thing is going to happen to India. One missing thing is that the real estate have a longer gestation period as compared to any other sector. So you start building a new campus, it will take 3 to 4 years. So you have to forecast the demand, what is going to happen in 3 to 4 years time rather than what is happening today. Today also, if 40 million square feet is going to be the gross absorption in the bad times in India, India has never done a degrowth from the requirement point of view. It is always growing. So I think what is happening in the West, we cannot put the same, with the same paintbrush, we cannot color India. It is a different growth and demand drivers in India which will continue to do well. And also there is, as we said, there is a lot of headroom in India itself to grow more. So those factors need to be considered, and then the gestation period. You can't be building when the demands come in. Means if the demand comes in 26, 27, you have to start building in today for that.
Just to add to what he said, he's essentially asking for returns. Your average rent for grade A plus assets is $1 a square foot, right? Your closest neighbors in Singapore and Hong Kong are between $4 and $5, and then you can go up to $8 and $10 a square foot a month. What infra is doing is changing certain micro markets dramatically, right? And those micro markets, because of infra, are becoming CBD in those markets. So if I give you example of Hyderabad, Madhapur, we got the land free by government. They gave us 100 acres to build jobs, right? There was nothing at that point in time. We built the first building and leased it to Bank of America at 20 rupees. Today we are leasing that asset at 75. I wouldn't be surprised that market will be $100 as CBD grade A assets in the next 5 years. Because there is no CBD asset getting built. Grade A will be that number. You will have infinite vacancy for assets you will not want to go in. So those mistakes will be blatantly visible for you because certain assets which don't offer the experience, the customer is not going to go there. They may be sitting in the same neighborhood. Secondly, what's also important is while we are spending top dollar on building assets which are future ready, whether it's sustainability protocols, whether it's the amenities, the infrastructure inside buildings, the design is actually grade A compared to anything else you see in Singapore or Hong Kong or wherever else. And you're still at $1 rents. So the minute your rents rise up, your yield is going to rise up. But it's a 8-9 year cycle. So you got to invest today, wait that cycle out. You will get an average pop of between 4 and 5% annual. And at the end of that 9 year cycle, you'll get another 20-25% pop. So that's really where your growth will be. And that's why you need patient capital for India. You cannot invest in a 100-meter race. This is a marathon. The next 10 years, you will gain a lion's share of profit if you hang on. But if you're looking at flipping assets in 2 years and 3 years, then you won't get the return.
I think there are a lot of interesting points to discuss, but I see the time up thing on front. But just last question to both Vinod and Parvesh. If at all you were to pick up top 3 asset classes within real estate as a developer to invest in next, say, 5 to 7 years' time, which will be top 3 asset classes?
Commercial, residential, retail.
I would follow the same one because I think the commercial office will continue to grow. There is no second thoughts about that one. And as Vinod mentioned, there is a flight to quality is the most important one there. So it will be the same sequence.
And you know, there will be new asset classes which you're not counting. There's going to be hospitality that will grow because leisure hospitality will grow for India. Healthcare facilities has a huge opportunity to grow. Education has a huge opportunity to grow. Industry has a huge opportunity to grow. And piggyback with that will be logistics. Well, the numbers don't stack up today, but at some point in time they will.
With this, I think thank you so much. I don't know whether we have time for opening up for audience for any questions.
In paucity of time, can we allow a couple of questions? All right. So if any of you have any questions, kindly raise your hands. We'd get the mic passed to you. Else, of course, we're open to having the speakers network as per their schedule. Does anyone have any question? Okay, I believe that was a well-rounded presentation and a conversation. So I think on that note, let's give them a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, if I could have the editor of Realty Plus, Sapna Srivastava, to kindly join us and help us with the felicitation. If you've liked the conversation, I think we can give them a bigger round of applause. Thank you to all our dignitaries. And with that, a big thank you to Piyush. Thank you for curating this excellent discussion. You know, Sapna, they need the best shot, yeah? So, thank you so much, Parvesh, for joining us today. Thank you so much, Vinod, giving us your valuable time, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, of course, requesting our panel to come together for a group photograph. Ensure you give us the best smile. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. We're right now on the 15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave West 2023. We've just got done with the first very session. Thank you once again to all of you for joining us today. And with that, we're going to be allowing you for a couple of minutes to network with our speakers. And then, of course, we're going to be going ahead to our next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, in paucity of time, we're going to be moving ahead to our next session. We're talking about our panel discussion 1, the next one being a very exciting session of the day on the topic of decoding housing boom, affordable, mid, and high-end demand and supply. Well, on that note, I'm going to be taking a moment to acknowledge our speakers who are going to be joining us, and then we're going to be getting them one by one on the stage. We've got our moderator for the session, Ghulam Zia. We've got our speakers, Pankaj Kapoor, Parth Mehta, Puneet Bhatia, Sameera Lalani, and Sanjeev Chandiramani, who are going to be joining us. We'll give you a couple of minutes more before we settle in for our first conversation. Thank you all for being so kind with your time. Ensure you're within the hall so that we can quickly begin with our upcoming session. Another 1 minute. We're going to be having our next discussion on decoding housing boom, affordable, mid, and high-end demand and supply. May we request all of you to kindly take your seats as well as we get ready for our upcoming session. So with all our dignitaries in the room, it is time for us to begin. So ladies and gentlemen, first up for our session moderator, somebody who's got a vast experience across the entire gamut of real estate services. We're talking about valuation, consulting, transactions, and project management. Working with the clients across the governments, corporations, and the public sector companies. We're going to have Ghulam Zia, who's going to be joining us shortly. But before that, first up, I'd like to call upon our speakers. The founder and MD of Lysis Forest Real Estate Rating, we're talking about Pankaj Kapoor. Can we have a warm round of applause for Mr. Kapoor? Well, Pankaj has 20 plus years of experience in the field of valuation, consulting, and risk analytics. He's an acclaimed expert in analyzing and predicting real estate market trends in India. Thank you so much, Pankaj, for joining us today. Well, with that, if we could have the CMD and Chief Mentoring Officer of Paradigm Realty, Parth Mehta, to kindly join us. Parth brings with him over 15 years of management expertise and leadership in the areas of real estate analysis, strategies, valuation, business development, fundraising, corporate sales, and investment with due diligence. Thank you so much, Parth, for joining us today. Also, if you could now have the Senior Director, ICICI Venture, Puneet Bhatia, to join us. Well, Mr. Bhatia has 29 years of diversified experience spread across investment banking, private equity lending, and structured finance in Indian real estate. As one of the early stage real estate professional, he's played a pivotal role in shaping markets, working in international property consulting organizations, large private sector bank, as well as global financial institutions. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for joining us. On that note, it is time for me to now call upon the partner trilegal, Sameera Lalani, to kindly join us. Let's give our lady a warm round of applause. Well, Sameera is a part of the firm's real estate and corporate practice group and is also a specialist in the real estate sector and has advised and managed the entire gamut of real estate transactions. Thank you so much, Sameera, for joining us today. If I could now have the CEO of Ruprel Realty, Sanjeev Chandiramani, to kindly join us. Well, an accomplished and an astute real estate professional with master's degree in management studies, having over 20 years of dedicated work experience in the real estate sector. Thank you so much, Sanjeev, for joining us. And on that note, if I could now have the honor of calling upon Senior Executive Director, Research Advisory, Infrastructure and Valuation, Knight Frank India Private Limited, Ghulam Zia, to join us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue as we have Ghulam, who's going to be helping us with the curation of this entire conversation. Ghulam, thank you so much for your valuable time. With that, over to you.
Do we have mics for all of us? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Oh, sorry, it's afternoon already. Lost the sense of time because the company I had for last half an hour, 45 minutes was enticing and very, very exciting to interact with. I'm sure The session will continue, and the way I enjoyed last half an hour of interactions with all of them, I'm sure all of you will enjoy hearing them all. So big round of applause to all of them. Okay, so the discussion point that I am asked to present to these speakers is on housing boom. How do we see this whole housing boom changing? This, of course, has come after almost about a decade of a bad time for residential real estate. Last year and a half or two is something which every developer is extremely excitedly talking about. Things have turned around. Things have really looking far better. And if real estate cycle is anything to go by, then perhaps we are just about crossing, have moved from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock position, and we have a long way of good time ahead. So I'm sure that is something which all the developers would agree upon. At least two of them are here. I'm sure we'll have to pick their brain a lot to understand what's their perspective on the booming real estate, residential real estate market. But there are a lot of these pointers that we, in last half an hour, 45 minutes, we've been discussing. I would be glad to present it to all of you. And these, of course, there are some 8-10 pointers which Sapna and the team had put across. I said it will be difficult to go by a script. So we decided to make our own pointers. So today it's absolute free for all. And all of them have agreed to pour their hearts out. What I spoke about earlier, Parth was not there. I said that many of these sessions in last 3 decades I've been experiencing, people normally sitting on stage don't share their real thoughts. It's only what is, the politically correct statements are what are coming out on such platforms. So I requested them to be very, very open, pour their hearts out as to what exactly it is, because it's very rare when people agree to do that, and I'm sure all of you will enjoy their inner thoughts about how the whole industry is looking at right now. So to start with, I would actually start with you only, Parth, that we are looking at a great future of next at least 2-3 years for real estate to come forward. And that's where we left for you 10 minutes back. I was asking you this question. That number of developers have actually shrunk. I don't want to get into numbers, kitne kam hue, kya hue, vagara. But as we go forward, the boom in the industry and overall economy, Indian economy is kind of decoupled. We are looking at least next 10 years or 20 years of a runway kind of growth in economy from 3.5-4 trillion to maybe 20-25 trillion in next 20-25 years is what we are talking about. Do you feel we have enough number of developers out there to cater to that kind of demand? Or do you think it has to increase, maybe 2-fold or 10-fold more number of developers? Or is it that people like you tomorrow would be the ones who would be doing 20-30,000 crore per annum kind of turnover? Over to you, Parth.
Good afternoon, friends. Thanks, Sia. I think in one question you asked 3 questions. So the first part is, are there enough developers? I'll break into 2 parts. There are enough developers, but how many compliant developers are there who have a bandwidth, infrastructure, logistics, know-how to manage a particular scale and size? Because the entire paradigm of the entire cycle of development is not just one faceted, it's multifaceted, where right from funding to having the right team to be having sales expertise, ability to deliver what the micro market wants, think ahead of time of what is going to be absorbed even in a cycle, because in one project from start to end also 2-3 cycles come. So something you may launch as a product may be redundant after 3 years. We've seen it very well pre-COVID, during COVID and post-COVID. Last 5 years we've seen 3 cycles. So I feel the compliant developers who have that kind of mechanism and infrastructure are limited. So that brings into 3 categories of developers. One are the listed big boys who are there pan-India, they are present everywhere, who's got the listed game, who's got the whole things of showing and clocking revenue. Then there are mid-sized developers who are still approachable, who's got the know-how bandwidth, but still are privately held, backed by good financial institutions who are doing joint ventures and partnerships and a kind of synergy-wise growing. And then there are small developers who are doing 2-3 redevelopments at a time, limited projects, limited infrastructure. So I feel every micro market has these 3 blends. As a personal belief, person who focuses in each micro market, there is more than enough work today, because the way MMR especially is growing, the way influx of money is coming in, the kind of GDP numbers that are coming in, I think this is just, we are at absolutely bottom of a boom time where I'm not trying to say boom in terms of pricing or in terms of velocity, but in terms of consolidated growth over a period of 5 to 10 years. I think we are in just the upward curve. Next decade is ours. Answering your second question is, with the change in which developers are working, now I think whoever is today there in the RERA era are all working with one intent, that they don't want to go behind bars. So everything is coming reverse from there. That A, can we complete it? B, can we sell? C, can we get a financial closure? D, in this whole way, can we get out of a project in 2-3 years depending on the life cycle? Otherwise, as developers, 1 year project is delayed, we don't make any money. Or if last 10% stock is not built well or sold well, we don't collect any money. So it's a very thin catch-22 where I feel you're on a tightrope. Unless you have the entire gambit of the marathon stitched, you can't do it. So I still believe, like I was telling you there, we believe as Paradigm, we'll do less work, but only where our car travels, so that we can control that micro market in all aspect, and we have some dominance in whatever market we work at. So that's my
I like
thought
the way
process.
twice you have brought in your brand. I'm asking you the same thing again. When do I see the paradigm shift for you to go absolute national?
Not in the distant future for sure, next 5 years, because we are still a growing company who's just started few years back. We would like to put our foot down solid and look at ourselves consolidating in MMR or maybe Mumbai suburbs and then look forward. So not for next 5 years for sure.
So I wish you all the best, and I hope
Thanks.
that paradigm is all over the country soon,
Thank you,
even
sir.
before you talk about it. So here I would want to come to you, Samira, because when a developer starts to look at a certain project, the first thing they need obviously is a legal help, and that's where you come in. And I'm sure you have a very pan-India kind of view as well. I am, while we are sitting in Mumbai, many of them say that most of your discussions are very, very West-focused, and while we are talking about boom for the Indian housing market, I don't want to be restrained or restricted to West or Mumbai alone, and hence, the focus is, of course, I will come to others as well on that same thing. But from you, I would want to know, Samira, you must be meeting lots of these developers. What is the frame of mind out there, the developer fraternity? What kind of products? Are they very excited? Are they talking about taking a lot of new projects, etc.? What's your purview right now? Of course, we'll come to RERA slightly later. That's, I'm sure, your focus. Legally, professionally, that's your focus. But before that, to understand from you, what is the behind the curtain story that you are witnessing?
So, hi everyone. So, being a part of the legal fraternity, right, we do get the opportunity to see both sides of the real estate, construct. Clearly, we do see the outlook of the developers, and clearly, while not speaking about the West alone, right, we also do a lot of work for developers in the North, and at least their prediction and their estimates in terms of how the market is going looks pretty optimistic, right? Of course, while there is a set of inflation, etc., and a larger external control in terms of how the inflation is playing out, etc., may not look very good at this juncture, right? But at least in terms of the markets that they are having a good grip on, right? They are pretty certain that so long as they have the bandwidth in terms of acquisition, a good line of sight in terms of funding, in terms of delivering it on time, right? I haven't really seen any hesitance in developers trying to approach or launch new projects or trying to avail new set of funding, including a lot of funds, in fact, are pretty optimistic, and I have, in fact, seen a lot of switch in terms of large-scale foreign funds from moving from the West, including the A-lister developers, to actually moving to the North and trying to be optimistic to fund a lot of developers who are just budding and upcoming and haven't really flourished there. So I do know that brand name plays a big role, but in terms of markets and the overall prospects, they do look good.
Do you see a lot of new developers coming up? Typically it happens when the cycles turn. During each cycle, a few of these old developers would fall by the wayside. A few of them would be born, new developers, etc. Do you see that phenomenon? From where do you see, from your vantage point, do you see a lot of new resources also coming up for real estate development?
So there are new players in the market, but it's all, as I said, it's more of a construct of how much are they acceptable in terms of the customers, right? Because at the end, what is marketed should also sell, right? So trying to put up the brand image, trying to ensure that you delivered enough, right? To ensure that you have that comfort amongst the customers who precisely are the ones who make or break your development, right? So I do see new prospects and new builders, of course, trying to, set up their feet in the market. But at least in terms of how flourished would they land up being in the coming years is something which I don't think would be very steep. It will be staggered. But as I said, that experience plus what you actually implement sells. So clearly there are some players who are not big names, so to speak, at least in terms of the marketing and promotion, but they're doing well.
Thank you so much, Samira. I'll come over to now Puneet. Puneet, we spoke about this point. You have been on very wide experience of Indian funds and international capital, etc. My question, and this is where I would go back to connect with where I left it with Parth, that if you have support from such professionals coming in, why won't Parth still go national? So here, your perspective. Sir, आपको लगता है कि when there are such promising developers coming up, would you be keen to experiment with such new energies as well and take your funding games to where it matters, where you would want to broad base the whole real estate fraternity and the industry itself?
Sure, thanks Gulam, and thank you Realty Plus for this opportunity. Now, a few years back, I think I was on one of these Realty Plus panels before I actually answer Gulam's question, and we were discussing, and I actually ended up with a share because it was a situation where residential seemed to be, and this is slightly before pre-COVID the time, 2019, commercial was booming, and I said, "Raat jitni bhi sangeen hogi, subah utni hi rangeen hogi." And here we are after a couple of years talking about decoding housing boom, right? So now, so I think we did try to do everything, and COVID in a way has been blessing in disguise, which has actually pushed the residential sector. Actually, Parth's answer really is a beautiful answer, and this shows a maturity of the developers, which was, and we have seen all booms, right? We saw it in 90s, we saw it in 2006 with the FDI capital. What did he say? He said, not in the distant future. So that dots in the map, which was so much prevalent, in that 2005-6 era when we had the press note 2 and those, spread across various cities, they are very focused now. So there's a lot of maturity with the developer. They have seen the phases, they have seen the life, and they have only would get into cities where they have basically feel that they have an infrastructure in place. Coming back to ICSA, obviously ICSA will support if there's a proper infrastructure, there's a thought through plan by the developer to enter into that new city, because it is just not the launching, the execution capability of the developer to kind of complete the project. And so from a risk perspective, I think we would obviously see a lesser risk with the developer who has delivered in an X city and has done his homework to get into another city, and that would be perfectly fine from our perspective. Regarding the number of developers, we talk about a lot of developers have actually come in. We were looking at some kind of a data on developers who have actually launched 100 crore plus, or not launch, I would say sales of 100 crore plus in the last year. There were only 360 developers pan-India out of about 14,000 odd developers. Rest of them, about 13,000 odd crores, were selling less than 100 crores. I'm talking about the top line, right? So effectively, the number of developers, while have definitely gone up, new players have entered, the existing ones have deleveraged the balance sheet, but I think there's a lot of caution and maturity amongst the developers to actually get into the newer projects. Thanks.
Yes, so we'll continue on that, and there I would want some data to come in, and who better than my friend Pankaj to talk about data, and as Nightfang, I'm not allowed to talk about my data, so I'll only focus on yours, Pankaj. So Pankaj, here, a lot of these mysteries around what exactly is happening out in the market. While we're there, we'll also obviously come to the segmentation of the market, how a certain segment is doing well, how the upper end is doing well, and your perspective on how the numbers are changing, but very perniciously, very gradually, how the things are changing in the industry itself. What we spoke about, that currently more than 50% or almost about 60% are the sales which are mid to upper end of the housing. Lower end of the housing is right now apparently not doing too well. Your view on that, Pankaj, what exactly is the myth? What is the mystery?
You know, there is a certain decline we have seen in the last financial year, although the market has really grown overall. So if you see from the data, the overall market grew in terms of value around 45% from FY22 to FY23. And that's a very big jump, and largely because the reason is we are coming from the 6 years of almost price stagnancy and then the price correction during the COVID time. The price and affordability gap got reduced, and during the COVID time, people realized the importance of the house, and then there was a demand which was there. So the gap which was available during the affordability and prices actually got bridged, and we have the parities of 2004-2005 level. We have never seen. So if you see the inflation-adjusted affordability and interest-adjusted prices, we have the parities of 2004-2005, and that's a basic reason why, despite COVID, we have seen a surge in sales in the real estate sector because there's no dearth of the demand. We are a housing shortage country. We had 1.8 crore housing shortage. We are likely to have around 9 crore housing shortage by 2036. So the housing shortage, as long as there's no dearth of the demand. Only thing is when the parity takes place in the affordability in houses and prices, the volumes takes place, and this is what has happened during this period. Question comes is that why we saw the decline in the last year in the affordable segment. 2-3 reasons is that the withdrawal of the CLSS schemes from March 2021 onwards actually saw a lesser number of this thing. Secondly, that the builders are shying away taking the projects in the no man's land. So mostly what happens, the vectorizations of the affordable housing actually is such that the land cost pushes us too far away from the city center, which becomes uninteractive. So eventually, earlier, if you look at the last day, the projects got launched into the far-flung locations. Most of these projects were being sold because not interactive to the end-user market. And today's surge in the market is not an investor-driven surge, or the demand is not investor-driven. So either it is upgradation demand or it's a completely first-time end-user demand. So the supply needs to be interactive, and that's the basic reason builders were not launching the projects in the far-flung areas. So the supply contraction took place, and the demand comes from the supply. So if supply gets contracted, so you see the lesser number of sales situation which is there. But having said that, I see a recovery. So if you see last 2 quarters, there is a reversal trend started showing in, because now we are into a mature state of the demand is getting mature, prices started strengthening, the gap between affordability and prices which were so good in the manner, like, it shrunk so much that there was a parity. Now it is coming back, it has started widening because interest rate also has gone up, and things like builders also have increased the prices. So we see a bit of a decline in the luxury and the ultra luxury segment in the last 2 quarters. So there was a 20% decline in the last quarter from the previous quarter in the luxury and ultra luxury segment, and there was a 12% and 15% improvement in the priority sector and affordable segment. And my own sense is the way the government has also decided and announced recently that 600 billion rupees worth of the initiative that the government is planning to take for the affordable housing, the revival of the CLSS schemes, and it's going to be much bigger in that. So I see, it's a short-lived story of luxury and ultra-luxury, because the reason everyone wanted a bigger house and everyone wanted to upgrade. So we saw which has happened. Going on a story is going to be again a mid and affordable in this segment. And point further is that India has improved quite a lot in terms of the infrastructure connectivity. So by 2024, the numbers of infrastructure projects which is going to get ready, especially like Mumbai, think about Trans Harbour if it is getting ready, what kind of impetus you'll see in the Navi Mumbai sectors and all. So, and that is where the boost of the affordable housing will start really taking place. The part who is actually shying away taking a new is this thing because he doesn't want to reach Panvel in 45 minutes, but assuming the Trans-Harbors takes place and then he's reaching in 45 minutes over there, I think he'll be picking up the land parcels over there.
Good, good, great. So good, you're actually showing a lot of ways for developers to also, I think for the first time I heard Pankaj talking so candidly about the changing scenario, how the winds are turning, because for last at least a year or so, everybody's talking about, super luxury, high-end, etc. What Pankaj was talking about.
Yeah, Gulam, since you allowed me again, there are certain points which I also want to say that, the narratives which we are talking about is, the market driven by the one large developers. And your point of view and the fancy of that, we are not seeing national level players. I'm saying that during the 2006, 2007, there was a surge for the aspirations of the developers who were picking lands all over. And then there was a consolidation took place, but within themselves, builders sold out their other cities where they didn't have the focus. And then they concentrated on their own country. My point of view is that we are seeing China story, a developer who actually grew too big and fall. We are seeing across the world. I'm not really able to find out one developer, two developer, or three developer who are global developer, who are a national developer. The reason being is why I'm saying that and seeing the data also. The market itself is a micro market and local market. So it creates a glass ceiling beyond which it becomes hard for a developer to continue to be expanding and becoming bigger and bigger. And I'm giving examples. Some of these listed developers are doing very badly in the affordable segment because they're not finding their price point interacting to the local demand. So some of these like Badlapur market and some of these markets, so you have got large developers who have launched the projects and their sales and the construction progress is far below than the local developer because local caters to the dynamics of this. Third point, Puneet, as we mentioned, he says that there are only handful of the developers who are 350, 360 developers who are actually garnering 100 crore plus sales. But there are several other smaller developers. So if you go a place like Pushpak Nagar, you would find developers or close to 100 or 200 projects got launched in the recent times and 5-story flats. So if you take 5 developers together as a cluster, he'll be crossing 100 crores. And that is what is happening in the market. So instead of consolidations and one developer becoming too big and certain developer dictating the overall, their own positions across the landscape of the real estate, I see what's happening is the broad basing. There are numerous number who are growing, and the way the RERA is enabling. So earlier, what happens that most of the lenders were focused on the top 100, top 200 developers and say that I'm happy lending to that. And my experience working with likes of Piramas, LIC, SBIs and all those things, they are willing to extend their credit now to the smaller developers. And their ticket size is becoming as small as 15 crores to 50 crores. And that's what I see the landscape of the real estate is going to grow.
Great.
So Zia, just butting in because I'm sitting with a very profound statistician next to me who's very good with numbers. So I just have some statistics because being a part of the managing committee of MCHI, we did a research report. This is very interesting, which I felt like sharing. As per the World Health Report this year, we have a total number of, we are the 12th wealthiest city in the world with a $950 billion of private wealth lying in Mumbai. Now, if we take this into consideration, sticking to a subject of decoding housing boom, so I'll just move slightly away of what would help it actually to keep it remained as a housing boom is a Hyderabad, a Bangalore has premiums which are 25 to 50 times less than Mumbai today, what we are paying to municipality. To the the room sizes of a 1 BHK, which used to be 20 years back or 10 years back, used to be 600, 650, which is now 350, 400 is a luxurious one bed. A 2 BHK, which used to be 850, 900, 15 years back, now 550, 650 has become a norm. Otherwise, size, price, ticket size. These three things, our sales guy will demotivate us and we'll go back on the drawing board. Third, an average rate per square feet across all the metros, if you see Hyderabad, Bangalore, everywhere, is about 9,000 rupees on carpet. MMR is the only place 19,000 as an average rate. Now, with this, what does it mean? That as a forum, as MCHI Credai, we are making representations to CM, Revenue Department, Housing, UD, everywhere, that until this entire fix, whether it's a stamp duty reduction, premium reduction, or on and on we can go on for other benefits are not coming in, the actual affordability in Mumbai is never going to come. Because the laws inside itself are contradicting each other so much that if as a developer, we don't make, let's say 20% margin on a project on a good day event, assuming we complete in 2 to 3 years, we'll not take up a project and we can't sell below a certain price. So you don't get even GST benefits, etc. because those price cap in Mumbai and MMR can't reach 45, etc. So I feel it's a systemic issue, which according to me, my plea to all the fellow developers is this 6 months of election time is a good time where our selection of a party in our state should be on the basis who gives us a commitment of what they're going to do for the buyers, what they're going to do for the premium. So this boom can actually be aggregated and there's a much required steroid which would come in where actually a dream of all the home buyers can buy their affordable homes will come true in the next 10 years. Yeah.
Okay, great. You actually have taken it to the next level where the policy makers have also been dragged into this, and unfortunately we don't have a representation from their side. So I would rather not go too much into, policy makers or the politics, etc. thereof. Sanjeev, I'll come to you. And because Ruparel and Mumbai, once again, like even in case of Parth, also the same situation it was. Parrot is also a very, very Mumbai-centric developer. And we spoke about this concern, and because Pankaj has brought us into the discussion of affordable housing per se, what is it that keeps Mumbai so unaffordable? Like if and Pankaj spoke about it, that tomorrow with metros going to say Bhiwandi and even Vasai Virar, etc., infrastructure piece falling in place, what would it take for somebody like even Ruparel to also look into affordable housing and cater to that segment? I'm sure the discussion of RERA, we spoke about 70-30, etc. We'll get Samira also to come into that. But your perspective, what does it take for somebody like you all to actually cater to the lower end of the market?
So as a group, good afternoon everybody. As a group, we have actually focused a lot on the so-called affordable housing segment. Majority of our stock, more than 50% of our stock is actually 1 BHK in this market. So it might not be falling under the definition of affordable, as Parth really said it and hit the nail on the head. See, we are paying 25 times the premium, compared to the other states, whereas probably the price which we are able to achieve is 2.5 times average above most of the other states. So I think that is one very key aspect of, getting the pricing down or entering really into the affordable space. In genuine terms, we would say that as a group, we still perform and have a large stake in the affordable space, which is actually selling in today's Mumbai's market based on the pricing. I think one of the key things, I'll just step back into the conversation. Does this industry require more developers, as you said? I would rather, and I'm sure Parth also will probably second this, I think this industry requires more banks, more funds, to be very frank. For us to be successful, the access to capital has to be far more easier. We are probably the only industry, we are actually not an industry also in that sense, but from that perspective, we are the only industry which does not have access to capital for its raw material. So I think, all these factors play a big role in terms of, how growth will happen and how the boom will actually progress. Secondly, one has to look internally as well. I mean, if today the entry barriers for this industry is quite high. RERA is quite regulated. The investment in any kind of project is relatively high compared to what it was earlier. These so-called fly-by-night operators don't exist anymore. So, frankly speaking, one has to look internally also if he wants to move and become a national player. One has to strengthen its base, move forward, establish all the compliances as is rightly put across, try and achieve some semblance of capacity in the city or the local city where you're in before actually thinking ahead. So, Parth has also said it in the same way, but I would rather say that premiums, and I think at the end of the day, access to land. Now, I believe with the infrastructure projects which are coming up, access to land will become a little bit more, or lands would become much more accessible. And that is where affordability and the boom of affordability will happen. If I can reach Gujarat in 4 hours in a train, which is far more affordable, I think all these aspects and the towns in between, all these aspects are what will basically contribute to your affordable housing boom. So
sure. Now that's two things you have rigged up, and I would want to, and I saw some smirk on Puneet's face. I will come to him when you rigged up or you spoke about the capital availability. But the other thing that you spoke about was about infra and how at least access to land is improving. Well, in Mumbai, where we are sitting right now, it may still be a pipe dream, a distant situation, but something happening in NCR already. You call it Rapidex or high-speed rail, which is already shaped up. Something which not many of them are aware of. Perniciously, it has happened. The rail is ready to be opened up. Ribbon cutting ki der hai. This is something which is connecting Meerut to CP Connaught Place in Delhi in less than an hour. Doing 200 km/h kind of a speed. And we are not yet talking about bullet, which will be 450 plus kind of a Mumbai-Ahmedabad situation. But things are changing fast. So if a 200 km/h kind of a train will be plying in Maharashtra, Pune will be a suburb of Mumbai. And I'm sure things will change drastically. But before that, coming to Puneet, how would you respond to it? Do you continue to believe that capital is so hard to get? You and I were talking about it while Sanjay was also there, that going forward, the capital accessibility is going to improve a lot. What's your view on that aspect?
So, first of all, let us look at the capital availability in terms of the total book size and total stock. So, roughly we have about 19 lakhs crores of value of under construction residential real estate. Right? It used to be about 2.2 lakh crore in 2009. So, roughly we are talking about 8x increase of the value of the under construction residential real estate. हम एक साल के अंदर about 5 trillion INR के आसपास का माल बेचते हैं. I'm talking about the data of 20 top cities. So that is the residential segment. What is the total book size of all the banks, AIFs, listed NCDs, NBFCs, HFC put together? About $115 billion. Now the fact remains that, yes, is it sufficient or do we need a more solution capital? So solution capital is, I think, where Sanjeev is alluding to. So one is obviously the bank capital, which is purely for the construction. I think that is available in abundance to the right developers, right? Again, I'm using the right developers because Pankaj alluded to the fact when I said 360, I think the bigger opportunity is that 14,000 developers to get into the 360 mode. The opportunity is there, right? It is obviously, you can't keep on funding just the 360 developers and say that, my books are there. So the bigger opportunities on that front. Now, I think, yes, the capital, again, we put the capital into two baskets. One is obviously the structured credit capital, which is a high cost capital. That high cost capital obviously comes with a certain riders. And largely, again, if I look at the AIF numbers, it's about 70,000 odd crores or 75,000 odd crores of AIF capital already there. In fact, that number surprised me when I saw it for the first time, because I had expected a much lesser number to be in that space. So, wo hai. The problem is really in the fact that the equity capital, which used to be there in the pre-Lehman era, is actually not coming from the offshore players. So, most of the foreign players who have basically set up the books in India, and I mean, when suppose you look at the top 5, 7, they are only concentrating on the credit part of it, and equity capital is not coming, right? And that is where the developers would want them to participate. I personally feel that I think in the near future you will have a certain platform, like you used to have a office platforms. You had an Embassy, Blackstone platform, DLF, GIC platform. So the first course of capital on the equity side would come with a certain segment of developers to start with, which I think is a good start. But इतने सब numbers के बावजूद भी I think हम लोग कितना कर बेचते हैं, housing boom का बात कर रहे हैं. We sell what 4 lakhs. I mean Pankaj would have the exact numbers. Roughly 4-4.5 लाख घर बेचते हैं, right? On a top 7-8 cities. अभी सितारों के आगे जहाँ बहुत है, चाइना 1 करोड़ घर बेचता है, अमेरिका 65 lakhs के आसपास बेचता है. So look at the number of growth and potential versus the population we have and the homes we are talking about the housing boom. At 4 lakhs units of sales on a pan-India basis, we are only talking about housing boom, right? There's a larger opportunity which is there.
Thank you so much for drawing our attention towards that. I'll come to that, Pankaj, and I'm sure Parth is already worried because on both his sides, profound numbers are thrown. अभी इन्होंने भी सारे डेटा के ऊपर, कैपिटल के ऊपर सारे नंबर्स आपके सामने रख दिए. अभी इसके इम्तिहान और भी हैं साहब, आपने सिर्फ पहला मिसरा पढ़ा, मैं अगला पढ़ रहा हूँ. उनमें से एक इम्तिहान रेरा है. You know, we wanted to talk about it, that how RERA is in a way a problem, while it has really cleansed the system a lot, especially for those who are sitting in Mumbai, cursing that 70-30 thing, you know, because 70% of your money is stuck up in escrow, whereas your cost of construction is so minimal in Mumbai compared to the rest of the country, where your land cost itself is almost half of your project cost goes in land procurement. So here, I'll come to you, Samira. Is there a possibility of the center relooking at the act? You know, because that 70-30 apparently is something which is imposed from center on all states. Should it really change state to state? A particular state where the product is so different than, say, Mumbai. Should they look at something else than what it is? Should we, you know, and going back to what Parth was talking about, if we have access, suppose we have access to the policy makers and the electorate, etc., can we make them realize that how a few of these markets are so different than the rest of the country? Is it possible legally to draw to that conclusion?
While I appreciate that, you know, this is something that's been imposed by the center, and the idea, of course, is to have a customer-friendly legislation, considering it was a long overdue sort of an implementation that was required, at least in the system and the fast-growing real estate industry, right? But I'll just try to, you know, dig in the fact of how 70-30 works across various states and where there are some pain points and where there is still some level of flexibility that the developers are getting, right? Now, speaking about Maharashtra, which I'll at least put up in terms of being one of the most organized, at least state RERA boards, right, compared to all other states, right? So while of course there is a 70-30 split that's been mandated by the center, and that's something that's being followed across all states, a lot of states at least have gone forward to impose further clarity of what exactly is your 70, what exactly can be withdrawn, what exactly is you're supposed to keep aside, and how will the actual implementation mechanics work, right? Now, Maharashtra has at least been flexible enough to say that your funding cost and the interest payments, right, equally do form a part of your project cost and should be withdrawable from the 70, while of course you're asked to put aside a lot of amount, right? Equally, an NCR, just to do the flip of it, has come up with stark circulars saying that any financing and interest payments that you're required to do, right, should only be from your 30% free flow and can't be out of 70. Now, while the law is what it is, just in terms of implementation and the perspective with which each of these state boards are looking at the interpretation of, you know, a lot has been just to put out there. While RERA has mandated a lot of broader framework, a lot has been left amongst the state boards to interpret in terms of the nitty-gritties of what and how would that really be implemented, right? So I think changing the stark 70-30 right at the center may not really be something that can happen as easily as how we speak, but getting clarity at least in terms of the state boards, in terms of how this would play out, what's permitted, what's not permitted, is something clearly that we can look at. And of late, we have at least seen instances, at least in terms of circulars, clarities, and some jurisprudence and orders that's been passed by various state RERA boards, where there is some level of flexibility that's now being granted for easing out the cash crunch that's happening because of the split that's been mandated.
Thank you so much, Samira. So, a lot of these issues we spoke about. I think last 10 minutes, let's talk about future. What are we going to look up to? And ये इन्होंने already वो आधा शेर सितारों के आगे जहाँ और भी हैं कह छोड़ा है. So इसके लिए I'll have to go back to Parth. You have to live with a bit of a more of a data. Currently, Indian real estate size is assumed to be about $500 billion US. Out of a 3.5 trillion of the overall GDP closing on to 4. And I'm sure, Pankaj, I will need you to chip in. I'm sure you will have your perspective on the data as well. I'm told, looking forward, next 25 years, apna time aaya hai, Bharat is what it is all about, India growing, decoupled from the global economy, etc. Worst case scenario, the numbers I was looking at is $30 trillion US economy for India in next 25 years, going up to 35 to 40 trillion as well. Some numbers are, stark. So even if I look at the lowest end, we are looking at almost about 6.5 to 7 trillion of real estate alone out of that. These are big numbers, and ये सितारे हैं जनाब. आप जिन सितारों की बात कर रहे थे, ये वो सितारे हैं जिनकी हमें बात करनी है, सितारों के आगे के जहानों की. तो अगर हम ये talking about future, here is the big question, and this is why I was talking about time and again. Are we ready? Are we geared up? उसमें से जो obstacles थे, आपने जो इश्क के इम्तिहानों की बात की, चाहे वो रेरा हो या capital availability हो या state of preparedness हो, इतनी सारी बातें हुई हैं. In सब के लिए, are we, as a group of people, of course the policy makers are not here on this podium, are we really geared up to march in that direction? It's a very good path to talk about it, कि अगले 10 साल में हमारा time है and growth and all that. But at sometimes it also sounds scary that all we may not be geared up to do all that. Pankaj, before anything else, what your data observations say, whatever numbers I spoke about, do you agree to those data points or you believe it is exaggerated?
There is a housing requirement and there is a shortage, and I see that we need to meet it. But having said that, 95% comes into the affordable segments, and that's kind of thing which is there. I'm just coming back, I'm still lost in the previous conversation. I won't really pick some brains and all this thing. I wrote a paper some time back, financialization and its consequences on real estates. And we had discussions earlier that are we capitalizing and do we have easy capital available or not available? I'm saying that we need prudent practices and there's enough capital available. We don't need over financializations. So what has happened earlier, if you analyze, so if you look at the money went into buying lands and land prices went up so high, and the interest cost and the price actually increased the gestation period. Because of that, the interest rates really went up, and the developer market got shrunk, and then we saw the stalled projects and all those things. During the period of the recovery, which we are talking about, has been a period where we had the least access of the AIF and the foreign capital. So there is a point of view, and it's a conundrum kind of a thing, is that when there's no access to the capital and least access to the capital, we are talking about the boom in the real estate sector. And then talking about, do we need more capital? We certainly need the capital, but having said that, we need cheaper capital. And we can't really afford 18%, 19% run off the capital. I'm analyzing several projects all around. I see most of the projects actually became unviable because of the cost of the interest capital. And most of the times we see the one capital gives place to another capital, and then the cycle continues to be going on. I see the framework in which the जहाँ जो है वो सुनहरा दिखेगा, when we maintain a discipline. I don't want to really follow the trends, and India should not follow the trends what China said, where they claim that the 30% of the GDP is contributed by the real estate.
We are still at 5%. We have a long way to go.
And I see that that's a very good number. Even if we touch 5
Pankaj,
to 10% or 11%.
In the interest of time, what you're talking about is obviously you are the conscience keeper. You're talking about the flip side of, going absolute going bonkers over the growth numbers, etc. But from 5% to 30%, China is 30, we are at 5. We still have a long way to go and somewhere in between.
Try to touch 9% or 10%. Don't look at that. I'm saying that real estate, your customer advances in prior to financialization used to take care of 60-65% of the project cost. It came down to as low as 30% during the past 10 years and all those things. Now it has improved because the customer advances, because of the RERA and many other things has really come back, and we are seeing a prudent practice. And you know, country like us where the inflation is so high, interest rate is so high, we need the least amount of capital, and least amount of the capital will happen only when we have a productive pricing and demand dynamics. So
sure, Pankaj, I think cheaper capital is something which we spoke about it earlier as well. I would want to come to Parth. I'm so sorry. It's because in the last 4 minutes, the clock is ticking. Last 4 or 5 minutes remaining. So Parth, coming to you once again. What I was talking about, of course, what Pankaj spoke about also has to be kept in mind. We can't really go overboard. But then we're talking about a future which is so bright. And once again, after this entire discussion, what I started with, going back, why don't I see a Parth and a paradigm doing a 30,000 crore of a turnover and with as an Indian player? What would still stop you after so much of a discussion we have had on this subject?
So I'll answer this in 5 quick points. One, it's absolutely unfair why the big boys or the listed players can go pan-India and small guys can't go. So that parity has to change in the next 5 years. For that, I'll say there are about 4 or 5 factors. One, flexible capital, long-term money, whether you name it equity, debt, MES, quasi, these are all nomenclatures. Cheaper capital. 4, ease of work, because as a developer, I'm supposed to spend 95% of my time in making a great product, selling a great product, delivering a great product. But I won't exaggerate, after having a team of 350 people also, I spend 80% of the time in firefighting and only 20% on the core business where I'm supposed to put in my heart, soul, experience and my bandwidth.
But hasn't it changed in last couple of years?
No, it's not changed. It's improving. However, unfortunately...
I would add licensing as well.
Licensing, absolutely, right. Everything, firefighting.
Of the time goes into licensing.
Absolutely, firefighting. So that, and most important is, I feel 60 lakhs homes and all that is a number which does not work in India micro market, but from 4-5 lakhs also, if you have to come in 10 years at 15 lakhs, rationally also, it's government policy making and hand holding. Without that, no country can flourish.
Agreed. Same point, I think we spoke about earlier as well, that policy framework has to change a lot, because at least the way I look at it, one of the best policy I have found in Haryana, which focuses on well-developed housing sector. Affordable housing is the best in Haryana only because of good government policy. But coming to you, Sanjeev, and this is where I would want to also go back to what I heard, 350 developers. I think your name may not come in 350. What would change for you to be in the good books of Puneet?
I would hope I'm already in his good books. But so I think we would be part of the 350. I mean, from a turnover perspective, we did around 1,200 crores last year. So the industry has matured. See, I think we are heading towards the boom. There's no doubt about it. We all agree to that fact. Industry has matured. I think industry is far more developed in terms of accepting change, in terms of accepting the new laws, new regulations. It's just a matter of fact that, we keep hearing something like a one-window clearance at all these points of time. I've been hearing it since the start of my career, actually. I don't think we've reached anywhere. I don't even know how many windows are there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Parth. All right. So I think, yes, we need a little bit more stability in terms of rules and regulations, in terms of regimes. And, very simply, this is one point. And secondly, as you said, capital, and capital at the right moment. I don't think you need capital for refinancing at all points in time, as you rightly said, because then it's just about getting into debt trap. You need capital at the right point in time. You need growth capital. You need the right kind of capital. These are the things which I would probably put forth in terms of escalating this boom further. And, not about over-financialization or anything, but yes, even from 5 to 10%, the kind of finance requirements which will be there, and not just at developer level, at housing finance level also. I think we need far more stronger and bigger housing finance players also to aid this boom.
Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end of the time allotted to us. Last few seconds, I would love to, if you permit me, would want to a quick summary of what we spoke about. At least I enjoyed the discussion from all, except we missed the policymakers very badly. We would have loved to have somebody, Realty Plus, if you can bring some policymakers also on the next dialogue, it will be great. So we have spoken about a bright future. India, the next 25 years belong to us. And we are looking at a huge growth trajectory. Pankaj was very candid to bring us back to the learnings from China, etc. We must keep in mind those key factors, what have gone wrong over there and how we would be different. And of course, the legal perspective, how the regulator has done a great job. And going forward, if we can make a few tweaks here and there, it would make a great place for all of us to thrive as industry. And of course, all the concerns and the heartburns that the developer spoke about, that still the single window clearance and the liaison or such a pipe dream, we still have a long way to go. I hope things will be taken care of. The policy makers and the politicians would help us make this industry well. But before I conclude, because on this platform I realized that everybody was talking about money and ultimately पैसा बोलता है, तो आधे मिनट में पुनीत आपका पैसा क्या बोलता है? Are we really geared up? And you have to conclude this, and I will not say anything else. Thank you so much for all of you to hear this panel discussion. And Puneet, your last few words.
Thanks, Gulab. So पैसा वहाँ जाता है जहाँ पैसा बनता है, right? It's very simple. So money chases money. I think the good news is that, you know, again आधा share, but मन रे तू काहे ना धीर धरे. So there's a beauty about today's market. The developers are very cautious of taking just because the funding is available. The lenders are basically wanting to lend to the developers who have certain kind of proven track record, and they're okay with the first-time developer. Also, many of them. Because they find the opportunity and the right bandwidth. सबसे बड़ी बात customer is doing the homework. पहले बोलते ना customer के नाम में ही मर है, वो अब नहीं रहा है. Customer is doing the homework. He has ammunition of RERA, he has ammunition of multiple forums, and that is the beauty about today's market. So that is where I will sum it up.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, everybody.
Get audio on my mic. Thank you. So, well, with that, a big thank you to all our esteemed speakers for joining us today. May I now have the honor of calling upon our dignitary who's going to be joining us and helping us in the felicitation. May we have the CEO of B. Kandhari Properties, the man himself, Vijay B. Kandhari. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Vijay, thank you for joining us. Being fast. First up, thank you so much, Conclave. Right in the center, which I so we can get a good shot of you and all the speakers one by one. Vijay, just you and Pankaj first. Yeah, so just one by one with all the mementos. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Parth, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Puneet Bhatia. Such a pleasure having you. Can we have the memento being passed? Thank you so much, Samira, for joining us at the Conclave today. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Sanjeev, for joining us on the Conclave today and sharing your knowledge. And a big thank you to you, Ghulam. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghulam Zia, the session moderator of the conversation today. And with that, Vijay, if I may request you, along with our entire panel now, to come in together for a group photograph. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be now breaking in for a quick lunch. We hope to see you back at 1:40 Indian Standard Time, when the conversations will continue at the 15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave West 2023. Once again, a big thank you to all our eminent speakers for joining us today on the platform. And thank you to each and every one of you so far for tuning in. Thank you.
Bring with what you said. My heart, it was yours, yeah, from the start. My hand, bring with what you said. My heart, you've blown it all apart. Bring with what you said. My heart, it was yours, yeah, from the start. My hand, bring with what you said. My heart, yeah, you've blown it all apart. It's too late, I know can be lifted if you call. It was never meant to be a if you call, it's too late, I don't feel it. It's yours from the start. Welcome to the machine.
Sapna. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to resume, requesting you all to kindly take your seats as we're set for our next discussion. Thank you. So, well, 2:05 Indian Standard Time as per the watch. It's time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to begin. Let's continue to talk about real estate. And this time we're talking about adaptable commercial realty, bold investments, and risk-averse models to new approaches. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatin. It's indeed an honor to welcome you all once again. First up, without further ado, it's time for me to call upon our session chair. Somebody who's got over 15 years of experience undertaking real estate valuation and advisory across India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. He's led teams for valuation and advisory engagements and has consulted for smart city projects, transport node modernization program under the Ministry of Transportation, airport, landslide development, and much more. We're talking about the Managing Director, Valuation Services of Colliers India, Mr. Ajay Sharma. Let's welcome Ajay with a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Ajay, for giving us your valuable time and helping us to curate this discussion. Well, next up is somebody who's a seasoned professional in private equity real estate with over 40 plus years of experience. He has a comprehensive understanding of the entire cycle of fund and investment management across all major real estate asset classes. Somebody who brings a unique perspective to real estate investing. We're talking about the head investments of Godrej Fund Management, Girish Singhi. Let's give Girish a warm, warm round of applause. Girish, thank you so much for joining us today. Next up is somebody who's a seasoned professional with extensive experience in managing real estate portfolios and sales operations. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to lead and grow the company's portfolio of properties. We're talking about the Chief Business Officer, SmartWorks, Prateek Agarwal. Thank you so much, Prateek, for joining us. Next up, somebody who's been a key architect in transforming Tata Realty, becoming a pioneer in real estate sector. He's responsible for directing Tata Realty's business vision and managing the business operations with the overarching strategic planning as well as execution. Well, with over 30 plus years of experience in real estate sector, we're talking about none other than the MD and CEO of Tata Realty Infrastructure Limited and Tata Housing Development Company Limited, Sanjay Dutt. Thank you so much, Sanjay, for joining us today. Next up, somebody joining us who has over 20 years of experience working with infrastructure, real estate, technology, and media companies for tax and regulatory matters. Her areas of expertise include investment acquisition structuring, distressed asset acquisition, capital restructuring, cash extraction strategies, and reorganization. We're talking about partner real estate and the industry leader, Grand Thornton Bharat, Shabala Shinde. Thank you, Shabala, for joining us. And next up is somebody who's responsible for all facets of the company's investor relations, FP&A, along with the responsibility of sales, marketing, real estate, acquisition, fundraising, and strategy. He joined office at the time of its inception in 2015 as a part of the core management team. We're talking about Deputy CEO Office Space Solutions, Sumit Lakhani. Sumit, along with the moderator right there. All right. So with that, Ajay, over to you to take it forward. Can we get Ajay's mic on, please?
Hello. Thank you for the lovely introduction. So today we have the who's who of the industry sitting on the panel uh, with a wide array of experience. Before getting into the topic of the panel, I just like to set some context to the topic that we're discussing, largely on the commercial real estate. So a few pointers for the larger audience as to where the commercial real estate today in India is. So today, the total grade commercial real estate stock in India is upward roughly 690 million square feet. And this year, up to Q3, we have seen 38 million square feet being absorbed already. This is the gross absorption. Bengaluru and Delhi basically lead the overall leasing activity across India. We are seeing demand more from a broad-based sectors. So we are seeing demand not just being focused on the traditional sector of IT, ITS, but largely from manufacturing. We are looking at from flex spaces. We are looking at from R&D. We are looking at from BFSI. And interestingly, a very dependent sector, which was looking on the external growth of companies from US and Europe to drive the commercial demand in India. Today, India is actually poised very well with the domestic demand picking up and domestic players determining the demand. Vacancy has been largely range bound in spite of the issues that we are seeing in the Western world today. India has been well poised in terms of the commercial real estate. We're also seeing that the leasing activity for the third quarter has been significantly higher on a year-on-year basis. The first 2 quarters were of a sort of a concern, but I think it's bouncing back. Like I said, we're just down 5% from last year's gross absorption on a Q3 basis, YTD. So we are looking at that we might end up somewhere close to last year's absorption numbers. The other part is that we officially have 3 commercial REITs that have been listed, doing very well. And they have about 78.5 million square feet of stock. So that's great thing. And that's roughly about the 11% of the stock that we are talking about today in the grade A space. Then also Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai account for almost 56% of the REIT stock. Now, going by just the REITs and the amount of REITs that are going to come up, especially with, I think, 3 more REITs are likely to come up on the office space side, we are looking at roughly about 380 million square feet of REITable space that's available in India. So the commercial sector as such is doing very well. So I would say that it's good news for the IPC world. It is good news for the developers and occupiers. But I think we cannot ignore the issues that are plaguing the Western world and what the trickle-down effect could be on Indian real estate. So that's the reason why today we're going to talk very specifically about adaptable and risk-averse investment in commercial real estate. So the first module on which we're basically going to talk about is how investors perceive globally about commercial real estate in current times, which can then kind of open out to the panel to give their thoughts on that. So I'm just giving a couple of points. So an European survey for the real estate investors, they showed that interest rate policy, inflation, and denominator effect in the markets are the critical aspects for investments. The current geopolitical issues, we had the Ukraine war, now the escalating Gaza conflict. These are becoming increasingly points of concern for pushing investments. And also it is moving the strategy to core investment strategy that is more stabilized assets in terms of investments. More shift for funds is happening. The previous panel was talking about equity capital, but now most of the funds are saying they would like to go into debt-based funding. So that's happening. Inflation hedge ability has become very, very important. I think inflation is a global phenomenon that we are seeing. A lot of central banks trying to figure out how they can control the runaway inflation. Non-listed real estate debt vehicles have become the preferred choice of investments into multiple geographies. And 60% of the investors who are currently there want an increased exposure to debt funds. So this is on the European side. On the US side, what we are seeing is almost 86 funds percent of the investors are actually having a very bearish outlook to commercial real estate. We've all read news of how even the marquee funds in the SPVs have failed to service the debt obligations in US, and which has led to some, very difficult situation there. 46% of the respondents have said that the interest rate hike by Fed is completely changing their strategy of how they invest into commercial real estate. 20% have said that lack of availability of quality debt is a concern. 15% of the respondents have said recession risk is a single important factor for them. And 98% have said the challenges to refinance the existing debt, that is a single most important concern for them. So given all this, unfortunately, the Western world is having a problem, but in the APAC region, the investment has actually gone up, and it has gone up by almost 200 basis points since last year. So which means a lot of capital is coming into this particular geography. So with that a little bit, I would like the first response from Sanjay. Sanjay, you have been in this industry for the longest period of time. You worked on multiple roles as advisor, as a transaction advisor, and now, of course, in the development side. From 2000s to now, we have seen a significant change in how commercial real estate has come across, right? So what are these changes? I mean, today we're talking about community workspaces from a traditional core real estate that we were talking about. What are the key factors, and how is the commercial real estate being reimagined?
Let me focus on the demand side first. So demand has really evolved in office. Traditionally, over the 2-decade journey, we saw cost arbitrage led demand and very little domestic consumption. So there was a time when American companies and European companies used to contribute 75% of the demand in office in India.
Right.
It's American companies are now down to 50%.
Right.
There was a time when IT sector used to have 70% of the demand. IT sector is now 45%.
Right.
Which means the non-IT, although we continue to build IT parks, but the demand is non-IT.
Correct.
So pharmaceutical, health sector, e-commerce, etc., have come in on a large scale. So which is a good thing. In a way, it has de-risked from a developer and investor point of view. The standards in office has, in terms of space allocation, has become extremely tight. It used to be 125 to 150 square feet per person. It's come down to 75 to 80, and now probably some would go back to 100, given the COVID situation, etc., etc. So when it comes to demand for office for a company, it has come down in a business. Right. However, the growth of the business has replaced this because companies have grown in scale.
Right.
They've taken more space, but in the past, if they were to take, 100,000, they're taking 50,000. So that's a big shift. The other factor which has impacted is earlier there were only certain sectors which were cost linked. Now the innovation, R&D, GCC.
Correct.
The GCCs right now is the biggest story in India. These are captive centers and not third party. And it has a huge implication on the economy because they're able to afford more in comparison to third party. They're able to pay better salaries. So disposable income is going to go up if you look at the other impact of such demand. And the behavior in terms of retail, hospitality, everything is kind of going through a big change. So that is one fundamental change. I feel given the growth of certain sectors and the Indian companies, which you mentioned briefly, we will continue to see 35 to 40 million square feet net absorption at least for next 7 to 8 years.
Oh, okay.
Consistently, with some ups and downs, should there be such global events such as COVID, etc. So that's what we believe. On the investor side, they've lost the appetite for investment in the current year because of headwinds and issues globally. And they've been very careful. While REITs have done well, you mentioned it, but there is stress. And it's largely because we have a very large percentage of this 700 million square feet, which is roughly 200 million square feet, SEZs.
That's right.
So SEZs have nearly 40 million square feet of vacant space. And we all are anxiously waiting for changes in the policy, which will allow domestic tariff companies to work, which should happen any day. But we've been saying that for last 3 years. So, any day or any year, that could be the story. But I'm hopeful that will happen.
Yeah, we will be touching upon that, by the way, during the course of our discussions.
So, but I do believe that there is an opportunity for certain investors who are late to the opportunity,
right,
to seize the opportunity right now, because effective now, I've already seen initial bounce in the office, but it'll be more visible next year in the H2 when you will see GCCs and the Indian companies together. For the first time, we'll see a shortfall in supply for grade A.
Oh, okay.
Overall supply and vacancy, by the way, will remain 20%.
Right.
But I think, quality and relevant supply in key markets will remain tight. The other side, of course, is, co-working, flexi space, hybrid is for here to stay.
Right.
And it'll grow very well.
Right.
But it will only bring more variety and options and choices to the customer.
Sure. So I think on that note, it's a very positive note. I think for the larger audience here, that if you're saying that we continue to grow in commercial real estate in India, it's a quite a optimistic statement, and we sure hope it happens, at least from an IPC perspective. We sure hope it happens, and from developer perspective too. But on that note, that the Indian companies have driven the demand, right? I would like to come to the flex space, Pratik, to you. You guys have been one of the biggest contributors to the demand drive that's been happening in the last couple of years since the opening up of the entire restrictions after COVID. And one of the other things that we want to mention is how the entire shift in the way the office culture is undergoing, especially be it large organizations or small organizations, with a lot of focus on community space and all. So there has been a journey that has happened for the co-working spaces. So from being a collaborative space, they went to a community space, and from a community space today, we are also talking about hosting virtual spaces, enabling businesses, right? So there's been this entire journey that has happened. So how do you think these will address the evolving requirements? Are we already there on the top of the curve, or still you think there's a way to go? And how will this impact the investment to CRE?
Sure. Thank you, Ajay. I think, honestly, co-working in India has truly, come of age. The relationship between workers and workplaces has evolved as employees demand more from their workplaces, and occupiers, continue to revitalize their offices. Flex operators have emerged as a strong partner. I think flexible offices has carved out a niche for itself in the last couple of years. Today, it is a strategic imperative for occupiers as a part of their real estate portfolio planning.
That's right.
This segment has transformed into a crucial segment of the office market, with a variety of offerings that are now considered as strategic business solutions by the occupier community. Since the onset of the pandemic, many occupiers have felt the need to manage risks resulting from changes in business or economic situations, and to convert their real estate into a more agile one. The need for higher employee engagement, flexibility in leases, hybrid working models, flexibility to scale up or down are some of the reasons why occupiers today choose flexible operators. From an operational footprint of, I think, under 20 million in 2018, today the industry has grown 3x and is on the way to grow and double its footprint, crossing about 100 million square feet in the next 5 years in the top 9 cities. I think today flex space is more mainstream than ever.
Right.
It is not a result of an afterthought anymore or short-term tactical decision. Global occupiers have seen the advantages that flexible workspace solutions have brought to them, not only on a real estate level, but a positive impact on overall business.
Thank you, Pratik, for that. So from one flex operator to another, Sumit, prop tech is the buzzword when it comes to flex space. So a lot of integration of prop tech is happening. And in fact, you're driving the evolution of even BIM in the real estate by the needs of your occupants, right? How is this realigning the investment requirements from your portfolio perspective? And how are you imposing that on the developers? So what's happening there?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So with respect to the prop tech, the way we look at it is primarily it's the tech enablement across listings, across property management, marketing, customer experience. These are the kind of key areas across prop tech.
Right.
Over the last 5 years, what we see is the phase one of prop tech is completely executed, and primarily in the area of property management. In the overall co-working scheme, we probably, a couple of flex operators probably led the way around on implementing prop tech solutions.
Right.
And to an extent, we joke around that we may also start turning into a prop tech company on our own, right? Because a couple of us have got such a great solutions that we can, white label them and, give it to other occupiers as well.
Right.
Now, about 50 odd million square feet of co-working industry, we are a pure, user of prop tech. In terms of the developers, what we see is all the buildings which have come across after 2008 or 2010, or with respect to larger organized developers, those developers have been enabling, prop tech solutions across their buildings. With respect to this other buildings, there I would say that's a big opportunity for the prop tech players, and that's where the massive investments will primarily go across.
So just to continue with it, Sumit, is because we said the concept is adaptable commercial real estate. So you driving this prop tech requirements into the commercial real estate when you are leasing space from a developer, how do you see the space or the environment created already, the built environment is adaptable? And are you forcing some changes, and are you seeing that the previous discussions you've been having with most of these developers are now being enforced in the newer projects, which is making it much more easier for your flex space operators to occupy?
So, Ajay, the reality is a lot of buildings in the portfolio are multi-tenanted buildings where we as a tenant have a limited say.
Right.
But the standalone buildings are the ones where we are able to drive a lot of changes. And what we see is a lot of occupiers are becoming, are asking it on a very regular basis, the kind of BIM, the kind of, energy efficiency enabling systems which are there in the buildings. And that's, driving the overall change. So we are able to move the needle, influence, but in a limited manner.
Sure. So now moving on from a prop tech space, I did mention that a lot of investments now are coming through the non-listed space. So Shabala, I wanted to understand that the successful listing and performance of the REITs in India have opened floodgates of various investments. So a lot of investment vehicles are being floated around. But like I said, the preference is for more from a non-listed investment vehicle. How do you see this moving in the next 5 years, and how you think that will change the overall landscape for the commercial real estate?
Oh, sure. No, yeah, I think in last couple of years, you definitely seen quite a bit of investment happening, most of them happening at a platform level as well. The assets that you're seeing where these investments is happening is also slightly more than office. You see warehouses, you see data centers, so newer asset classes are coming in.
Right.
Having said that, from a REIT perspective, I think that's what we're looking at key. When there's a REIT-like investment, 3 REITs have done so well. There's a fourth in the retail. Uh, why are we not seeing more REITs? So REITs as an investment vehicle, I think 2 or 3 peculiar things that come. One is it needs an asset size of 500 crores. 2, it has to be a revenue generating operating asset. And one of the key requirements is that you need to be able to upstream cash from the SPVs to the REIT and then to the investors. So when you look at these peculiar characteristics, it needs some kind of a groundwork to
Right.
ensure that you have a right structure in place, the portfolio of assets that you need to have, the capital structure to enable an efficient cash upstream. So it takes time to reach that stage.
Okay.
And the kind of investments that have happened now and the investors that you see are private equity players. You've seen a lot of domestic investors also in their family offices. And even pension funds and sovereign funds. So these are funds at some point in time will look for an exit or look for a investment structure that allows them to get a steady return, especially pension funds and sovereign funds.
Right.
They're long-term investors with a steady return. So what you're seen in the last couple of years, maybe it's a groundwork.
Okay.
And in the next few years, you'll see some of these assets moving under a REIT.
Mhm.
And the aside of the office, whatever assets you see, they are all assets which can go under a REIT.
Correct.
So maybe next 5 years, you'll see more REITs coming in. And if I had to add that and compare it with what you've seen in the other markets where REITs have been in place, say for example, US. You had the first REIT in US in 60s.
Right.
Today they have the market, they have the largest number of REITs. The market cap is around $1,100 billion. Singapore, for example, is 77.
Yeah.
And India today we are at $8 billion with 5 years of operational REITs. So I think, and like you said, Sanjay, there's enough for next 5 years to grow. And the kind of office fees that we are expecting, definitely these are assets where you'll see coming under a REIT and REITs moving.
Right. So just to continue on what Shavala said, the US REIT market is almost 35 times the market currently in India is. So we have close to about 11,300 million square feet of REITs in the US under multiple strategies, not just the core commercial real estate, but even the non-core commercial real estate part of it. Moving on to Girish. So we were talking about the REITs. So today REITs focus largely on core or core plus kind of investments. So basically stabilized and to some extent developable assets kind of a thing. But with the yields tapering because of the growing interest rates and other things, how do you see the long-term strategy will be for investments in the REITable assets?
Sure. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll answer that question, but I'd just like to touch upon what Ajay and Sanjay said. When we're talking about the stress of commercial real estate and we compare with the US, let's understand that the context of interest rate movement from a 2% to a 6% versus 7 to 9% is very different. So the
Right.
stress is much less in India. You try to occupy a space in because you won't get none. Secondly, the leverage also in India is less. It's about 50-60%. They're highly levered, 70 to 80%, which is why their equity value is wiped off. So when we compare, we must set the context of the stress level of commercial real estate. Now, coming to REITable assets and especially core and core plus, I think there are 3-4 very important criteria one must understand to develop the investment strategy. The first being the location. Real estate has not changed beyond in the last 20 years. Locations plays a critical role. And by location, I don't mean which city. It means that which micro market you're focusing on. And what are the characteristics in terms of supply, demand, rental growth, vacancies, etc. In fact, what we have done in our firm is that we no longer say cities, we say which micro markets. And we classify those micro markets in either it's a nascent micro market, either it's an emerging micro market, whether it's a peak performance, or it's a mature micro market. Basis the micro market classification, you can define an investment strategy. The second comes the product. What are you going to make? Because today, getting people to office has become so difficult. And unlike the days of the past that you make office in any location and people will come, the product becomes very important. And from the product perspective, how do you design the product? How efficient is your floor plate? How divisible it is? What are the operating efficiencies you are bringing in? How much time it takes for somebody to enter your office to come to his sitting place? So all those play a very, very critical role. And last being what risk you are taking and what returns you are actually underwriting. For example, some locations will never sell. Some locations will always sell. So getting the right location, getting the right underwriting, because look, a COVID thing can happen once again. So are you able to stress your asset? Are you able to build in enough resilience to build no rent scenarios for many years? That is how you'll have to define an investment strategy.
Right. So, Sanjay, Girish said the most important aspect of coming down from location again to a micro market perspective determines how the investment is carried out, the strategy of investment happens. But as a person who has been leading a development company with so many occupants, what has been the single most important infrastructural change you have undertaken in your projects, or even that you see around in your competition, that has been driven either by investors or by the occupants, and that has defined the way the CRE development has happened?
So India has 58 micro markets in top 8 cities. In these 58 micro markets, when I say micro market, means Bandra Kurla is one micro market, Lower Parel is another. Only 18 micro markets are most prominent.
Right.
They consume roughly about 85% of India's leasing. And they're obviously the top highest micro markets. The reason why they became top micro markets were the closest to talent,
right,
transportation, and social and other infrastructure developed by the private developers. Government actually had none of those, except starting Hinjewadi and Mape, but never did anything subsequently. Today, the most defining aspect is the environment,
right,
metro connectivity, because across the country, the last mile connectivity has become a big issue. Bombay has over 300 kilometers under execution. So they're opening up corridors in the same micro markets where tenants will find, being able to bring their employees with less stress on time and commuting.
Right.
So it's a fundamental thing. The other thing is almost all corporates want to be in development which will be net carbon zero.
Okay.
So which basically means we'll have to use 100% of the energy consumption through renewable sources. So solar and wind, and not unfortunately all states are equipped with it.
Right.
So the developers like us will have to then buy credits to replace wherever we need to, because we will, as a developer, we will not qualify to participate in the RFP.
Right.
If we don't guarantee that.
Okay.
So that's a big change from infrastructure and overall point of view.
So the adaptable piece being that you become more sustainable in terms of the built environment. So that's been driving the change. Well, now coming, so one of the important things that Sanjay was explaining was that last mile connectivity, and I will take that a little more broad based into supply chain, right? Flex spaces, you operate on certain margins, right? But given the kind of risks that are running around, the geopolitical risks and also the fiscal risks that are there, how it's impacting the supply chain, and then the subsequent impact on your margins. So how are you dealing with this?
I think we are able to reduce costs because of our sheer economies of scale, right? There are 4 major components that sum up your real estate cost today. your rental, your maintenance, your capital expenditure, and your operational expenditure. Flexible providers like us, we leverage our scale to reduce the cost of each of these components. It starts with the space acquisition first, because we're negotiating for a larger volume with the developer. Like our average size today is roughly about 3 lakh square feet. We are able to get slightly better rentals than a conventional client, probably negotiating for about 30,000-40,000 square feet. Then comes the common area maintenance and your operational expenditure. I'll take both of that together. We've backward integrated this, right? So we have our own blue collar company that manages all the properties that we occupy. We take over the maintenance of all the buildings that we operate, and they also do the facility management inside the offices. Because of this, we are able to standardize the experience for our members across the 13 cities that we operate in, and also reduce the cost considerably. Technology plays a pivotal role as well. We leverage technology, which is again a proprietary solution for us, made by our in-house tech teams to enhance efficiencies and reduce operational expenditure. Lastly, it's your capital expenditure.
Right.
So I think about 80-85% of all the items that actually go into your office fit outs is
Right.
pretty much the same for all enterprises, right? It doesn't change. Things like your raised flooring, things like your air conditioning, things like your UPS, panels, glass partitions, this is all standard, right? The balance 10-15% look and feel, colors are different for different companies. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and standardized that 80-85% directly with the manufacturers, and gotten rate contracts because of, again, our sheer volume. We're delivering about 2.5 lakh square feet or so every single month. And we are able to reduce our cost of capital expenditure to at least about 40-45% compared to anybody else doing it themselves. So I think all these 4 components put together, that's how we're able to.
So one key takeaway I see for the developer community is the ability to, negotiate well on rentals and pull them back, so you can manage the margins better, because the other places you really don't have much to say because it's external to you, right? So I think that's a big contributor. So going to an investor, Girish, from what I'm understanding from the occupier side is that this is going to happen. A lot of rent pressures are going to come in, and it will continue to be there because they continue to be the large space occupiers. How is the operational efficiency becoming very important in order to better, the realizations from a property, in order to either meet the mortgage requirements or, returns that they have to pay for investors? So when you see this as an investor, because you have an office fund, when you're investing, how do you kind of, judge these metrics?
It's a great question, and it's a question we think about it quite often, because previously we never thought of real estate as a service. We should think it's an asset class. You get a good building and get a long-term tenant and you lease it, and that's about it. But now it's totally different. Now it's totally about what amenities can you provide in a building, be it a creche, be it a shuttle service, what other services you can provide. So those have become really a game changer. And as Sanjay was mentioning on ESG, that has really, really changed the game. It is no longer a hygiene factor. It's almost it's no longer a luxury or it's a good to have. It's a hygiene factor. And in fact, a lot of stats are there which clearly demonstrate the economic benefits of having a green building. But right from your chiller efficiency to your electrical consumption to your annual maintenance bill to how you're running the equipments, how you're running the plant rooms, they become really, really important. Because look, essentially you're making 3 decisions. One, of course, is a buy. That you can control by choosing a right location, by getting cherry picking the right set of deals, getting access to proprietary deals. And then, of course, exit piece is also sorted out because now the capital markets are pretty mature. But the middle piece is in terms of how do you create value, or how do you enhance value? And that only can come through 3-4 things, right? Either you enhance your rentals, you provide some additional services, additional revenue streams, or you cut down on costs. Or you provide additional services, or you do something which actually enhances the tenant's value. For example, even today, when we were actually trying to greening the real estate assets, right? Even today, our grid is mostly coal or non-renewable. And you could still go to 50% of common areas as cleaner fuels. But how do you get tenants to actually invest and get cleaner source of energy? That is the problem which we're solving. But I think the tenants actually quite keen. And they also understand as a long-term user, the operational cost actually reduces if you move from a non-green to a cleaner source of energy.
Right. Sumit, operational efficiencies again coming into play. So I'm looking from a flex place operator. So 63% of the firms in a recent report that we released, Colliers, we saw that firms are very flexible for hybrid workspace, right? So which means a lot of people are looking at tier 2 as an option to go and work. And I also understand flex space operators are really looking at tier 2 cities. Now, the cost arbitrage in terms of the rentals that you're getting, right? Is that playing an important role, and how is it looking for you, for your investors, when you are foraying into tier 2 cities?
So I'll just answer in two parts. The first around on operational efficiency, more from a perspective of tier 1 and tier 2. The way we look at it is when things are down, when the world is, going a bit slow, there's uncertainty, people prefer more flexibility, and, so the demand for flex spaces will always be higher. Now, one of the things we have realized in terms of, creating value apart from, the economies of scale is pick up buildings, which are weak. Let's say there are 10 micro markets in India which have lower than 5% kind of vacancies.
Right.
Now, in those micro markets, there is limited or no supply coming up, but there are still a lot of buildings which can be upgraded and built to a scenario. So we try picking up those buildings and, create a green story out of them and create a great asset. And the margins we end up making over there by the value creation becomes humongous. Now, coming to, with respect to tier 2 cities, we are extraordinarily optimistic around on tier 2 cities. No country can grow with, urbanization will not only happen in the top 8 metros. It's going to happen across, another 15 tier 2 cities. Almost about 1 million square feet of our portfolio is across these tier 2 cities. And we see demand across multiple frontiers. One is the local business. Second is, any company which is operating in India, let's say, GT is over here. They would also need to have an office in Indore and an office in Ahmedabad, ultimately, and it's a regional office, so they would prefer to work it through a, so that's the second kind of a demand. And companies like Zomato, Paytm, that. The third is, and which becomes very interesting with COVID and hybrid work culture, is the war for talent and going near to the talent. The IT services companies started experimenting, going closer to this talent in tier 2 cities. We worked with a Fortune 500 IT company and probably are catering to almost about 0.3 million square feet across 4 tier 2 cities now. And we're seeing this trend happening in that. Now, coming to the last part on cost arbitrage. On real estate side, my sense is genuinely there is no cost arbitrage. I'll explain why. These kind of supply which is available in tier 2 cities, it's very limited. And the kind of compliant supply. You go to a city like Jaipur, I mean, you will be struggling really to find a really compliant building which would meet the standard of, any kind of large IT services company. It's tough. So the kind of rentals which you get over there is equivalent to kind of rentals which you get at Navi Mumbai. So they're sub-dollar, but closer to, and the dollar has been, rising. So in terms of the overall real estate cost for end occupants, it's not low. It's a bit okay as compared to, let's say, a peripheral city like Thane and Navi Mumbai. But in terms of the talent cost is what the major saving is coming around for most of these, occupiers.
Okay, so the internal requirements of the occupiers is actually pushing you to foray into newer areas. With this, I'll actually come to you, Shabala, again, is that we were talking about the push to tier 2 cities. Anjay mentioned in the beginning that, we have this humongous vacancy, in terms of the SEZ projects which were built and which are lying vacant right now. So I want you to touch upon the MSM REIT legislation a little bit, and then the DESH policy, and try to understand how the DESH policy will change the outlook for the SEZ space part of it, at least, hoping if they get everything right in the legislation. And the MSM REIT, how this will work on the, like what Sumit was saying, the standalone buildings which are being now reconverted or repurposed for occupants. So how that will help the fractal operation, platforms.
So, the MSM REIT concept is, I think we've seen fractional ownership platforms. It's
Right.
more like a tech platform where you bring together small retail investors like you and me. The ticket size is 20-25 lakhs. A standalone commercial property is acquired, and it's owned by the SPV. You hold a equity share or a debenture instrument. and there's an asset management company which manages it. These platforms were not getting regulated by any specific regulations per se, and more to bring them under the regulatory environment, bring in some kind of a governance and compliance and investor protection. I think that's where the MSM REIT as a concept came up. It's pretty much similar to how it is being currently operated, but they're giving it a color of a REIT, in which case each of these assets can go under a scheme of a REIT and they need to be listed. Today, I think if you see most of these fractional ownership platforms, it's not necessary that the promoter holds some stake in these platforms.
Right.
One of the key requirements in MSM REIT is that you need to have skin in the game, and therefore the sponsor needs to hold investment in each of these assets. And therefore, the number of schemes that the REIT will have, that much of investment the sponsor needs to have. If you look at from an investor standpoint, definitely MSM REIT will give, in fact, open the door for much more larger set of investors.
Right.
Today it is limited to small, knowledgeable investors who know that this concept exists. With a listed MSM REIT, it's like any other retail investor, right?
Right.
So from an investor standpoint, definitely it's good to have. From the one of the key requirements that they have there is that all the existing fractional ownership platforms need to migrate to MSM REIT.
Right.
That's mandatory. If it doesn't happen, then you just wind down the structure. I think that is where there's a need to relook at the structure, because they were never conceptualized with this requirement in mind that you need to have a 15% sponsor
Right.
requirement, and it needs to get mandatory listed. So moving these SPVs under a MSM REIT, there needs to be some kind of tax neutrality because they are holding real estate assets, so valuation rules come into play. So that needs to be set right, and it's not going to die down. Definitely, in fact, it will bring in more such platforms under MSM REIT. It's just a matter of time of how these structures migrate into that new
Right.
system. On the Desh, Sanjay touched upon that. There's a lot of vacant space lying in the SEZs. I guess 60% of SEZ is ITITS.
Right.
And the SEZ the inventory that got built up was mainly on 2 or 3 counts, right? One is IT sector was booming. 2, you had tax incentives. The MAT provisions were introduced, sunset clause came in. So it kind of didn't appeal beyond a point.
Right. I think the sunset clause also didn't help it.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. At the same time, I don't know if you all recollect, there was this national manufacturing policy that came out somewhere in 2014.
Correct.
That envisioned national investment manufacturing zones, basically to promote manufacture. Even that didn't take off for any takeoff. And Desh kind of tries to combine both.
Okay.
You have services as well as enterprise, and different hubs for services and enterprise. And to promote this domestic usage, they want to do away with net foreign exchange requirement. I think that, and there has to be some fiscal incentive, right, for you to move in these zones. So 15% of tax rate. Those are the 2 points where there's a disconnect. And,
Right.
and I think we are waiting for that to get resolved.
So looking at Desh, yeah, please, Andy.
Some light. I can throw some light on this very quickly. First of all, while the Desh was discussed, now what's happening really is they're making amendments to the existing act.
That's right.
So the existing act under Ministry of Commerce and Finance, they've agreed to the concept that all the existing SEZs who have actually served their purpose of 10 to 15 years of giving an environment where occupiers could benefit, there would not be any implication. You can do unit by unit or flow by flow denotification.
Right.
So there is an agreement there. The new SEZs who probably did not create enough employment or provided, I think there'll be write back of tax benefits that they have availed.
Right.
So the government will actually benefit from the write backs.
Correct.
The third aspect is, if this 30 to 40 million square feet, which is lying vacant, if it's given to domestic, there is a GST that the government will earn.
Right.
So I think they finally got it. It's now waiting for a release.
Right.
And it may just happen in time.
So that's an interesting point. So strata-wise denotification can happen, which means the growth of fractal ownership platforms can be even better because that becomes an opportunity for them. So I can look at Desh as a very adaptive policy, coming to commercial real estate, pushing adaptive repurposing of buildings. So Girish, for you, is that this adaptive repurposing of the assets that you're talking at, how does this drive the ROEs when you look at investing in such projects, and more from a sustainability angle? Because a lot of occupiers and developers talk about how they're benefiting from sustainability, but funds, how are they actually making money from that?
Okay, let me first address the sustainability point first. And in fact, I would like to make an economic case for it, not a greenwashing or why it should have. And there are actually many reasons why ESG actually works and people are actually waking up to that. And there are actually 3-4 reasons. One is, if your building is ESG compliant, or it's your building, let's say the green building. A green building is a building which has some form of green rating. Could be IGBC, could be USGBC. If your building is ESG compliant, you have the potential to attract better tenants. Thereby, those companies can attract better talent and thereby actually pay better rents to you. So in fact, there was a stat which said that green buildings or buildings which are ESG compliant have potential to charge anywhere between 4 to 10% of rental premium. So you get better tenants, you get rental premium. That's on the revenue side. Look at the cost side. If you actually make your HVAC systems or compliant, you'll actually save on the energy cost. So there are a lot of studies which have shown that the lifetime cost of equipment are actually lower. You will get operating efficiencies. And of course, it's required. As Sanjay was mentioning, if you don't do all these things, we will not even participate in an RFP. So A, it is required. B, you'll get higher revenue. And C, you get lower cost. So it's clearly win-win for everyone. And both the tenants, investors, and the developers want this now. In fact, globally, there are multiple organizations who are actually moving the net zero targets, like Sanjay mentioned. India has, I think, 2030 or 2040. The path which a global organization actually imposing on newer buildings actually more stringent. The challenge which we are facing is, because the grid today is totally coal-based and non-renewable, how do you greenify your buildings when you actually generate? Which is why the solution remains that you get credits and you actually have to greenify it.
Right. So, Sumit, Girish was saying that, sustainability is an important format, but for flex space operators, the standard of metrics is no longer occupancy, but more of footfalls, how many people are actually using the space, which means a lot of mapping of the carbon footprint and things like that. How is this impacting the way you look at this, the investment to tech that tracks all this, because IT and OT are important cost factors for you. And then, because that is happening, how is it at the back end impacting a developer, and how you both are talking to each other and using that as a metric?
So, see, in terms of one is the aspect around on a green building, but then the second is what we do is, as a tenant and an occupier in that building, is doing fit outs over there. Now, we are quite conscious with respect to the level of fit outs we do in terms of, using sustainable materials, low VOC paints, so all those, industry standards, everyone, ends up following. And it has become more like a hygiene now. That we end up doing it, because an occupier who comes to our kind of, at least I can talk about top 5 or 6 operators in the country, they're expecting that we'll be following those sustainability measures.
Sanjay, again, coming from this adaptive practices, we have seen a lot of challenges internationally, the adaptive practices happen, especially with buildings which have kind of outlived their purposes, like what we were talking about in the SEZs, right? So there is a lot of case studies how they need the entire readaptive use itself will significantly throw up a lot of carbon footprint, and how that has to be offset, and a lot of issues are there on that. What are the we are learning from those examples, and how are we implementing the solutions they are looking at in India today?
Uh, we were the first real estate development company to identify certain areas. One area was, beside the renewable energy, was district cooling. Cooling is basically 60% of the energy consumption of a building. And if the cooling is not done individually, which is what most of the people and developers do in India,
Right.
we set up a district cooling plant servicing all the buildings together. So that gave us a 30% reduction in energy cost. Then we started working on recycling, treatment of water and the waste management, which looks trivial when you start and insignificant in the larger scheme of things. But everybody knows that we all use tankers now in our residential or commercial properties.
Right.
So you actually pay for water.
Right.
But if you have really quality treatment equipment and management expertise, you can actually save over a period of time. So when you combine these areas, the third element is design. We started designing buildings with 16 meter to 18 meter grid, which basically means no column in the entire 50,000 square feet floor plate.
Okay.
Which means, I mean, there is column, of course, but they're hidden in the wall and the core of the building.
Right.
So when you do that, you do densification of a building. So in the same carpet area, we could add 10 to 12% more seating capacity without increasing the carpet area, because the interior architects could densify the layout.
Right.
So we started saying, one is this. So the second in the design component is we are very labor intensive. Most of our parks, a 4 million square feet park requires 240 people to manage in 3 shifts.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you design the park in such a way that the resource allocation is comparatively lower, the ingress, the outgress, the facial recognition, the peak hour traffic is managed with less people, so the operation cost goes down.
Right.
Right. So this is design input. Then comes the maintenance and management expertise. So if you design and do permanent finishes and technology and features which give you longevity, your overall reduction can be substantial.
Right.
So we did a math with some client where they were actually going to a brand new building in Chennai, developed by a very prominent developer.
Mm-hmm.
And our building was 12 years old.
Okay.
So they actually paid 7 rupees per square feet more rent to come into our building.
Right.
Because they could seat more. And what we call mostly is a rent per square feet became a discussion as cost per seat.
Right. Right.
So I think it was an eye opener for most. So what we call in Tata Realty is that we are no longer a development company. We are a services organization in a development.
Okay.
You know.
So the last question here is for you, Prateek. So a development company thinking from a services perspective. So from a services perspective, I'm going to ask you, like, you guys were pioneers in driving adaptive reuse of buildings, because not just you, many other flex players usually like to take up space in buildings which are not used and, spruce it up and then, turn it into a lively community space. How do you see that changing the commercial real estate landscape going forward? Because 14% of today's real estate leasing is being driven by you. So how do you see that going in future?
I think flex operators have pivoted to create a seamless interactive experience from the first touch point of space acquisition to delivery to space management, and hence are at the forefront of changing how buildings and the human built environment interaction are being redefined. Today, gone are the days when I've said this before, real estate is not about just providing a workstation and a chair, to Sanjay's point, right? It's a services industry. Hospitality driven, highly amenitized spaces are not the end game anymore, but are the starting line.
Right.
There's a general preference for buildings that are ESG compliant, well certified, and provide maximum amenities. the pandemic has accelerated the demand for technology and innovation in the real estate industry. Sustainability again is a key criteria, and it's higher among the larger occupiers. So yeah, I think.
Yeah. So thanks for that. So the time is up. So thanks a lot, panel, for giving insights into this particular thing. So just a couple of takeaways is that commercial real estate no longer is the traditional build and transfer it to occupants. It's becoming more of a services focused kind of a space for developers. Importantly, if you want to be relevant going forward. I think also a lot more dialogue will start happening with the flex space operators as they become your important occupants in the next couple of years. And I think investors are no longer passive. They're becoming more and more active, and they're looking to see how they can enhance returns from these investments by providing insights and industry changing trends being brought into India. So thanks a lot for that. If there are any question answers for the panel, we would like to take it up. Thank you.
So if we have any questions, you would like to raise your hand, we'll pass the mic to you. Do we have any questions? I believe not. I think it's a well-executed panel. That's the way I would always say it. Yeah. Would you like to contribute something?
I don't know if it's a well-executed panel. I sure know it's a very tough panel to sit in after lunch.
No, but on that note, thank you so much to all our eminent panelists. May we request you to be on the stage as we're going to be requesting someone to join us and help us with the felicitation. So could I now have the founder of Propacity, if we could have Uday Vansh Malik to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause, Uday. Thank you. And could we now have the mementos being passed? First up, thank you so much, Ubala, for joining us and being a part of our panel. We request both of you for a photograph individually. If you could step in the center, both of you. Ma'am, one by one. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Sanjay, for joining us and contributing on this panel. We immensely value your knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Dutt. Thank you, Prateek. Thank you for joining us on this panel. Thank you so much, Girish, for contributing on the conclave today. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of the panel and contributing with your knowledge. And thank you so much, Ajay, for curating this panel discussion and helping us to get the maximum knowledge out of all our panelists. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Ajay. Thank you so much. With that, Uday and the entire panel, we request you one final wish for the group photograph. I have to tick all the boxes before the panel meets. So we'll just request you to step forward, the entire panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. What an exciting and an engaging panel discussion this has turned out to be. Thank you to each and every panelist for joining us, and may we wish you more success in your professional endeavors. Thank you. With that, and with the paucity of time, we need to go ahead directly to our next panel discussion. Our next session is on the exciting subject of creative financing solutions, out-of-the-box funds, alternate finance, and PE strategies. It's now my honor to call upon, first up, our session moderator. So with that, may we request you all to kindly settle down as we're moving ahead with our next panel discussion. Allow us a couple of seconds. May we request everyone to kindly settle down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that cue, we need to begin with our next discussion. Well, the session will be conducted by the co-head and COO India Global KPMG in India. We're talking about Neeraj Bansal. Can we have a warm round of applause as we invite our curator and our session chair? Well, Neeraj, of course, being a senior partner with more than 25 years of professional experience, somebody who holds a strong relationship with member firms across ASEAN, HK, and Taiwan, and has played the role of a market maker. Thank you so much for joining us today on this panel and helping us in the curation. Next up for our panelists, somebody who has over 25 years of experience in the industry, is a visionary leader and a professional responsible for over $7 billion of investments globally with a focus on the Middle East and Asia. We're talking about the MD and CEO of Nices Finance, Amit Goenka. Thank you, Mr. Goenka, for joining us. Next up, we're talking about somebody who's the founder and managing partner at Mount K Capital and the head of fundraising of Rustomjee Group. She's somebody who has over 14 plus years of experience in the real estate, finance and development fund management industry. Currently, she is the joint secretary of CREDAI and the convener for the banking at CREDAI National and CREDAI MCHI. May we now welcome Vinita Dalal on the stage. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause. Thank you, Benita, for joining us. Next up, we're talking about a leader who heads the industry coverage for the real estate, consumer tech, retail, and hospitality verticals. Has been an integral part of the Access Capital. We're talking about the Executive Director, Access Capital, Nitin Idnani. Thank you, Nitin, for joining us. An acquisition professional for 18 plus years, somebody who has a deep underwriting skill set, an executive director in the past at Morgan Stanley as well. We're talking right now about the director, Certus Capital and Earnest.me, Sahil Shah. And somebody who heads the credit risk and asset management vertical at Motilal Oswal Real Estate is responsible for monitoring the portfolio health, credit appraisal, asset management, divestments, and fundraising. Saurabh Rathi, ladies and gentlemen, the MD and co-head real estate, Motilal Oswal Alternates. Well, with that, Neeraj, it's always a pleasure having you on the platform, and I'd leave it over to you for the curation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, for this time. And I really welcome my fellow panelists for their time and for the insights that they will share with all of us. So thank you very much there and that. Delighted to be here, and we have a very interesting topic as well: creating financing solutions. And we should not think too much on the word creative over here when we talked about real estate here, but still. It talks about out-of-box funds, alternate finance, and PE strategies. And this is something we'll try and unravel during our 40-45 minutes that we have for the session right now. But before we begin the session, if I would just draw just 3-4 data points, not too much around it. So I think we've been hearing since the morning that the sector is kind of growing well, strongly as well. There is a good growth that is poised, from a sector perspective. And if you look at just because the topic is on the investment side of it, and if we were to just look at 2-3 data points from an investment side of it, I think it's been a good year so far. if you look at January to September, we've got almost $4.5 billion of investment flowing into the real estate sector, which is almost a 27% increase compared to last year. So far it's tracking well. And when you look at the investment flows by the segments also, then in the office segment as well, there has been a 60% increase. And the maximum share also, of course, goes to the office sector, which has been consistent in the past as well. So almost equivalent to $3 billion has gone into the office segment around it. Industrial and warehousing sector and the residential side, has got almost like 700 million each, so which is again has had a good growth, wherein the industrial and warehousing sector, which had of course become a very interesting and also something which is exciting sector for a lot of investment side of it there, though almost like 200% plus growth has been witnessed in this current 9-month period in that sense. So when we look at the this investment side of it, while there is a significant flow of investments happened, and it is an increasing trend, but at the same time, there is also still a dearth of capital, and we'll try and delve into our discussion today, and when we were having a chat before the session as well, I think there were 2-3 themes which are emerging in terms of early stage funding and the, end stage funding, then also in terms of what's the mindset, of a investor who's, let's say, an old timer in the real estate space as an investor, and also versus the young generation, which is kind of coming in at this point in time. So we'll try and kind of, get to some of that aspects of it. Of course, 50 minutes is not or 40 minutes is not that big a time as well, but, we've got experts over here and we'll try and kind of get some valuable points from them as well. So let me just start with Amit, you and Vinita, if I may ask you as well on that. In terms of, we just spoke about that there is a lot of investments coming in there. So when you hear that, Amit, like, you've been a veteran in this area as well. So how do you see this? What is driving this as a higher investment compared to, let's say, last whatever couple of years? And also, is it a continuing pattern that you see? And also, if you can just add 1 or 2 elements which can kind of, also something which we need to watch out for, as well. We all learn from it.
Thank you so much, Neeraj. Okay, I hope are we audible to everybody? Okay, great. Thank you so much. And it's a lot of numbers. I couldn't catch all of it, so I hope all of you have caught it. But very, very large numbers. So much money coming into real estate. But I'm really going to ask one quick question. How many people here think that there's not enough money available for real estate? By show of hands, despite all these numbers. Okay, so okay, thankfully not too many, which means everybody has enough money in their pockets. Okay, that's good. So, that's less challenging than for us. So, which means everybody's happy. There's enough money coming to real estate. And honestly, we're just at the cusp of an extraordinary boom of how much capital more can come in the country. Neeraj has given some fantastic statistics at what has already come in the last year or two. But what we're going to see in the next 10 years is absolutely mind-boggling. And I think that's really the opportunity for India and India real estate at large, driven by 2 factors. One is the simple sheer power of domestic money. Okay, the domestic savings is so large that today banks are not getting that money. They're raising money from capital markets, and all of the bank savings are going to managers and alternate assets and real estate. So we're talking of almost that amount of money, which is today at 135 lakh crores, going to 315 lakh crores in the next 4 years. Okay, that's over 2 lakh crores of new money coming away from banks, going into each one of our hands to put it to profitable use. Okay, that's a very large amount of money. Some of that will also come to real estate. Likewise, in AIF funds alone, we're going to see 6 lakh crores of AIF funds grow to 36 lakh crores. Even if 10% of that is in the next 3 years again, even if 10% of that is to real estate, which is today, we're seeing a very large number of 3.6 lakh crore rupees available only in AIF funds. So, I mean, the amount of capital that is going to be available domestically is very large. Why? Because it's a sheer consumption asset class. Everybody has seen in the last 2 years that real estate has become a mainstay investment category. It's become consumption-led. Everybody wants a home. People are happy to work from home. Work from home will continue for quite some time in the near future. Hence, residential owned housing is a very, very centric asset class back again for every consumer, every investor who's looking at this as a multi-growth product or a multi-growth opportunity. So I think from a domestic standpoint, there has been never a better time in my view. From a global standpoint, India's geopolitical positioning has clearly risen multifold times. India is a destination today. Nobody needs to understand what is India, who is India, where is India. I think that is a very large factor in the global landscape. Plus the challenges of Europe, the challenges of Middle East, and the challenges of our neighboring countries, which means that more capital has to come to India. So if you look at $54 billion is the money allocated to real estate in the Asia Pacific region. We were getting less than 5% of that historically. We think we will get at least 10% or 20% of that. We're adding effectively another $5 billion annually only in Asia Pacific allocation for India. That's over and above domestic money. So the sheer situation in which we are as a domestic savings economy, as a global growing economic power, I think we are absolutely in the center of gravity when it comes to attracting the best of capital, the best of interested parties, and putting that money in the hands of the best of breed counterparties, developers, and asset owners. So I think that clearly is a very strong message on the wall for me. As we go out, we meet with global LPs, we meet with domestic LPs. I think it's a very clear communication, strong counterparties, enough capital is available.
I think, Amit, you've always been a path breaker in everything that you've done. And definitely, I agree with your views. But I just want to say one thing. I think the pandemic has really made people understand the importance of real estate in their lives. Real estate is not an asset class. It's not just a home. It's not just an office. If you look at from the day humanity existed, real estate existed. Whether an industry existed or not, real estate were there. When it was way back in the caves, in the cave times, or when you are saying tree houses, whatever, homes existed. People need real estate for their daily use. It's not an FMCG commodity. It's a very expensive commodity, but it's a very basic necessity that everyone has always had and part of their lives. Pandemic just accelerated the entire importance of real estate as a sector, a home as a sector, and the way people look at their lives on a daily basis and usage of real estate in that part. I don't think we need to, as Indians, sell India anymore wherever we go. You can go to probably a Bhutan, or you can go to Sri Lanka, you can go to the Dubai, you can go to the US, you can go to Europe. India as a story does not need to be sold. And real estate post the pandemic is a asset class that you really don't need to sell. The only thing that is important today in terms of a sector or what you do in this sector is what are you building and what are you delivering. People as an investor, whether it is globally or whether it is domestically, have become extremely mature to understand what either an AIF or a bank or a product that is being sold to them to invest in holds. Gone are the days Excel can sell. Gone are the days where you put out saying that this is my return, this is my projection. Put your money, you will get the money back. I'm not going to say it's twice bitten, thrice shy, or any time bitten, any time shy. But I think more than bitten, it is the awareness and growth pattern that someone has experienced in their life that make them take very informed decisions in terms of where they are putting their money. I think with the way the world has changed, whether it is the war or whether it is the way economies have evolved, as a country, we are exactly poised to be the third, the second, probably one of the largest economy in times to come. Because our country, as much as we may feel, our population and our upcoming population is the biggest boon that we have to support our domestic consumption needs, which means whatever we build, at least domestically, it will get consumed. If there is a consumption, there is a churn of money. As long as money gets churned, there is a growth. When growth happens, money will go to all sectors, including this sector. Today, real estate is contributing 7.3% of India's GDP, which is pegged to go to almost 15.5% in 2047. that growth and that need itself is showing the way this sector is going to grow, and the returns that this sector will bring in with that amount of capital coming their way. So this is where my two bits as far as India and India's need of capital for this sector is coming up from.
Sure. Thanks, Amit, and thanks, Vinita, for that. Saurabh, if I may come to you, we just heard from Amit some astounding numbers, and Vinita also alluded to the fact that India's story does not have to be told. Even real estate story does not have to be told there. At the same time, she did highlight, some of the aspects that have been considered as well on that. So when you look at this, and in your experience now, so 2 points. One is that if there's something to be added, specifically, you think, of course, add from an India story perspective. The second is from this perspective, say that as investors, are the risks increasing? There are we going towards another hype, or there are ways the risk is getting better managed, mitigated than before?
So yeah, I think on the first point, definitely India is the darling of the globe today. Whenever we go out, meet people, we had to, as she rightly said, we had to first sell the India story, and then much tougher was selling the Indian real estate story, because since 2005, when the institutional investors came to India, right up till possibly 2021, I don't see the investors made any kind of serious money on whatever investments they made. Now, whoever may be at fault in that scenario, it did not matter. No, because the eventual pain was felt by global investors as well as domestic investors. Now, what's happening is, I think, one very big difference that has come up apart from, the growth story that is there is governance. Now, not only at an India level, but also at a sector level, there's a lot of governance which the regulator has brought in, and regulator, I mean not only RERA but also financial regulator, but also a lot of governance has been brought in by the developers, right? Some of the new age developers, some of the developers who have been there, but second generation has come up. I think they genuinely want to do things in the right way. And that effort of last 3-5 years is actually reflecting in the way they have kind of come over the financial crisis that we see domestically, or COVID, and the slowdown in business that we saw. I think most of these business houses have come back very strong. And that's where you see very clearly consolidation at play. So Indian real estate, 2017, the market share of top 35 developers roughly was about 17%. 2021-22, it became 34%, projected to be 50% in next 3 years. It clearly shows that well-banked developers, well-regulated developers who are willing to go back to the drawing board and focus on what the consumers want, as well as what kind of capital is available and what transparency a lender wants. I think these are the guys who are probably the biggest beneficiary of what we are seeing today, right? Yes, I think in terms of size and scale, broadly about $10 billion of land comes under production in the country, which means that is the market value of land on which projects are being launched. And almost close to that number, about $10 to $12 billion, is the amount of money needed for construction. And this is only the top 7-8 cities in the country. Now, of course, the part which is there for construction, you have banks, NBFCs, HFCs, who are willing to fund by regulation, they can do it. And they're coming back to the market. But who funds the first $10 billion of opportunity every year? I think that is where a lot of focus needs to be brought in, not only from a developer perspective, but as a country as well, because that kind of demand cannot only be provided for by domestic institutions. And that's where the numbers that Amit spoke about become very, very relevant, right? Historically, through my personal experience, historically, we have been raising about 5% of our capital every year from offshore investors. Last year, we raised 17% of our capital from them. So there is interest. There is clearly governance. There is clearly an uptick in sales in terms of inventory overhang. You look at any number, you pick up any developer, most of the guys would have done highest number of sales, profit, revenues since their inception, right? Which again indicates that the requirement of capital will only grow multifold. So exciting times, I think exciting times to do business. And there's enough available in the pie now with the prices also stabilizing for everyone to have meaningful share in that business ecosystem.
Sahil, if I come to you, there from a AI perspective, as Saurabh also mentioned on it, and Amit alluded to that also, that there is a lot of interest and a lot of increased, let's say, popularity as well amongst investors on the AI side of it. Now, as you are looking to more democratize that, from a participation perspective, right? What are the, what's been the experience, if you may share on that? And also in terms of when you look at this wider participation, which is possible, what are the 2, 3 reasons why that participation is, let's say, not happening at this point in time, and what can be done to kind of increase that?
Right. So, am I audible? Okay. So, essentially, as far as foreign capital is
No, I don't
concerned-
think it's working. I don't think it's working.
Yeah. So, the one thing that that Saurabh rightly pointed out, the 10 billion in his example of capital needed for land or early stage, I'll call it risk capital, that is truly needed, doesn't exist. And especially now, even if you break it down further to let's say your asset classes, your large asset classes, which is residential, commercial, right? Now, for every 10 or 15 square feet of commercial being built in the country, there is 70, 80 square feet of residential being built, right? Now, most of the foreign capital which is around or which has even come in, has come in into buying commercial assets, whether it's office, retail, industrial, some combination thereof, right? The amount of capital when you look at that has come into residential is almost inverse in terms of proportion of residential being built. So, and it is a function of the perceived risk as far as the foreign capital is concerned, of investing into that asset class. So where will that gap be filled? I mean, we actually firmly believe that that gap needs to be filled through domestic savings, domestic capital. Ultimately, that and AIFs as a vehicle taps by and large into that. Of course, AIFs can do foreign funds, and people are tapping foreign LPs, etc. But that is a vehicle which is largely used to tap domestic savings. Now, that avenue, I mean, you've got a huge pool of domestic savings, which really has maybe I'm oversimplifying, but two options: put your money in FDs or debt funds, or invest in equity, right? The middle has not existed for a long time, and real estate as an asset class offers avenues to provide that, which is your things like REITs, which offer a debt plus type of product. Real estate credit, people call it private credit in real estate. We can call it that. Has a potential, if done correctly, to offer that middle. People, you can make 12 to 15% returns on relatively secured assets if done well. So it is this capital which needs to be channelized. It's AIFs. It's we are doing it in a little bit more democratized way. But ultimately, and SEBI is recognizing, coming up with regulation enabling that. It is ultimately this capital that needs to be channelized in an organized fashion to provide this liquidity for the sector. And in the process, the governance that he spoke about, the improvement and the level of players today that exist in the industry, they can almost create a following for themselves with these investors. Essentially, I'll give you an example of some of the more organized players, some of the more, or rather, let me use listed players as a proxy for the larger developers. If they are buying land today, they can tap into, let's say, a debt mutual fund or other private credit sources to source capital to buy land at probably sub 10%. Now that creates an arbitrage of 2x. I mean, that doesn't exist for the next level developer who is doing good business, who is still delivering the product, but that avenue doesn't exist for him. That creates a massive arbitrage for the listed guys. How do you close that arbitrage? They need to be able to tap into this, this domestic pool is what I feel.
Sure. Nitin, your views on this topic?
No, look, so I pretty much agree in part with what was said here. For me, funding for real estate has multiple cuts, right? There's foreign capital versus domestic capital. Foreign does not have the appetite for development. They want ready assets. Clearly, when we are trying to solve for funding for real estate, we're talking early stage, because once you have your approvals in, there's money for you. So when it comes to early stage, foreign capital doesn't seem to be solving the problem. So now you got to turn to domestic. Luckily, with the upcycle, domestic capital is available. The AIFs are stepping up to the plate. You have HNI, family offices also turning over here. I've always thought that the availability of capital was never a problem. It is the pricing which is not in sync, purely because the risk perception is very high. Now, as soon as you say, I'm willing to take money to buy land at 18-20%, there's an ocean of money for you, right? But that makes the project in itself unviable. So the pricing is wrong. The perception of risk for Indian real estate today is very high. Call it legacy issues, call it not enough of a profitable track record, call it what you may. I mean, this is going to probably correct itself. It already is, in part due to, branded players, a lot more getting listed, them having a track record of having a lot more corporate governance, better disclosures. All of that goes to improving the risk perception of real estate, which will bring the pricing down. Today, unfortunately, we are not there. Now, when you try and tap early stage funding and you try and look at domestic capital, again, you can look at institutional money or you can look at HNI money. Now, as Indians, we love real estate. I mean, there's a lot of capital that gets channeled into physical assets. HNIs understand this product like you wouldn't believe, far better than even some fund managers. To my mind, channelizing this domestic saving that was rightly spoken of in a very institutional, this early stage funding is, and the REITs are a great example of how we've done it in the public markets, right? You took away all the risks associated with real estate that people had when they thought about investing in a real estate stock. Misallocation of capital, over leverage, all of that is not permitted in REITs by way of regulation. And that's now, after a lot of education, hit home with a lot of the retail investors. And they've come to to understand this product and have invested in it. Of course, we are in an increasing interest rate cycle. And in that regard, REITs probably don't perform as well from a capital appreciation point of view. And therefore, one can argue right now it still is a subdued performance. But as the interest rate cycle will turn again, I do believe that you will see this retail participation come through. And Vinita is right. I mean, in Singapore, you sit in a cab and the taxi driver will tell you which REITs he owns. So as and when that education comes to be among retail investors, you will see that kind of increased participation. To my mind, what is really needed is that the risk perception of the sector needs to be better communicated, so that the pricing of these financial products is more of a win-win, both for those putting the money there and those borrowing.
Sure. So, Vinita, if I come to you, we've spoken about some of the challenges which are being faced by the developers on the early stage funding around it. And the fact that, we're also speaking at the same time that there are creative financing solutions coming up as well. So in light of that, are there, some aspects that you are considering or you are believing are making much more impact than they were making before from a early stage funding from developers' point of view?
So I think just to take on from there, RBI has been extremely strong as far as NBFC/HFC funding for early stage products is concerned. It took out from the bank gambit of funding approvals about 3-4 years back. Last year, October, it ensured that HFCs and NBFCs also cannot fund approvals. So the banking sector, whether it is a bank, whether it's an HFC or whether it's an NBFC, until and unless you don't get a RERA approval, they are off your table as far as an option is concerned. We as an organization could see that much in it earlier. And I think that's why we launched the AIF as a platform where we thought that when you get into early stage or when you look at a project, okay, each stage needs different forms and different priced funding. Your early stage is something which is needed much in advance, but that funding at a particular cost doesn't need to stay until you sell your last apartment. You need to hedge that right, and you need to ensure that part is out of your project in terms of a return, in a way in which it makes the project financially viable. Once you get your approvals, your cost of funding, your risk, the way you perceive an asset vis-a-vis the cost of funding definitely changes. And then once you're absolutely financially, I would say, it's a very creative cliche that you need to have financial closure. And I think everyone would have in the room many, many times. But if you are able to maintain your understanding of the risk, your understanding of need of capital and cost at sustainable up to a particular time and financial closure in its true sense, not the way it is actually used today, projects do make money. I think all of us got very creative and changed the way we assumed capital needs, capital requirements, and project funding. And that's where there has been a learning curve that the sector has reached. But apart from an AIF, which is today's sector and today's solution, which real estate developers are looking at for early stage funding, we are definitely not looking at innovation that's coming to the sector, both for financing, capital needs, and so on and so forth. As crazy as it may sound, but blockchain, tokenization, fractional ownership, even for that matter, mutual funds looking at coming in through listed NCDs in a large way, it definitely will happen. Because if this sector has to reach a particular value of India's GDP, the need of capital is extremely large. And that need of capital cannot get funded by the biggest AIFs in the country also today. So people will find their ways of doing it. I see tokenization coming in. I see gift being advanced as far as that regulation is concerned. I see fractional ownership growing in a very large way. There are a lot of startups today that look at doing crowdfunding/creative funding for asset classes which are completed in second homes. Nothing stops that model from coming into the early stage need of a developer. And the minute you reach that early stage need, whether it's a luxury asset or whether it's a affordable asset, everything else is just a matter of how you manage your cash flow. As long as we can get creative in getting to managing cash flow and not using our creativity to use our cash flows all over the border, all assets in the real estate sector will make money. So yeah.
So I think that's a very good segue to kind of get to the other segment as well, to say that if you were to focus on the young investors right around it and say that that how the participation has been and how it can be increased further. So Amit, if I ask you, and then Saurabh, if you could also highlight some of your views as well, to say that what are the risk considerations, or are different considerations that a young investor has versus what we've seen before, and also in terms of driving that participation further, is the industry doing enough, on that?
So fantastic idea, and I think Binita has very, very sharply brought focus to this idea. When you talk about tokenization, when you talk about blockchain, when you talk about sophistication of real estate investment asset classes, either through REITs or AIFs or MSME REITs or tokenization, I think that's really where the next gen or the Gen Z is really going to focus on. They're very technologically savvy. They need things to happen on their phone. It needs to be able to happen instantaneously. And unless these technological innovations and interventions don't move to that level of growth, sophistication, and availability, I think there will be sparse participation from the next gen. Clearly, the interest is very high, right? So people do understand the opportunity. Everybody likes real estate. They think it's a great asset class. It is something which is worth doing. It's physical. It can be seen. It's an investment of pride, but it still is limited in terms of avenues. So I think that's clearly so. The number of people, for example, who came into fractional platforms or token platforms are very large. Small amounts of money to buy some pre-lease warehouse, to buy some pre-lease office space, to buy some other asset class. That's so where there was a very large volume that really got garnered. And if it moves to the MSME REIT, that again becomes very attractive. So I clearly believe that with the advent of the regulatory environment also now moving in pace with the technological and the market needs, we will see a lot more force in that direction, a lot more capital formation by the young investors in that direction. So far, it's largely been limited to older families, larger families, HNIs, family offices, institutions, mutual funds, and so on and so forth. But I think that gravity will also shift towards the wider audience, in a very short period of time, I think.
Saurabh, your views?
So I think I'm pretty sure, and I'm aligned to the view that we will reach that space, wherein we get into the sophisticated way of raising capital, reaching the length and breadth of the country, using technology to leverage that kind of access. My only worry, though, is, in my humble opinion, I don't see that happening in next 3 to 5 years, right? For us to reach there, we'll continue to need the glucose of, if I were to say, the glucose of early land investing for the next 3 to 5 years. That again brings us back to the same debate of domestic HNIs versus offshore capital. But I think one important aspect that probably I would like to add is on two aspects. One, there's generally a lot of wealth creation in the country, right? Definitely the way our economy is, the wealth first gets created at the top of the pyramid, right? That's a very large, small base, but very large volume. We see a lot of entrepreneurs, promoters, traditional promoters, unicorn founders, these guys from the very beginning setting up family offices or getting in talent who can actually price the risk that an advisor or a manager is taking, right? So there is, I've seen a tremendous amount of learning curve on behalf of the investors, that they are far more informed today on what kind of risk they are getting into, right? I've seen times where people, the concept of risk adjusted return was very alien, right? Now they understand, okay, if I'm getting into a REIT kind of a product, on an entry yield basis, I should expect to make 6-7%, right? And probably in a long-term basis, maybe you can correct me, but maybe in a long-term 3 to 5 year basis, I should expect maybe an early double-digit kind of a return. Earlier, what used to happen was, even if I'm taking a early stage land risk, people used to say that it's real estate, I need 20%. If I'm doing a post-approval project, I still need 20%. If I'm doing a pre-leased asset, I still need 20%. Those things have materially changed today, right? And now that is also percolating to the new age investors. Again, a word of caution there from my side would be, so we spoke of co-ownerships, right? Strata platforms and all. I think we have now got regulation there. But when we get into, and we are still in early stage, when we get into this democratization of credit piece, where, it is the opportunity to invest and participate is available with everyone, I think we'll need two big investments. One is a lot of licensing with the regulator, right? Because once this is like a multi-billion-dollar opportunity from a product perspective. If this comes in early and the regulation only follows, there will be a significant catching up, right? And second, these are guys who will drive this kind of volumes, will be middle class guys, not the HNIs, right? They're ensuring that their capital is preserved and the returns are largely in the line that is being guided becomes very, very important, right? So I think a lot of effort will come in there over the next 3 to 5 years. And that is when I feel that journey of a broad-based capital availability being there will happen.
Anyone wants to add more point to this? Otherwise, I go to.
I want to add, I actually do. The thing that you said, that all the unicorns and sunicorns and promoters are making family offices. The most striking part is that they're putting the next gen into family offices and they're continuing to own their businesses.
Yeah.
So the next gen's ability to be a decision maker in investments of various products is going up. And to that effect, I have seen schools giving kids projects where they have to take an investment decision by hedging risk. So the learning of risk, understanding of risk to the next gen is coming up very fast. And their awareness today, being in a digital world, is much larger. We may all feel today AIFs is your answer to early stage funding. But believe me, we will be talking a different language in 3 to 5 years, because the intent of the government to make investing as a decision faster, regulated, because that's why fractional ownership got the regulation when it didn't exist for that long, and to make it structured for the domestic investors at large as well as the international investors by setting up the GIFT platform is much larger. And whatever you may see today, the average age of first home buyers has come down drastically in the country. Today, your first home is being purchased at a 25 to 27 years age, which was not the case earlier. So with time and the wealth generation that you see, the next gen is going to be a very large decision maker in this thing. And that's where I see investments, decision making also being driven by them as a product.
And some amount of innovation, it's not only for the manufacturer, the guy who's giving the money. A lot of innovation is also happening at the developer level. One, of course, the panel spoke about how a smart developer has realized that he has to ensure that his cost of capital keeps going down as the project maturity improves, right? And we have looked at so many structures now. Of course, the most often implemented structure is mezz credit, right? But then last 3 years, as the balance sheets have become stronger of the developers, we have looked at, and Amit can also vouch for this, I think we have looked at so many senior junior structures. That's also an alternate way of reducing your cost of capital, and which makes the projects viable. We have looked at so many structures where at right kind of developer partner, the AIFs are willing to take equity risk, equity oriented risk, may not be pure equity today, but equity oriented risk, where we are okay to take certain amount of pricing risk, certain amount of velocity risk, certain amount of approval risk. So for the right set of developer, I think there is enough and more optimum priced capital available. And that will only grow as the industry is maturing.
That's something which Benita alluded to as well, in terms of, the how the priced structure kind of, works out from a capital point of view there in that. So if I may come to, Sahil, to you as well as Nitin in that bit, ultra HNI population also, is expected to grow phenomenally. And of course, there is a good set of younger lot also part of it, with unicorns and other perspective coming in there. But if you were to target the ultra HNI population effectively, what is the scope for further innovation or further, let's say, product perspective from or what's happening at this point in time also new, from attracting that kind of investor into the real estate domain and out, because for them also there is, several options available, right? So why real estate continues to be a, let's say, a preferred or a increasingly more important option?
So first of all, I think it's in the genes. Like I said, Indians love real estate, so that flows through to the next generation as well. So I think there are enough stories of people having made their wealth in real estate. And, to the point of the generation next playing a very important role in fueling real estate. Absolutely. I mean, I second all of those points about the Gen Z making more, taking more of a role in family offices, in capital allocation. Real estate is, a sector which I think, it takes a little bit of a while to ensure that you're not getting it wrong. It's a fairly easy sector to understand, but in order to price it right, etc., I think it takes a bit of time and effort. And I see the next generation actually putting that in. So, I mean, they better get it right. I mean, it's the sector is growing so fast. There's going to be so much need for capital that the strata purchases and the the tokenization and the digital sort of currencies that will be used to purchase or provide the capital is going to be really important. I mean, to me, it's like the analogy of Mumbai roads, right? By the time the roads get built, there are more than enough cars to make sure that the traffic doesn't move so much. So similarly in real estate also, I think the capital need is going to be so much that if these alternate platforms, if they don't come to be, again, we'll face the same problem.
I mean, I think, I mean, as far as ultra HNI is and the top layer is concerned, they've always had options, to invest in various asset classes. Why only real estate, right? And historically, they've preferred direct ownership, or at least direct ownership forms a large portion of their allocations. That is increasingly changing towards more financialized ownership, whether it is REITs, whether it's AIFs, whether it's other other asset classes. I mean, that acceptability of having a professional intermediary or a manager in the middle is more widely accepted. And it is now being truly looked as an investment as opposed to a asset. I mean, just an asset which you want to own forever, right? So I think that's one change. Though I feel the true innovation needed is in the layer below. How do you tap? I mean, you see, this is the top segment has always been well banked in this country. They have always have avenues and access. It is the middle class and below. That is where the innovation. I mean, that is where the numbers are, and that's where the innovation is needed to reach them. Education and regulation, which is coming through as we. I mean, thankfully, SEBI has been up the curve on that, but that is where the true innovation needs to happen. I mean, and some of these, whether it's democratization, tokenization, in simple parlance, that is simply breaking down the large investment size that real estate inherently requires into smaller bite-sized pieces. I mean, that's and that is what is needed for wider participation in the sector, right? And second is better management and organized management. So I think, and third is just innovation is needed in just reaching to them. I mean, we are a large country, length and breadth is huge. Just reaching to them also needs innovation, and that is where some of these digital channels come into play.
Just the last question in terms of maybe to all around it, so any one major thing that you think is a bottleneck which the government needs to resolve or a regulation needs to change, which will make it one is of course accelerate the investments and also also protect the investor capital as well there. Is there anything which comes to your mind that one thing which needs to really make it happen there?
Lots of things. I think it took a lot of time for REITs to see regulations in their favor. So I think when you talk about smaller investments coming in, then obviously you need the regulator to allow that. They've pretty much shut down a lot of the things. They're trying to regulate a lot of the aggregation platforms, tokenization platforms. So I think if there are avenues that they can create which are regulated, tax friendly, provide the pass-through mechanism, and also allows global capital. I think the biggest bottleneck I see is the constraint that global capital has, either through an FPI route or an FDI route or an asset purchase. So there are too many constraints. If you open up the avenues for global capital to just simply come in, invest, make the returns and go back, I think that will solve bulk of the problems because there's enough money available globally as well. So if one thing I would ask for is just open the floodgates of global capital to easily invest and go back. I think there's just too many bottlenecks. ECB not allowed, FDI has too many constraints, FBI too many constraints. So I think if you can take away all of that, I think that'll be great.
Floodgates. All right, Vinita, over to you.
I think I genuinely think there should be two major things that the government should definitely do. Firstly, I think when you look at the minimum barrier for a person to invest in an AIF, it's about 1 crore. I think that should get regulated to half. That will open up a lot more serious guys to come in the first time go through it, and then come the next curve. Second thing is, I don't think people largely know, but affordable housing doesn't get any amount of SOPs from the government. It just gets a tag. You don't have any tax benefits. You don't have anything in terms of, as a financial institution, when you put money in affordable housing, in terms of a risk reallocation in the banking system, because they don't look at affordable housing as affordable housing lending, where they get any amount of tax SOPs on the cost of borrowing or the earnings that they gain on while they give loans to them. Nor do they look at affordable housing as a separate asset class. They look at it as plain simple vanilla commercial real estate. So today, when you're looking at an affordable housing project, your lending rates or your borrowing rates for a developer are at par with any other residential project in the country. So I think something needs to be done there so that the boost and the need to create affordable housing becomes affordable for the country. Today, it is absolutely unaffordable to make affordable homes. So I think that's something that the government should do, and definitely I think bring down the AIF minimum commitment to about 50 lakhs.
Thank you. Nitin?
No, I kind of would echo what Amit said. I think, capital should be freely allowed to go where it's needed. And I think foreign capital should definitely should not be impeded by regulations, at least in terms of finding its way into Indian real estate. Today, if you ask even, not just investors or financial investors, but even strategic developers from other global geographies, they would love to kind of look at India. And I remember, meeting somebody very recently who said that the number of meetings that he has done with foreign strategic developers in 23 has been far higher than ever before. So there's a lot of interest for foreign developers also to come to India. I'm not saying you open the floodgates to them as well, but with the right checks and balances, we should do whatever we can to attract that capital. Because, the biggest chunk of a project cost is capital. And if that is solved for, then a lot of the affordable housing becoming more affordable becomes that much easier.
No, I think, the real estate, as far as the sector is concerned, I think the panel has covered on allowing more. I'll touch upon allowing more innovation and other ways to get into the sector. I think the regulators need to take allow innovation, and not just try and what should I say, have restrictive regulations, etc., which they've been doing. I'm not, but I think that is what needs to continue, and that is how you will see. There is a vast talent pool in this country. That is how you will see people coming up with newer ways to try and solve the Rubik's Cube.
So I think a couple of points. One, infrastructure status is important, right? As consolidation is going up, it is right of some of these developers who have steadied their ship, right, to be able to access significantly cheaper source of capital, right? You have to have competitive markets. That is one. Second, I think it's not only about financing, but when Benita spoke about affordable housing, at least to my memory, not a single name comes, which is a success story in real estate, whose entire business model is located around affordable housing. There's hardly any. There's hardly any, right? There's hardly any, right? For the kind of country we are in. So there possibly it's not, the problem is not only financing, the problem could be somewhere else as well, including approvals, including land, and there could be innovative solutions where some of the established developers kind of get certain incentive if they are able to deliver something on the affordable housing piece. And I think third, though we did not touch bit on this panel, I think the work is underway, but if specifically for real estate under the IBC, there could be specific provisions where the resolution can be project specific and not company specific, that will create a lot of transparency, a lot of comfort for anyone who is coming in large stage to revive the project. I think that's also a very important reform that could happen. It's underway, is what I understand.
Sure. No, very interesting points. And, so thank you very much for that. So maybe we can just, if possible, can we take one or two questions if anybody has a question? If you could just raise your hand and. All right, so we don't have any questions. Our panel was pretty clear. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patient audience with us, and also to my fellow panelists. Great listening to you, and thank you for sharing your views on the the real estate financing as well as different dimensions of that as well. Certainly, there are a number of takeaways, and the last part of it certainly there are things to work on as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for all our panelists. And with that, if I may request the founder of Propacity, Rahul Bansal, to kindly join us and help us with the felicitation. Let's have a warm round of applause for Rahul. Rahul, thank you so much. And may we request you to help us with the felicitation. Firstly, thank you so much, Neeraj, for joining us and helping us with the curation. Neeraj and Rahul, if we may request you to step forward, both of you, and let's try and get a good shot of both of them. Thank you so much, Neeraj, for helping us with the curation of the entire panel. Thank you so much, Amit, for your valuable insights and joining us on the conclave today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's shower our applause for our leaders today. Thank you so much, Vinita, for joining us on our conclave today. Let's give Vinita a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Nitin, thank you for joining us in the conclave today. Let's give a warm round of applause to Nitin. Thank you, Sahil. And thank you so much, Saurabh. What an excellent discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Great round of conversation from all our leaders. And may we request all of you to please come together. Rahul, if you can just stay back with the panel. Let's try and get all of them in one shot together. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. An excellent discussion right there. And our next exciting session of the day is all set. Once again, a big thank you to each and every panelist of ours, our leaders, for joining us on the 15th edition of Realty Plus Conclave West 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our next topic of conversation. Sales and marketing puzzle, what, why, and how of real estate selling blueprint. Well, without further ado, it is my job to get the next panel started. First up, it's time for me to invite our session moderator, somebody who's got over a decade of experience in real estate consulting to leading real estate brands across India, specially focused on helping realtors focus on efficiency and drive better ROI. We're talking about somebody who's helped more than 280 plus project launches, none other than the co-founder and CEO of Insomniacs, Govind Rai. Let's give Govind a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Govind, for joining us. Next up, we're talking about somebody who's got a proven track record as a mentor and a leader, real estate enthusiast, and an advocate for design-driven residential enhancement. Talking his wealth of experience, which encompasses several esteemed real estate firms and has over 2 decades of remarkable experience, the CSMO of Ashwin Sheth Group, Bhavik Bhandari. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's be more lenient with our applause. We've got such great leadership joining us. Thank you so much, Bhavik. Next up, our leader has forayed in the realty business in 2016 and completely reinvented and rebuilt the company from the ground up to be sustainable. Well, Northern Das Realty, under his visionary leadership, has made remarkable strides in the real estate industry. We're talking about the managing director of that company, Harsh Raghuwat. Thank you, Harsh, for joining us today. Next up, a marketing professional renowned with a focus on brand strategy, advertising, digital media, and innovation. Somebody who's passionate about user experience, technology, and data. We're talking about the general manager marketing of Overall Realty, Meet Merchant. Thank you so much, Meet, for joining us today. Our next leader is at the helm of managing the expansive Lagoon Projects portfolio for Champion Infratech. With a wealth of experience in real estate operations, he excels in aligning customer demand with real estate projects both in India and Dubai. We're talking about the VP operations of Champion Infratech and MD 1 in Million projects, Mohammed Minaj. Thank you, Mohammed, for joining us today. Next up, our leader who's got an engineering degree in computer science, MSc in advanced computer science and IT management from esteemed universities of Manchester, who's got a zest in bridging technology and services for end consumer. We're talking about the co-founder and CEO of Estate Mint, Mudra Vidikar. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Well, with that, we've got our able moderator, Govind, to take it forward. Over to you.
The Plus team for putting up yet another stellar event for all of us. And I'm very glad that we are starting in almost in time. It's not too much of a delayed event today. So guys, largely we start this kind of sessions by understanding what's happening, how are we selling real estate today. But my format today, I wanted to do a little bit of a different thing. I wanted the first 5 minutes to be leveraged to discuss what are the future predictions that you have. Things that are working today may not work 5 years on the line. If I have to ask you this question, what attributes or the functions of the real estate sales and marketing that are existing today, you believe 5 years on the line, we may not have to deal with them at all? And specifically for the sales and marketing functions. So Mudra, you being the only lady on the panel, I would want to start with you first.
Thank you, Govind. So a lot of things today are driven by consumer, for the consumer. And like Govind correctly said, a few things are doing well right now. Saying, for example, you could have telecalling as a vertical, which is completely human based today. I think further down the line, it will be completely AI driven and people need the human interaction, but they will not know whether the human is talking to them or a machine is talking to them. We've had a lot of experiments in this field of work right now. In fact, a lot of players today have also introduced a lot of AI generated machines and people love that. So it's going to be very difficult for consumers to know towards the end whether they are talking to a human person or not. But that touch is very important because I think it's such a big product and a big ticket size to buy that without that intervention, people don't feel the warmth of buying any product till now.
Superb. That's a great start. And we already have one insight. The call center functions are getting eradicated. Mohammed Minaj, what about you?
Hi, Govind. Hello, everybody. So very rightly said, it's not only about AIs and the digital marketing that is taking to the next level. As I come from a real estate platform, we had a traditional business of building those high-rise, whether it may be commercials or apartments or building layouts. It was bricks and walls and hardly good interiors, doing and making good clubhouses were the end of luxury, isn't it? Now even real estate needs something new and extra. And as you could observe the world standards in real estates, already you can observe a conceptual projects of lagoons, king of amenities, so called. It's already existing in 60 countries, more than 1,000 projects done and ongoing. Dubai is the nearest place where you can experience this lovely amenity. So me and my partner, Mr. Subhakar Raoji, were into this since 8 years of complete R&D, as it is a water-based concept, and made sure this is going to hit the Indian market soon. After a long 3 years arbitration in Dubai with this fabulous American-based company, we finally brought this to India last year. We announced this in front of 1,000 Indian developers at Credai Nightcon, Abu Dhabi, Yas Island. This year, we are up with 2 projects. That's in Bengaluru, 100 acres with own property and 500 acres joint development. Now, imagine giving a beach to the place where people couldn't find that highest of those amenities. In fact, if you count on ancillary activities, what I mean to say is, imagine giving all these lagoon side. It elevates the value, doubles the value almost. So even though we have a mandate to the whole country, except Gujarat and Rajasthan, we are up to join hand in hand with those top tier 1 builders in that every tier 1 city for this conceptual projects called Crystal Lagoons, with 100 smart cities, 100 smart lagoon cities to specify, giving this fabulous king of amenities to the country.
Superb. So the second prediction is, guys, that you do not need to find a natural terrain. He will end up creating one, and those are the future plays. That the townships of the future and the developments of the future may not have to have its own natural beauty. It could be leveraged by some technology as well. So lovely. And Meet, what about you?
Hello. Yeah, this is good. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So Govind, the question that you asked, which roles will get obsolete in the next few years? I think obsolete might be a wrong way to put it. The roles might get repurposed to do something else than what they are doing right now. Say, for example, copywriters. There is that entire play of generative AI and chat GPT and everything coming into fore. There's a lot of opportunity that gets created where you can create content at scale now. With that content, which is unique, but you need someone who really understands the importance of content, which currently is the copywriter, will then become the copy moderator and will then create an entire brand building exercise for the company from a content point of view. Similarly, and it's not new, you know, digital marketing has seen automation for years, banking has seen automation for years, and what has ended up happening is that the overall pie of business has grown because of automation, and there have been more opportunities that have come up rather than roles becoming obsolete.
Superb. And that's a prediction number 3, guys, that the creative agencies on the work of today is gonna take a new shape altogether. That was a great insight, Meet. Moving on to you, Harsh. What about you?
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think technology is moving so fast currently, right, Meet, that the only thing that will become obsolete over time is misinformation. So giving a 5-year timeline, being like AI will work, chat GPT, things like that, I'm sure that will happen. But maybe in 2 years, some breakthrough technology comes through and we don't know what direction it will take, basically, right? So the idea is always in marketing, reach out to the right audience, give the right information. So the more technology advances, we don't know what platform we'll use, what content we'll put out, but that'll be the eventual goal for all companies, basically.
That will make the developer's task easy, or it will be becoming tougher? That is something that we'll discover into the conversation. Bhavik, what about you?
Hello. Good afternoon, guys. I think
First of all, we are in a very exciting phase when it comes to real estate sector. I think next 5 years, with a lot of interaction that we do with Google or with industry leaders, what we have realized is we are going to be in the golden run, which means whenever an industry sees a golden run, a lot of things, practices change. When you say things will become obsolete, I think there would be a lot of consolidation that will happen. When I say consolidation, every single touch point that today a customer is interfacing with a brand, all those will change with use of technology. Today, a lot of developers like us, when we look at different platforms, whether it is SAP, SFDC, whether it is Intel, whether it is CRM or cloud computing, or for our example, even registration data and consumer insights. I think all these platforms will be in one particular platform for developers to manage a consumer expectation, right from planning a location to buy, to what product to design, what kind of pricing to command, and how to look at convincing him through digital technology to buy our product. And from their stage till possession and then post possession, I think that's going to change completely. I think what I agree with what Meet said is that you won't find them being obsolete. They will start behaving in different form and different avatars. And that's going to be an exciting journey. It will be a learning curve. I think next 5 years will take us ahead of a lot of sectors, which used to keep saying, real estate always takes little slow to catch up to technology. And that's an interesting take that I have.
So, Bhavik, I must tell you that it's a very important point that you have touched upon. One of the important part that every developer today is struggling with or discussing, those who are trying to scale, is the series of touch points and technologies that they are actually dealing with. And the consolidation on one console, on one interface is one future even I would love to see and back it fully. So that was the first part that I wanted to start upon. And thanks a lot. I believe it's a good 5 insights that we all got from you. Now comes to the present. Right? We talked about the future, but mal to aaj bechna hai, right? And we have to do the marketing and selling today. So let's discuss that. And all 5 of you are representing something very different. One of the important part that I could see into the panel today, that you all are representing different stakeholder touch points. And my question to you rightly is, based on your current portfolio that you're handling at your firms, what are the insights that you'd want to share with our audience in terms of what's working and what's not working anymore for you? So when I say what's not working anymore, that would mean in the past it did work, but it's not working anymore. And something new has propped up, which is where you're focusing as well. So could you give the insight here? And on this one, Bhavik, I'd love to start with you itself.
So good, we are in present now. There are few things that are changed really significantly, and that has helped us. Specifically, when we look at digital, initially the concept was simple. You be on social media, put festive post, thank you, award-winning post. That was part of social. The second thing was performance. So the developer used to never think specifically from a perspective that, we should spend on branding. So it was kitna kharch kiya, kitna lead aayi, kitna dhanda hua. Right? I'm sitting next to a promoter, right? So I know how it works from a mindset. I think digital has evolved significantly from understanding consumer at different touch points, how intelligent you can campaign, get him convinced about your product in the noise that is happening currently. Previously, what used to happen is the offline medium was used a lot and digital was a support platform. What we have seen change and what we are doing now is that we are making digital as the front engine. Offline is supporting it from a platform perspective, from an idea. So for example, we are working on a food fest. The idea is offline, but it will have 80% maximum mileage through online platform. Second, something that really worked for us in sales and what we have done is that one to many, normally brands do CP meets, spend lavishly 30-40 lakhs in a CP meet, call the CPs here. Channel partners were very important for us. And then we end up seeing that they come that day, they just get half an hour to understand the product and they go back. And we think that because such a high turnout is there, business will happen. What technology has helped us, instead of doing that, what we have created is that we have created e-versions. At your convenience, the content is already been seeded. You could actually learn, understand about the product, the insights like who is this consumer, from where is he coming, what age group he is, what is his demographics, what is his psychographics, how we can communicate to them, what are the avenues. So we give them a lot of insights that enable him to actually start looking from a business perspective. Third, at CRM, it's very important because customers normally feel in real estate that once you buy, till that time you're treated as king. Once post the sale is done, he's not even bothered to inform and all. So in our case, what we have done, we have integrated the CRM with Salesforce computing model. And every single customer, once the booking is done, is been then transferred to the CRM team. And through entire analytics of AI in our system, we can then know this is the date of his birthday. Automatically, a communication goes to him. If his daughter is in 10th, we will know that it's a time for him to upgrade. So he will get a communication saying that, sir, the family is going larger. I think it's a time for you to upgrade. If he's got promoted and he has updated on his LinkedIn, we'll come to know, and then we will say, I think time has come for you to upgrade because your status and all has moved up. So that's really working. I think our more localization in digital is working really well. And we have now used technology in offline. So for example, an ad, you give an full page ad in Bombay, it's costing 1 crore in Times of India. And then when you give an ad, it just statically just talks about your elevation and your amenities. With the use of metaverse, you basically just scan the ad and you could see the walkthrough of the project. You could just showcase the virtual treatment of the 5 top USPs of the ad. And that has actually worked because there's a lot of engagement that has improved. So that's what is actually working for us, Govind.
Brilliant. I guess you poured in quite a bit of insight here. And I would love to touch upon a few points at a later stage. I'll be moving on to you, Harsh, for now on the same topic. What's working for you and what's not?
In terms of technology or just generally?
In general, like in terms of sales and marketing landscape, everything that we are doing, the traditional, the current digital landscapes, all the technology you want to touch upon.
So I think for us, we are all our products are placed on a very, very high-end spectrum, right? It's all luxury. So we don't put out that much information by ourselves outside, like in terms of specifications, sizes. We do a lot of branding activities that people come into our offices, understand what we're building. So probably we've been very lucky that our conversion rate is probably about 40% for people who come in and do site visits, which is very, very high. So for all the people here, and for you all as well, you have a rough number that, so many people have inquired, we probably get a 1% conversion, or you just reach out to so many people. We try to be as restricted to reach out to people how much ever we can.
But is it because the reach out is limited? That's the reason less number of people and the higher conversion rate? Or
yeah, so we are very, very specific to where we want to reach out. That also comes from a little bit of the jewelry legacy. Our jewelry company is also placed in the ultra luxury space, right? So a lot of people who can't afford it, who won't be there, we do branding activity that they know that there's this brand, they develop these kind of developments, or they sell this kind of jewelry across the board. But if we don't want to give so much product information to people who are not our potential clients, if they're going to be a potential client in the next 5 years, they'll still be on our list. But if they're going to be a client in the next 15 years, they're just starting off their career, they probably won't be on our reach out list currently.
So how are you making your reach out so narrow casted currently?
So we have demographic in terms of course, since we work in high-end micro markets within that hyper local micro market as well. We do use a lot of AI again, and a lot of research in terms of income brackets, things like that, to actually narrow down the search how much ever we can. So whatever you spend on marketing is on the buck.
Superb, yeah, that's something great. And the 40% conversion rate is like, I'm already getting jealous, and already everybody else is. Meet, over to you. Your insight.
So I think, Govind, what has happened over the past few years, and this I think was a phenomenon that we saw during COVID and has continued now post-COVID. We are very well past that post-COVID phase as well. We are business as usual. But what happened then was, since people were not at the same place, a lot of data unification happened, a lot of digitization of processes happened. And what that resulted in is a lot of streamlining of process. So a customer journey earlier for a lot of real estate companies was very disjointed. Some ended at a lead level, and there was some other system which took over, which took care of the customer till the walk-in, and then the booking, and then the post-booking experience. What has happened right now is a lot of companies have realized that unification of data and unification of employee data, merging it all together has a lot of value. And there are a lot of technologies available to enable all of that. And the companies have realized the importance of it then. Since everyone was home, the spends by default in marketing went to digital. The beauty of digital is you can attribute every spend. Now that you want to attribute it to branding or you want to attribute it to a lead gen and a booking is up to you. How you look at it, what is the communication that you're doing and your objective that you want to achieve out of it. But it is trackable. Hence, even in the roles that we were discussing earlier, I feel what is happening right now is that discussion of whether this person is an offline marketing person or a digital marketing person is sort of fading and should fade even further in the near future. There will be marketeers for projects and they will look at an overall ecosystem of marketing because of this consolidation.
Superb. Meet, I will have one more question added to you in terms of what's working, because everybody that I have talked to, they all know and they're jealous of one phenomena that Uber Realty gets is the kind of referral and the loyalty program that you guys run and the selling that happens under that funnel, right? What is it that you're doing, that you guys are doing, which is different than what everybody else is doing? Any anecdotes there?
So we don't have a referral program. In spite of that,
is that the insight?
Yeah, that's what. In spite of that, there's a lot of direct business that gets generated because of referrals and rebookings. And I think a lot of attribution of that goes to the way the product planning happens. It's more to do with the quality of the product. It's more to do with the experience that the customer gets once the customer starts living in an Oberoi property. And the gantry of people as such, Oberoi has always been in the premium segment. And a lot of premium business is driven through referrals. Let's move past referrals as well. The overall chunk of business that we are generating today directly, where say from marketing, be it digital or offline, or the referral business, the combined pie is much, much higher in terms of percentage than most of the real estate players in the company. And I wouldn't want marketing to take any credit for that. A lot of it goes to the product in itself.
Okay, so I believe the way Bhavik said that, the customer is the king till the time he's not booked. I believe you are still making them king after they have booked. And that definitely is one of the places where the interaction that I've had with the Oberoi customers, this is one part that definitely stands out. Thanks a ton, Meet. Moving on to Mohammed Minaj, what is your insight in terms of the current landscape, what's working and what's not?
Well, if you talk about present, till today's date, as my field is real estate, I would definitely want to put some light on this. So it was all about building homes and commercials, and ultimately we do all this for sales, right? Sales and marketing plays a vital role here to achieve our targets. So we ended up paying a lot of, sorry, not to be offended, channel partners. We used to pay them a lot of commissions till starts from 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 maybe, depending हमारी मजबूरी के ऊपर depend होता था वो. So on that note, that is where I started thinking on there should be some concept where we can break this barrier and yet improve together, including channel partners, I mean. So that was the scenario till present. Well, today things are changing. If you count on world level, I think India is Bharat definitely looking up for a very bright future in every prospect, especially real estate. As for example, if you take China, we say they are 10 years ahead of us. You take America, we say they are 15 years ahead of us. But I think it's an advantage for us wherein, the count on those 18 mistakes, what they did, the Chinese, and those 20 mistakes, what Americans did. We are not going to do that. So that is where we are stepping very careful, and under the leadership of Modi ji, definitely after these G20s, we are definitely seeing a dramatic change and a next level of business scaled up for every that segment that we are up for. So working hard is one part, paying off is another. So in future, the India is a center of attraction to the whole world. So that is where lagoons are taking very major steps, seeing that future of like what I mentioned about my 500 acres project in Bengaluru. So it's a township with beautiful ancillary activities around the lagoons. Imagine the whole villa project with its own clusters, and in the heart of the project you find a lagoon with an island with those 1 acre mansion plots, but yet giving on very reasonable price. So it is for that upper middle class who can say, before coming to that, to understand this more better. For example, if you take the values to the nearest of the lagoons projects in Dubai, Tilal Al Ghaf is the 7th project in this decade which they have come up, and the home starts 3.5 million to 100 million. Can you imagine? And the buyers, the surprising factor is now 30% above buyers are Indians. So we Indians definitely have a potential of buying such kind of homes, but yet those expats who cannot afford this are above 90%, who again has to come back to their mother country one fine day. Now, when they know what exactly the lagoons are, and they cannot afford that, but coming back to India, they are getting it. So this is the future that is thriving through at times, and we are up for it. Hope we will get a lot of partners coming hand in hand, working with us, and we very strongly believe working as a group.
Superb. Mudra, I will come to you now. And since you have been consulting and taking mandates of many developers, your insights would be a little different. And I'm looking at something that has not been spoken so far. Is there anything that you'd love to talk about?
So we underestimate how much social media influences us today. And all of us at a different buying capacity are influenced by a lot of different people, a lot of different influencers. And this is all going on the back of our mind. And we don't really realize it when we are consuming a lot of content today, whether through Meta, whether through Instagram, whether through any other social media platform. All the buying currently happens because you're influenced by something largely. So for example, if there is an influencer, which is a celebrity from Bollywood, for example, so the product that is represented by the celebrity creates a desire for you to look at the content and consume the content. I've realized this working with a lot of developers. We have a product range, probably starting at a 40 lakh rupees, going to a 3 CR property in Pune. And a lot of different people are influenced by a lot of different people. And when you do such marketing campaigns and you see the results through all the data that has been churned over time, you will see fantastic results. As marketers here who are already there, they could also tell that people behave differently at different campaigns. And this data that we have generated, or this data that we generate through various projects working with various different clients, give us phenomenal results and give us a lot of different results, which gives us a hands-on experience of thinking what should be done next and who should be the next person to influence the buyer. So I would like to give a really small example. So there is a product which is a LIG product in Pune. And while designing the product was designed in a way where it was made in a Greek architecture. Now, giving this kind of a product at a really low end ticket size, when you're calling it MIG, people don't expect that product to be good looking. But they are obviously going to be aspirational about buying a nicer product. Everybody wants to buy a Oberoi here and everybody wants to buy a Nothandas here. But it's not possible for that kind of consumer. But how can you aspirationally influence that consumer to consume that product is completely depends on the marketer, or it completely depends on the person that you're getting to influence them to.
Superb. So, Mudra, from where you left, I'm going to start from there, which is you talked about aspiration, you talked about influencing, you talked about the ecosystem with regards to these influencers. My next part of the question are going to be based about storytelling. And let me ask, between Mudra, Meet, and Bhavik, you, are the influencer really influencing, or they're just creating awareness? And that is my curiosity. That second question linked here is, if I am a marketer, I need value for money as well at times. So Bhavik definitely has moved to a space where he said that कि यार खर्चा branding में भी करना है, awareness is fine. But I deal with a lot of developers जिनको मालूम है कि performance marketing ही करनी है, leads चाहिए, कुछ भी हो जाए, right? So is there any possibility where you're able to attribute that, okay, this influencer-led activity led to this much sales? Will there be a future? Because in e-commerce, that happens. The whole affiliate marketing operates in this particular phenomena. The video that you make, the number of sales that happen, you get revenue out of that basis. Will there be a possibility of that sort in real estate ever? So, Meet, I'll start with you, then Bhavik, and then Mudra on this one.
Sure. So I think the real estate fraternity is quite large. And the channel partners also, I would consider as a part of the real estate fraternity.
Absolutely.
I think more than the real estate developers per se, the channel partners are leveraging this idea of being influencers. A lot of them themselves are trying to be influencers and trying to sell real estate. And it's working really well for them.
But what about the developers?
For developers, I think more than with an intent to sell, the role of an influencer will be more to create that awareness and aspiration in the mind of a person. So like you were saying, no one will expect a product like that to be of that quality and to be of that architecture. So I think there's a lot of role of the influencer that comes in to make the person aware, and they have their own set of reach. At the end of the day, if you look at the overall digital marketing spectrum, all of them are really walled gardens. So Facebook has their own set of database, which really sits there. Google has its own set of database, which really sits there. You can't exchange that data, or it's really difficult to, leverage one's data on another platform. And the in-market audience, I might be going a little technical right now, but the kind of segmentation that you have available right now is becoming more and more generic. And it is the intent of Google and Facebook to make, it is an intentional call of theirs to make it more generic because they want you to spend more. But these influencers have a niche, and they have certain set of people following them. I might choose to follow an X person. He might choose to follow an Y person because I resonate with that personality. He might resonate with some other personality. So the influencer, if you can categorize the influencer well, and you understand what influencer, what category that influencer falls in, you understand the category of followers he has. And if that's the right set of followers he or she has, that's where attribution comes in play.
Brilliant. Bhavik, do you have a different viewpoint, or you would just align with what we
No,
said?
I think there's a lot of scope. How I see influencers is basically, if you see in offline, in all other FMCG categories, use celebrities. Yeah, they are influencing. In real estate also, influencers play that role. In a longer run, I think it will have a significant impact because sale doesn't happen by just selling. Sale happens because of multiple reasons. You present at the right location, your brand name, your product ticket size, because in Mumbai at least, ticket size define the location. Most importantly, the influencer is basically trying to give you an edge as compared to any other developer in the same micro market because he's going to talk about from a third party perspective. It's always considered in the consumer's mind that when a brand is talking, is going to only talk good about him, while an influencer is going to take him through a journey. One, second, give a third party endorsement. Third, most importantly, the influencer, if today selection of influencer plays a significant role. Rightly said by Meet, that everyone wants to run business and Google, Facebook will constantly give you new and new ways to keep doing it. But I think if you see few trends, you will realize that it is important. World's second largest search engine is YouTube. 90% of the population of India consumes videos in shorts. People like to watch videos is because they believe that it's having a far more impact than just reading and looking at stuff. So builders are identifying this. It has dual role. One, it does help them in branding. Imagine if I take Sachin Tendulkar as an influencer for an ultra luxury project where he's only talking to 10, 50 people who can actually, because the tower only has 10 units and he's talking to a unique UP. And while doing that, he's not selling. He's basically trying to say a profile like me, who is an icon, can justify staying in an icon project. And it may not lead today's sale because an ultra HNI would not look at that and immediately call. But it builds on in his mind when you do it over a period of time. It starts building your brand and starts slotting into a luxury segment. It starts creating, because this conversation I will do with my friend, he will come to know through other. And then finally, one fine day, you will realize your brand has been slotted in a luxury segment. A class example like Oberoi, their spends is not like top in the country, number one. Rightly said by me, there's no loyalty program, right? The reason why a consumer is buying and he's kept referring and buying himself because he feels it's a product of quality. Yeah. So if influencer is able to connect with the right purpose and if it's been selected properly, I think influencer has a great role in real estate.
So what I can summarize here is that as a marketer, we got to have our eye on the short term, mid term, and the long term. And the long term is where these things, and mid term, these things are attributing. In short term, you are looking at, then they may not be the best value chain, and that may not be the right way to look at it as well when you're selling real estate.
Just to create buzz, I think they can add significant.
Fair on the awareness front. Sure. So Mudra, now I'm going to ask a very straight, brutal question to you, right? Which is, they told about their part. I'm going to ask you, do you go to a developer and you say, let's sign this celebrity? And because of that, I'm going to show you an uptick of this much on your top line. 100 crore और बेच देंगे because celebrity आएगा. Will you be able to do that? Will you be able to attribute the expense towards selling?
So let me tell you why we take that route first instead of taking that route. Essentially, you ideally have to find the positioning of the product. So both Meet and both of you were saying that the same thing again and again, that the right fit or the right niche, like he clearly said that I'm attracted to a right niche, or I'm attracted to a right person or somebody who influences me, is essentially the positioning of the product in the market. And if I find somebody to associate who is in the right sync, then I think the desire that is created in the mind of the consumer is obviously going to be high. So the right fit obviously does wonders, and we've seen that happen over a period of time. We've recently signed up for a luxury project now in Pune. Obviously, luxury ticket sizes are slightly different than Bombay, but the desire obviously again is the same. And we've recently signed up, I don't want to take the person's name, but we are seeing great numbers because of signing the Bollywood celebrity up. Just in a short span of time, creating that awareness has become very easy. There was one very important thing that which you spoke about, branding. Now, I would like to touch upon, if there are brands, now there are a lot of brands sitting here like Seth and Nothandas and Oberoi, which are really big brands, right? If there is a developer who wants to cut through the clutter very quickly, this route helps very, very fast, because if the influencer or if the celebrity is a bigger value than the brand itself, it uptakes the brand very, very easily.
I give you that. Absolutely. And there's no doubt. You put an elevation, put a celebrity face beside it, put an elevation without a celebrity face beside it. what we calculate as a CTR, which is click-through ratio. 100 में से कितने लोग click करने वाले हैं? And I know the difference. That definitely will move towards what you just spoke. So glad. And you touched upon something in the luxury, and you sounded apprehensive कि पूरे में तो यही luxury है. And that is the topic that I'm gonna come to. And Harsh, I'm moving to you first. Please solve this problem for me. I have a location called Khar Bandra. There's a client who has called me day before, who said, "I have a 5 crore home and it's a luxury home. Go and sell it." Then I got a call from another client in Khar. He said, "I have a 15 crore home. It's luxury home. Go and sell it." And then I got a call for a 50 crore home in Khar. Go and sell it. And this is again luxury product. All these three are luxury products. How do I differentiate? How do I take it to the market? Why everything is luxury? And when at your brand, you're trying to put out, how you're trying to differentiate this, and in your storytelling, how are you able to put out the USP? And are you using the same word luxury as well? Because I'm getting confused now, as a lot of customers are getting as well, that everything is luxury. A 30 lakh home in Virar is also luxury from their point of view.
So yeah, again, we do only luxury apartments, right? And to solve your problem in the same micro market, from Santa Cruz to Bandra, we do luxury apartments at 7 crores and at 70 crores as well. So again, that's your problem, right? The idea is that compared within that market, your next competitive product, where is it priced at, and how is it, what are the specifications for that product? I think that's where the differentiation between luxury and premium and budget comes into. The major, I think companies don't pay that much attention. Your sales staff or who's dealing with the customer should know how the building has been spec'd. That's where the storytelling part comes in. They must know examples, sit with the engineering team, understand what elevators are used, what windows are used, what marble are you using, where everything is coming from in terms of import. So I've seen this in one of my meetings. Actually, I was watching it candidly. My salesperson was like, go ask the other developer. I mean, that's how they do sales meetings. They're like, the other guy selling it for so cheaper. Why aren't you all selling it at that price point? And he was like, this is our list. We are putting this elevators, we're putting Technogem, we're putting this, etc., etc. Just ask them, is it a luxury project or not? What is in their project in comparison to this? And then if that's luxury, then what are we? We're out of the world, then I'm guessing, right?
So I am using luxury products in a Virar market. Will it qualify? Like market बिक रहा है 1 crore का, मैं बहुत luxury product डाल रहा हूँ, उसको 2.5 crore में 2 crore में बेचता हूँ.
I believe if it's a 1,000 square foot unit and a 1,000 square foot unit, and you're selling it at maybe 1.5 crore, and the other person selling it at 1 crore, and you're speccing it, not misguiding the client, being like it's luxury, and when he walks into the house, he's like, whatever I come into, the next door building with the same developer, सस्ते में बेच, महंगे में बेच दिया मेरे को पहले, then I believe you are luxury.
Okay, Bhavik, do you have the same viewpoint here on this one?
Yeah, I would, but slightly little more. One, for example, you said to same location, Virar. Let's take an example. There is Virar where you have 3,000 square feet apartment, which is actually a luxury because the micro market requirement as per the statistics is basically 1 and 2 BHK, which are smarter ones, compact and that. Now, when someone is taking 3,000, he in Virar would be who's who. And hence he is trying to showcase that even if I stay in Virar, I am in cream crowd. Yeah, that's one way of looking at how this is done. Second, as rightly said by him, is that when you have a product and if you have a genuine backstory, which is basically saying, that how you see how the best example to compare analogy is the automobile sector. 5 lakh rupee car talks about ABS, torque, engine, cabin space, boot space, steering, automatic, airbag and all that. 10 years before, customer used to not even think about airbag and is to buy. But today he says, no, Baba, 5 lakh ki gaadi, I need an airbag. For a 5 lakh rupee, you have competition killer, which talks about this is Honda, this is Auto, this is Maruti, this is Tata. You don't have, oh, you should go and ask. A real estate minimum ticket here with 2 and 5, and if it's 7 and 50 crores, the consumer is extremely evolved. His taste is extremely refined. He's a global Indian. He likes to showcase house has his calling card. If you see historically in India or globally, wherever in ancient time also, palaces were for kings. And now with Mr. Mukesh Ambani also having Antila to prove the world, that he's the richest guy. Homes have been pillar of emotional and financial decision. So if you are able to, in luxury, the least and scarcity and exclusivity is there, then it is actually luxury. Otherwise, luxury is the most abused word used in real estate by every one of us, and we are to be blamed. Rightly said that for a 30 lakh also it's luxury.
So if you are able to create that story to him, is that this product is only for you, and I'm not talking to an XYZ, I'm talking to only A, is because this product belongs to a profile whose lifestyle, aspirations, and standard of living is A. Then when the product talks to you, you go and buy. That happens in super luxury category. So that's how I see how luxury and super luxury is sold.
Superb. I have a lot many conflicting questions, but we'll be falling short of time. Mohammed Minaz, I'm going to come to you now. And you would add to this if you want to, but I have one more peculiar question. Since you have got this technology of Crystal Lagoon, which you talked about at length, my question to you is, does this become an anchor or a moat for the story around your brand and your product that you want to create? Because one of the things that we have learned, I believe everybody here, during marketing, you got to have one anchor communication which makes you different than others. I believe with your product, you already have one. My question to you is, how are you going to build this? Is this enough? Is there going to be secondary layer to it? Because when you said 100-acre in South Bangalore, why would a customer really come there just because of this? It could be, it will never be a primary home phenomena. What will be the second trigger for me to be a secondary home phenomena? How have you packaged it in your mind to create the story around it?
Yeah, Govind. See, lagoons definitely is a luxury amenity, and it has again been segregated in concepts. If you, for example, the project that we are doing now that we have announced is home away home concept. It's a distance property from center Bengaluru. It's a 1 hour drive. So there, yet giving this exceptional amenity, the prices are very reasonable. Like unlike any other district headquarters, you will not believe, with 40 acres of amenities, we are announcing at just 3,000 rupees square feet a launch. That's the plot price. Let me specify. Well, again, yet breaking that barrier of what the top builders commonly do. They have a tag price on the villa, so many crores. Yeah. But the customer is least bothered to know what he has spent on the plot and what he has spent on the constructions. So there we are again up giving a clarity, giving a breakup on what the plot price would be and what the constructions would be of his home. So similarly, if it is a large parcel of land, like the project that we are doing in a home away home concept, it's going to be very reasonably priced. Or if you're coming a little near to the city, if it is in 100 acres, then definitely going high rise, it is not going to make much difference on what prevailing luxury market is. With lagoons, again, we are definitely giving at those Bangalore, for example, not unlike Bombay. We are giving it just that 12,000-13,000 rupees a square foot, which is quite common in today's prevailing luxury. So that is how we have segregated, and as the concept change, the project changes, the values changes, and it's your choice to go with what.
Superb. Okay. Now I have the last 5 minutes to go, guys. So I'm going to keep it very crisp. One of the important topics that, sure.
Can I quickly wrap on the technicalities, as everybody now presently in the scuba dive of the lagoons?
I was coming to that.
Before taking away, I could see the stopwatch ticking. So
I will be coming to that. Don't worry about that. So my question largely now is coming from data point of view and the sustainability point of view. Sustainability point of view is what I'm going to be discussing with Mr. Minaj. But before that, data is where I wanted to talk about. Meet Mudra, Bhavik, once again, I'm going to put you in one funnel to begin with. You are doing multiple projects for consultancy. Oberoi has got multiple projects all across MMR. And you have a whole landscape around MMR as well. How do you manage your data? Or are you even putting some effort? How do a brand, real estate brand, make sure that the data that we're profiling, largely what we call as a CDP, which is customer data platforms, are you guys working on this particular ecosystems to make sure that the data that comes from one funnel could actually percolate as a spillover to the other? Because getting that data to your site or the lead to your site, an intent buyer, definitely is a task. And now you see that, okay, this particular building project, they're not fitting in. But the second one is where maybe I can. Do you guys manage this? And if you guys get a customers like that, how do you go about approaching them? So meet Bhavik, whoever that wants to talk about it on the first. And little crispy we may have to get, I guess. So yeah.
So 2-3 things. One is cross-selling, one is upselling. So a consumer who came today, lead was there.
How do you know? How do you know? Means, it's a sales guy who's
Yeah.
talking to one guy, and you may not have an information. The owners may not have an information. How do you manage it?
No, because at every touch point, the information is collected. So when the customer comes, the GRE will get a form through an iPad and make sure that all the details have been filled, where he's saying my requirement of typology is 3, my budget is say 3 crores. If he has come for a 3 crore and he has come in a project where the typology is only 1 and 2, and probably 2 crores the max thing, then immediately in the system, it will be recorded that it is a cross sell, which can go, because we have another project which is 3 and is exactly as per his requirement, carpet area and all. So once that happens, the lead gets into the system. The central cluster head then diverts the lead to the respective project team. They connect to the client and then do the deals.
Do you have an automation play here, or you do it manually?
No, we have an automation
Okay.
place here. What we are now working is, we are working on the second SFDC cloud computing. So what it will do, it will bring all the data collected point from all different platforms, and it will be under one reserve. What it will do, it will give you predictive analysis of the way. For example, what we are working, something exciting that we saw from Salesforce is that they will start predicting that, Govind is a profile who will buy a house after 5 years. Currently, he's staying in this location. You should upgrade him and ask him for this particular thing.
Sure.
So that kind of AI generative intelligence is what this system will give. Second, it also helps us to give in a system to say that 7 years before, Govind has bought 2 BHK. Right time for him to upgrade. So those kind of intelligence, when it is under one roof, CRM, your sales, your pre-sales and your digital team can see. They can do the analysis, dice the data, and use it in their respective areas to be more sharper, more prudent, and more effective.
Sure, that's a great insight. Bhavik, Meet, are you guys up to the same? Because you guys are coming in Thane, you have a coal shed coming in, and then on the top of the funnel, there'll be Pokhran coming in. I see a lot much spillover, right? So how are you planning to take care of all the customers?
I completely agree with Bhavik here. If you have not been collecting data till now and been segregating it in the right format, I think you've missed out on a lot. Data is oil, rightly said. But it is very important to understand how you look at data, because there are a lot of touch points of a customer and there are a lot of data points that are being collected at each of those touch points. It is very important for a marketer with enablement of AI to really understand on how you should be looking at data, because data can also a lot of times be very misleading. So that becomes one part of the spectrum in terms of understanding insights and collecting the right set of insights. And second is actionables. So with that data, do you have the right set of tools, or do you have the right set of ancillaries available to take action? Now, whether that action can be as simple as a birthday email that you mentioned, or a cross-sell that we talked about, or it can also be something like creating opportunities of referrals. Now, if there's a person who you see has bought multiple flats with us, is a person where if you take an NPS score of that person, the net promoter score of that person, it'll be high. So his likeliness to recommend you will be higher. So utilizing, it's not just collecting data and storing data in a CDP, but also utilizing it well.
Absolutely. And that's a must. I believe as a real estate fraternity, we have been putting a very less attention to this part. Budra, anything to add on this one?
CRMs with lead scoring will help. A lot of CRMs are there with lead scoring, which will help understanding what part of the data, what part of the buying process the customer is. And you can segregate that data for cross-selling, for upselling. So I think lead scoring platforms are going to be very, very important. So I'd like to just throw upon that.
Any technology companies here in the room, they can get a pointer that what is the need of the hour. And if you're not building it, get on building it. Mohammed Binaz, I'm going to come to you. The sustainability part that I wanted to actually ask you. You're making lagoons. They're going to be, I know that because I saw the presentation in NetCon that you're working upon the water recycling. So the sustainability part is taken care of. But what about my maintenance, right? Why am I going to pay so much for something that you're adding to your anchor?
Yeah, Govind, these are some very important factors that almost runs in everybody's mind. First, you see the lagoons posters. you say, wow, it's so lovely. The immediate next minutes, the doubts arise, like, what about the technicalities? How is the maintenance? What's the purification systems? So on those notes, we are the best in the business. As Crystal Lagoons, it's a brand in over 60 countries, as I said earlier, and over 2,500 patents registered in over 190 countries. That makes itself a brand within itself, to conclude. So, counting on technicalities, for example, rather than the traditional swimming pool cleaning methods, we have a special oxygen infusion technology. Like a stagnant water gets polluted because lack of oxygen. It's the main reason. So giving that continuous infusion of oxygen keeps this as pure as possible. That is one of the part of cleaning methods, apart car room filtration systems. Then if you count on the retaining walls of this large water body, there are electromagnetic plates installed, which has slow vibrations, which doesn't allow the algae to form that sooner. And no insects, snakes, and reptiles come near this. And yet very safe for humans. These are the two patents that I counted on. Like this, there are around 2,500 patents. So imagine improvising since 2 decades, the places where the water bodies were large and were tough to maintain. That is where the Crystal Lagoons have turned out to be the game changer. And coming back to the technicalities again, the manual cleaning methods, like how nowadays we have robots cleaning manual methods. So the cleaner, all he needs to do is just play with the joystick to clean the pool. So made work so easy. And 24/7 telemetric operation from the head office. The complete crew of Crystal Lagoons will be here for 2 years till our people are fully equipped with the technicalities and the maintenance part. So all these things makes a brand, and that is how this has made a remarkable change in the real estate market, whether it may be residential, commercial, any kind of real estate business, and public access as well.
Sure.
We see water parks today, but water is not that clean. Many people don't tend to go because of it's dirty, isn't it? So now stay tuned. We are up with this. India is getting his new phase. A revolution to the real estate begins.
Super, wishing you super luck. And that's where I come to the last question, and that is to Harsh. Why I asked sustainability? You may be wondering what this panel is to do with sustainability. The element is there's a series of communication I did in Bangalore market, where I learned that certain brands, Total Environment, Brigade, they all are going and talking and trying to create a differentiation. And there's a lot many PropTech startups that I interacted with. They're talking that, okay, what if we talk about something called a green fee, which a developer would be able to add at the top of to this, because sustainability adds to the cost. In the marketing landscape, they believe this could be a positioning that can be created where customers will be made aware that if they invest into a sustainable home, their initial cost may be higher, but at a later stage on the maintenance and all, they're going to be saving a lot of money. Do you believe, and specifically now this play is going to be very easy, maybe possible to the luxury play for sure, because when you're making luxury homes, the sustainability criteria would add to your premium. You will be able to talk about it. Do you see your brand and customers of yours tomorrow coming to you or paying that extra buck easily because they are getting towards to the right side of the environment, because the home that they are choosing is sustainable side, carbon neutral?
So for me, honestly, it's very, very biased in that we are very, very passionate about sustainability at our company. Even within jewelry, we got into lab-grown diamonds much before anyone else could. In real estate, currently what we're doing, all our buildings are anyway green, right? So we don't charge our clients anything extra. I believe the luxury client—
You're already charging a good premium.
So it's also, everything is built in basically, right? So the green buildings, we do tell them in marketing, but it's something that we don't emphasize on. Even the future projects we are doing, we tell them that they're all green buildings. That's the mandate within the company. But I believe more people should actually look into it, who are not doing sustainable development should get into it. They might be able to charge a higher fee from clients if they do. Because the younger clients, everyone, I think, anyone above the age of 21, 22 is definitely looking at sustainable. It'll definitely be a question. I see older clients asking me about solar panels and asking me about EV charging and things like that. So I'm sure awareness is increasing.
Thanks a ton. And usually by this time, I get a nudge from the anchor to go that Govind, don't extend your timeline. So I'm waiting for her to come and say it to me. But if you have not spoken, I can ask one question. Okay, so that will be quickly to me, to you, to all the people here.
Govind, the nudge didn't come because you so perfectly managed time today. So
Yeah,
I gave
I
you
got
complete
inspired by
break.
the event today. So, Meet, last question to you. A lot of people want to know quickly, Bhavik, on your digital platforms today, or the luxury largely, let's say, which platform is working for you the most? Facebook, Google, LinkedIn. If I have to name a brand in terms of largely the performance marketing, if I have to say, you can use from the branding side as well. Which will be your chosen platform? Quickly.
So I think it's the right media mix. Google obviously continues Google search, and Bing as well is coming up quite well from a pull-based high intent lead standpoint. But I have seen any of these search engines work well when you have a well-rounded campaign around awareness. Once people know about a product, once people know what the product stands for, is when they will search for it.
Bhavik, your?
I think I have a slightly different
Love
view.
to listen to that.
So, Sobo consumer, basically, if you see a lot of developers in Sobo, none of them advertise. In fact, there are case studies where super luxury and luxury projects should not be known to everyone. The more exclusive it is, the more limited it is known to people, they would love to. In fact, few of the ultra HNIs customers where our joint project was there, some of the customers don't want them, other customers to know that they have bought, right? And there are some brands who have showcased, the names of the customers who have done. So I think in digital for super luxury, I think it's on the awareness side from a brand perspective, very limited to a niche crowd. I think in super luxury still today, the channel partner vertical works significantly well. The reason is simple. This guy knows everything at his beck and call. He has wealth managers, he has relationship managers, and he has broker. He is not buying first time. He is neither buying second time, right? So he is aware about the whole cycle and process. What he does is that he goes through a channel, ask him to align so that there is a conversation between him and the owner rather than going through the channel of sales manager to sighted and that. And these people normally are extremely clear what they want, and they don't sit to you on a conversation table with RM to discuss discounts. So digital will be more awareness, very limited. Offline, not even mass media, but predominantly one-on-one.
Got it. And what about you, Mudra, on luxury product? Which is a chosen platform?
So I agree with Bhavin on this. Like I started with the conversation saying every human interaction is very, very important for every customer. May it be meeting the first time or may it be concluding the sale. But human interaction is something that helps all the time. It's the touch, the human touch, the warmth that I started talking about at the start. So I think that's what I feel, that a human touch is important in every luxury product. Other than that, influencing with a 360-degree campaign also helps, but it also depends on what kind of product you're selling.
Thanks a ton, everybody. I have got so much to talk to you guys. I'm going to take it backstage. Now I'm going to ask the anchor to take over. And I hope that it was as fulfilling and enriching a session for you as it was for me. And thanks a ton, all the fellow panelists, for solve so many queries of mine and answer them so candidly. Thanks a ton. And thanks a lot for you for allowing me to ask one more question.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause for all our esteemed panelists. And whilst there's our panels on stage, may I request Aryan and Arjun Kandhari, the directors of B. Kandhari Properties, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation of our speakers. So could we have both our gentlemen to join us? Ladies and gentlemen, since we have two of them, let's give them a double round of applause. And with that, as the handshakes continue, may we request Arjun and Aryan to step this side and start with Mudra. Mudra, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. And we would have to request you to step in the center. So maybe both of you, one should be on the left and right. All right, both on the right. Okay. Thank you, Mudra, for joining us. All right. Thank you so much, Mohammed Minaj. Thank you for your valuable time and insight. Thank you, Meet. Meet Merchant, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your key insight. Thank you, Harsh. Thank you for your valuable time today and your knowledge. Thank you so much, Bhavik. Thank you for joining us today at the Conclave and contributing to the topic. A big thank you to Govind. Govind, we're going to be squeezing you in for a moment for felicitation. Thank you for curating it so wonderfully. And with that, if I could have the entire panel all together in the front, along with Arjun and Aryan. If you could have the entire panel forward for a group photograph. I know the conversations will continue, but we're just requesting the entire panel to come together. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm, warm round of applause for all our key leaders on the stage at the 15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave West 2023. Thank you to all our leaders for joining us. And thank you for contributing to our conclave today. With that, it is now time for us to go to our next panel discussion, which is a tech conversation on the topic Realty Goes High-Tech, Embracing and Scaling Up PropTech Products and Solutions. In paucity of time, we're going to be going ahead to our next panel discussion. First up, as the stage is set, it is time for me to call upon for the session chair. Our moderator is the editor, Realty Plus, Sapna Srivastava, who's forayed into the field of architectural journalism in the year 2006. As the editor of Realty Plus, she's somebody who maintains the editorial benchmarks and ideates new editorial products. Let's give her a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome Sapna on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the editor of Realty Plus. Thank you, Sapna. Well, joining Sapna would be our eminent panelists. First up, somebody who started his company almost 8 years back as a digital loyalty solutions platform for a wide range of industries and lately has focused solely on the Indian real estate industry. He has conceptualized methods to increase sales and reduce costs. We're talking about the founder and CEO of Realty, Akhil Saraf. Let's give Akhil a warm, warm round of applause right there. Thank you, Akhil, for joining us. Our next leader's experience spans early stage private equity and corporate strategy. He's the fund manager with Earth Fund, an early stage VC fund backed by the Brigade Group, which is one of the leading developers in the country. Let's warmly welcome Dheeraj S. on the stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the applause needs to continue. Thank you so much. Next up, somebody who spent all her working years building some high growth startups in her previous stint. She was a part of the core team at Momsco, which is a digital first FMCG company. Also had a core team member at Oyo. We're talking currently about the co-founder of Enlight, Garima Bharadwaj. Garima, thank you so much. Let's give Garima a warm round of applause. Our next leader is passionate about building tech-enabled businesses in emerging markets, a real estate and a technology enthusiast, helping real estate professionals to scale faster. We're talking about the co-founder of Propacity, Rahul Bansal. Our next leader is somebody who co-founded Blocks in 2019 with a decade of experience in marketing and building D2C brands across various industries. Also, she had previously headed the marketing portfolio for all luxury brands of the biggest fashion house in India. We're talking about the house of Anita Dongre. Currently the co-founder and the CMO of Blocks, none other than Shivani Karya Javeri. Let's give Shivani a warm round of applause. And an experienced investment banker with over a decade of experience in debt syndication for real estate. He's currently the co-founder and managing partner of Ever Vintage Consulting LLP. His new venture, Key Demand, is a first of its kind online B2B PropTech for non-residential real estate. This platform allows businesses and brands to expand their presence across locations and cities seamlessly. The MD of Key Demand, we're talking about Sudhanshu Kejriwal. Wow, what a diverse panel this is. Thank you all for joining us. And over to the able hands of Sapna to take it forward. Sapna, over to you.
Thanks, Bhavna, for those wonderful introductions, and to all our speakers here. So our topic today, what we are talking about is Realty Goes High Tech. Let me ask my audience, how many of you think, believe that real estate is going high tech? Show of hands, how many of you believe? Okay, not a very enthusiastic show of hands. So let me go to our speakers. Do you believe real estate is going high tech? All of you? Okay, fantastic. Because all my speakers are from the tech space, so they have to have a positive outlook. So, let me start with our speakers, what they are doing to make a difference in this space. Shivani, let me start with you. What is that one big difference Blocks is making in the real estate?
We started off after understanding that in India, there are no players that exist to give an end-to-end service to the customer, which means that post the stage of search and discovery, which all the platforms for the past decade have been giving, no one takes the step ahead, which means after you've selected where you want to visit, there is no platform that allows you to do a booking or to in fact book or schedule a site visit. So we started off with the fundamental of a customer-centric platform to be able to allow customers to register. But in the journey, we realized that just giving customers a platform doesn't help. And there is an ecosystem in the back end required to create the operations to be able to allow the supply to come in for the customers and to generate the demand for booking and registration online. So today, Blocks is an entire ecosystem of various products for channel partners, developers. We have our own CRM that we use. We are in the retail business, serving over 100 developers on a monthly basis, recurring sales getting generated for them. And of course, we do exclusive sales across Mumbai city. So that has been the short journey of Blocks in 2 years.
It is like you're giving bouquet of service, from one end to the other end, the entire
Correct.
journey.
The entire ecosystem of primary residential home buying is where we've created a lot of technology for.
Okay. So Sudhanshu, you are in the non-residential space. So how are you, what is that one big thing that you are doing for that space?
So one thing we realized when we were looking or conceptualizing the product was there are a lot of PropTechs on the residential side. Commercial real estate was getting ignored by most of the PropTechs. So we decided there's a huge opportunity to look at only commercial. My background or my co-founder's background has been B2B. So we added these two. We decided to start Key Demand. Comes from a very simple line: demand is the key, right? And so that's the name for Key Demand. So what we are doing out here is that everybody as a developer, as a channel partner, are looking for requirements. So what we have done out here is we've actually gone out and listed leasing requirements on the platform from corporates. We started in April. We are currently clocking 6.2 million square feet of retail requirements listed on our platform, which can be easily serviced. So what the problem which we were trying to solve is, let's try and get demand onto a platform. It is a very fragmented market. Let's try and organize it.
Okay, all right. That's something I think is the need of the art, as you said, fragmented market, and somewhere if, someone had to bring it all together. Going to you, Rahul, how is propacity creating a paradigm shift? What is that one big solution you are offering?
Sure. So as Shivani said, Sudhanshu said, so I come from a family which has been into steel from the last 40, 45 years. My co-founder comes from a family which has been into jewelry from the same time. My other co-founder comes from a family which has been into automobile from similar time period. And over the last 5, 10 years, we realized that our family, unka ho gaya hai business se, and they want to just construct upon the plots that they have, right? And this was a very huge problem that we saw in our own families, that ki lala ji ko ghar banana to aata hai, bechna nahi aata hai, right? And this was a problem that we experienced across a very, very huge set of people. And then we realized that, boss, this is a problem that we want to solve, right? But then both of us, all three of us have been super passionate about building for agent-driven businesses. So we started realizing that, hey, let's create a platform that can empower brokers. But then we realized that, boss, developer is the paymaster, and if the developer is not making money, then the brokers are not making money, and the brokers are primarily motivated to sell for the developer, which is paying the brokerage in time. So pura ecosystem kafi fata pada hai, right? So we thought that, hey, let's create a platform that can help developers excel. And there are 4 major problems that we are solving for them. One, we give them via our platform trusted vendors across the value chain that they can work with, trusted distributors or brokers that they can work with that can help them add velocity during this entire process. And at the same time, right at the start, when it is just the land, or they are at a stage where they want insights, information, positioning help. So we do that. So as an ecosystem, we particularly help a developer add velocity to their property, thus propacity.
Okay, so again, it's like a complete journey that you are taking care of for the developers.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Gariman, let me ask you, what is it that you are offering, that one big thing to the real estate?
So everybody here is building a lot and selling a lot of what is being built, which is amazing, which is very interesting, which gives rise to a lot of urbanization, so many buildings. But sab building bana lenge, to usko sustainable kaun banayega? And today what people talk about is sustainability in the built world, retrofit karte hain. We want affordable innovation of technology. Now with so many buildings, just may say 80% of the buildings of future have been already created as of now. How to make them efficient, how to decarbonize them. People are talking about sustainability goals, and governments are talking about ESG, but how do you actually reduce it? So that's what we do. At Enlight, we have created world's first wireless building automation system, which is a full stack of a hardware product and a platform, which could be retrofitted into any building, or it could be put into any new building. It is a non-invasive technology which helps to run a building efficiently with absolutely no manual hindrance or association required, which means now you could just sit here and let your building take decisions for you. HVAC is to be managed or maintained, the system will do it for you. Lights have to be turned on and turned off, the system will do it for you. Predictive maintenance, which is actually a huge cost when it comes to this industry. Buildings logon ne bana bhi diya, bech bhi diya, khareed bhi liya. Uske baad, when maintenance is come into picture, when the value starts depreciating of assets, are when people are scrambling for these solutions. So what we do is help them with good upkeep, and we make these decisions absolutely by the system that we have built. Do not rely on solutions which are not to be run by people, but actually should be run by machines itself. So we build the machines for them, we build the intelligence for them. And today we have about 25 million square feet of a total automation area running, with our solution, which is called Know Your Building. And the idea of Know Your Building was to digitize the built world. When there was a Know Your Customer, in which you could see all the data and see that, whether or not is this person associated to, what is the CIBIL score? Can I trust this person? Can I give loan to this person? Why not know your building? You know whether or not to invest in that building, whether or not to be a tenant of that building, whether or not to put some new assets in that building. So that's the whole solution, something that companies, traditional Fortune 500 companies like Honeywell, Johnson, Siemens, Schneider have tried to do. We are trying to create a differentiated product in the same domain. However, just giving a much more technical and affordable twist to that innovation.
That's it. Know your building. And the word I like is wireless. So that's what we all want. So coming to you, Akhil, how are you making a difference in the real estate?
Right. So we run loyalty and referral programs for real estate companies. Now, what that is how there's Marriott Bonvoy or Club Vistara. We run things like Goodrich Ambassador, Embassy Priority, Colte Patil Nest. The idea is to take care of the customer from booking up to possession, right? I'm going to build a little about on what Shivani said earlier, that there's no end-to-end solution for customers that exist today, right? Our fundamental belief is that it's the builder's responsibility to give this end-to-end experience to the customer, where things like housing finance, home interiors, all the ancillary services that customers are looking for is provided to them. The idea of doing all of this and why go that extra mile, which a lot of developers ask themselves, is referral sales. So if you treat our customers well, we get referral sales out for builders. Last year, we did about 1,000 crores of just referral sales, right? Now, this literally represents homeowners' love for real estate, where customers have gotten happy with their builder and said that, hey, buy from the same builder, right? No one is doing that for, a lot is said about the big bad builder, but not a lot is said about the good side of real estate, right? And what this represents is literally a hard measure for that love for real estate. So
I think that is something quite innovative, having a loyalty program for the real estate buyers, for the homeowners. Do they get free vacation or something like that?
Among other things, yes. Like 1% is our literally the most standard cashback thing that we have. So 7.5 crores was paid out last year just for having referred.
Okay, fantastic. So great. So being a homeowner now comes with its own perks and privileges, now being part of such. Fantastic. I think something new which is happening in this space. Coming to you, Dheeraj, how is the Earth Fund creating a difference?
Good evening, one and all. Just to give you a journey, we as builders, Brigade Group started about 4 decades ago. And during our journey, we realized that real estate as an asset class has been a laggard in technology adoption. So in this process, we set up Brigade REAP, Asia's first accelerator. We had conversation with over 2,000 startups, accelerated about 70 of them. And we've seen phenomenal successes. We've seen, as industry players, as one of the key stakeholders in the industry, builders need to come forward and sort of help the startups, encourage them to grow. And with this in mind, we decided to double down on our efforts to sort of take a larger step in the ecosystem. And we recently launched our fund, early stage venture capital fund called Earth Fund, with the intent to back visionary founders like our fellow panelists.
I'm sure all of them will be lining up talking to you after this discussion. So I think what I have got to learn from here is each of these speakers, each of these experts, they identified the problem, where the gap was in the industry and how to address it. Whether it is the commercial space, whether it is the customer journey, whether it is the developer's journey or the building itself. And then again, how, you create more transactions by creating programs for the customer itself. And then, of course, realizing that there is a need to mentor the PropTech companies, to guide them how to scale up their solutions for the sector. My next segment of questions would be on the challenges. Again, I think by what we just, the dipstick that we took of the audience, I think there is kind of lack of awareness about how much technology the sector is using now. Probably one of the reasons is that there are a lot of challenges also in the acceptance and probably in terms of solutions gearing up to the sector needs. Rahul, if you can tell me, for the PropTech companies, what is that one big challenge that they have to face?
Sure. So I will speak with respect to our regard. So it's been about 3 years we have been building this, and there are many, many challenges that we have faced. I'll particularly want to highlight a couple of them that majority of the companies face. One, I think majority of the tech companies are not able to understand their customers right.
Right.
So when you talk about real estate as a blanket industry, there are a lot of stakeholders that you are catering to. There is customers, there is developers, there is brokers, there is investors, there are bankers, there are so many. And now, while you talk about all these 5, 6 groups, there are subcategories in it. It looks like a huge market when you look at from a overall standpoint, but majority of tech companies create an overall blanket saying that we will cater to all the customers. We will cater to all the developers. We will cater to all the brokers. First of all, a lot of tech companies are not even able to choose upon one target audience that they want to cater to. Then they are not able to slice the segment down. So this is that one problem that I have seen with a lot of tech companies, that slicing the customer down and really going very deep into understanding what is the problem that they are facing and creating a solution for it is something that's very few people are able to do, and they are able to achieve great success, right? It took us a lot of time to understand that into a larger category of people, who are we catering to and what are we solving for, right? That is one. Second, this is one advice that we got from somebody senior in the industry, and we spoke with a lot of people over the last, who built a large companies over the last decade, that you do not have to over romanticize the idea that you have thought will work. You have to continuously pivot. You have to continuously be closer to the customer, and you need to always understand that you are not bigger than the market, right? You cannot go out in the market saying that boss, मैंने ये solution बनाया, आप लगाओ, आपकी life change हो जाएगी, नहीं होगी. आपके बिना भी real estate चल रहा था, and it was running for a very long period of time. So if you're creating technology, it has to create ease, and the person has to tell you it has created ease for me, and you cannot tell that to them. So these are certain nuances that tech companies which fail are not able to understand, and the ones who succeed, a lot of them are there on the panel today, are able to see that and implement
So
on
I
it.
think the biggest challenge, as Rahul is saying, one is not identifying your customer, the target audience for whom you want to create the solution, and probably also understanding the entire ecosystem, that there are other stakeholders also involved in that. And second is being in love with your own self and your product, and that you have created something new. You need to understand that, the real estate is much bigger than probably what you have created. Two big challenges that Rahul mentioned. Akhil, I would like to ask you, technology changes at a very fast pace. Immediately after a product is launched, there is an upgradation, there is a new software, there is the next level to go to. But real estate is a slow and steady sector.
Right.
So how do we address that disconnect?
So interesting. I'm actually going to build a little more on what Rahul also said earlier, right? So basically, consumer technology was always built to sell a yoga mat on Amazon, right? That how can you do commerce quickly? Real estate is not that transaction, right? Not every transaction needs to be online. Real estate will definitely not be online, right? Like you will want one site visit before it happens. So technology in real estate needs to be built for the fundamentals of real estate, right? Like what are the fundamentals of real estate? It's high value, low volume, right? And it's a once in a lifetime transaction. So that is what you have to build for, right? So according to me, the problem is twofold. One is building the technology and how you're going about it. And second is the people, right? So we've been in this space for 6 years, specializing only in real estate, right? So the first 3 years we were building software thinking that, this feature will get us there, this feature will get us there, this feature will get us there. We later realized that people love the software that we are building, but they're scared of actually operating software, right? So then we increased our entire bandwidth to build an end-to-end managed service, because building a loyalty program is one side, right? Then after that, operating it, bringing all the brands, bringing all the, doing all the marketing, talking to the customer that regularly. Builders are scared of doing that on their own. So that's sort of where you have to adapt to the reality of your situation and build on top of that, right? That's the fastest way you can get technology to get adopted in this space, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I think one major point, what you said is people, what companies forget is that people, it is the people that is important, and you have to look at what they need, how it is them who will be operating the technology, and what is their psyche, understand that. And then I think probably we will be able to see more acceptance of technologies. Shivani, another big problem in real estate is about data. Standard data that, is hardly available, or, not accessible, and for any technology, first thing that you require is correct data.
So Sapna, you're absolutely right. And the reason why this data is not available is, as we discussed earlier, the market is quite fragmented. Now, recording of data is where the problem begins. Today, to have any kind of predictive analysis, to have any kind of demand forecasting, what you need to do is have data sets in the same way across all developers for the industry to extrapolate from that where the industry is headed. But in our industry, some of the larger players today also are sort of moving from pen and paper to Excel, unfortunately. And for them, this is definition of digitization. I'm sorry, this is not digitization. That is using one software. When you are truly digitized is when, let's say, there is a power cut and you can't access your computer and your business stops because you're that highly dependent on technology. That is the kind of acceptance that your entire organization has adopted that technology to that degree. That is when you can say that your company is truly digitized, which is not by the way of one software. So for example, in Blocks, we have created a SaaS model where you have one nucleus CRM, that is the entire database of all the multiple stakeholders. Now, this product ecosystem, what it does is the developer inputs its data, again, in very qualified data sets. The broker is putting his data. The relationship manager, who is taking the customer for a site visit, the sales manager, who is the closing manager for that particular site visit, are all putting data. And what is happening is our CRM is collecting all of this, segmenting this data, and creating analysis that are helpful for us. And for us, it starts from the point where today we have a lot of organic online home sales. We never thought that to be possible before, without digital ads, without Facebook, Google, any of that. So the process starts from the point where a user comes on the platform, we understand their behavior, we push ads that are complementary to their lifestyle index. On top of that, when they schedule a site visit and when they eventually purchase a house or book a home, all the multiple stakeholders, which I mentioned earlier, work together collaboratively in the system of the CRM to generate that one sale. Now, when a technology like this, or technology that Rahul is building, is accepted industry-wise, that's when we can say that our industry is digitized. For example, today when we place an order on Amazon, Amazon's platform is receiving that order, the warehouse is getting a notification, the delivery agent is getting a notification, and the delivery agent is eventually sending us a notification. So technology also requires on-ground operations and data input from every single stakeholder in the system. But we have realized that it is not very easy, even for Salesforce implementation. Some of our client developers had E&Y come to teach and train their employees on Salesforce. So understanding this, what we realized is, in the world of generative AI, in the world where voice assistants are ever so common, we've created something called Breva. Breva is Block's real estate virtual assistant that is like Siri. And what it does is, you can just talk to it. You can say, what have been my walk-ins month to date? Okay, now split the direct walk-ins from the CP walk-ins. Okay, in this, what transactions are above 1.5 crores, and a developer is able to get the answers back in voice. So what this eradicates the entire problem of adoption, so to speak, or training. Because in this, what happens is you can talk to the program. The program is talking back at you. So this is what we are doing, and we are in the forefront of developing. I remember Aditya, the founder and CEO of Blocks, he was extremely disappointed by the lack of adoption of technology when we saw that when we started working with developers and we got, so to speak, kacha MIS, and coming from the world that we come from, what do you mean by kacha MIS? Why is there not a detailed understanding of where the sale is coming from, where the lead flow is? So that is when we realized that we have to push a very easy to use tech setup. So Compass, which is one of the largest prop tech players in the world,
The tech of the Compass was developed in Hyderabad. And today we are very proud to say that to solve this challenge, we were able to get the entire top tier team, the head team of Compass Technology to build our blocks tech. So today, I think we are fairly confident that in some time to come, we should be able to organize the market a lot more, organize the sales and the sales management a lot more.
I think all these efforts are happening at individual level, but at an industry level, we still need to create some kind of a data, registry or something that can be accessed by everyone.
You're absolutely right. See how Dubai functions. Today, for property registration, we still have a very phygital model. It's not entirely digitized. We have Telangana government, we have Karnataka government that have adopted e-registrations, but Maharashtra not so much. When you have blockchain technology being used for registration, there is zero room for mistakes, zero room for cheating, which gives a lot of safety and confidence to the seller as well as the buyer. But for that level of implementation, I think it needs to be a top-down approach from the government.
It has to be a policy level.
It has to be at the policy level. But at the industry level, I think it has to start from the developers. And we see that while 2 years ago, the market was more fragmented, today we see that even if it is Microsoft Excel, at least that one step forward has been taken.
All right, baby steps. Right. So, Sudhanshu, we have been talking about fragmented market, and yes, that is the truth. Real estate is a fragmented market. We have different types of players, size, shape, scale. How difficult it becomes for a prop tech company to scale up?
So I'll first tell you about one of the challenges we are facing, right? So we are the first demand aggregation commercial real estate marketplace. It takes a lot of time for us to even educate our clients, whether it is a brand, whether it is a channel partner, or whether it is a developer. Post that, it is expectation management, right? I listed a property on your site yesterday. It's not leased as yet. It's not sold as yet. I thought this was going to be magic, right? So there is a lot of, so first of all, there is education about what we are doing. It's being done for the first time in the country. We are 6 months old. We have transacted with 100 crores of leasing in 6 months' time. But the market is humongous.
Right.
That's not even a decimal to the size of the market. That's really not a decimal. So when it comes to scaling post this, first is acceptance from the market. We saw the number of hands lifted up, right? So everybody wants tech, but changing to tech, anything change is difficult to begin with, but beautiful at the end. It's that journey we all have to be patient towards, right? So as a prop tech startup, we have to be patient that if our product is right, we will scale. We have to choose, I would say, the right market, the right client. In the initial stages, not everybody can be your client. You're not geared for it. Like Rahul was telling, Shivani was telling everybody, sometimes you have to know your customer much better, saying, okay, this is the service which we had provided. That's not working out. We had made a couple of wrong assumptions. You have to be agile. You have to be very patient. Make the changes as soon as possible. Adapt to your customer. Scaling up happens. Scaling up, obviously, you require, number one, you need funding, right? Number one, I'm coming to you after. So you require funding, right? You need to be, I would say, choosing your markets very well. You need to be choosing your markets very well. You need to be agile in terms of adding new products on a regular basis. I'm sure, whether it is Blocks, Enlight, they will have a series of rollouts which will be designed or planned. So that's how scaling up happens. Okay, so what we are planning right now, we've started with leasing. We are adding sales to our platform. We are adding co-working next month. We'll be adding logistics. We'll be adding financial solutions. So it's not only scaling up in terms of region, it is also scaling up in terms of products.
Yeah. And I think you rightly mentioned it's knowing your customer even better than the customer himself. And then again starts from the awareness, setting the expectations right. And I think that's if we can get that correct, the next steps will easily follow. You spoke about funding also. Garima, let me ask you, are tech companies getting enough funding? Is it easily available?
So the best part about answering that question today is being a part of this panel. So as far as that goes, all of the people sitting here, I think they've done brilliant work when it comes to funding. And because they have done brilliant work is why they have seen the kind of traction or the interest. Shivani is the latest entrant to those newspapers. This week itself, Blogs has had a very exciting week where they have acquired a company. Akhil Reloy has raised substantial funding this year, and they are getting acceptability through the market. Similarly with Rahul, even with Key Demand. And then there's one person sitting right here who's asking that, sustainability may we invest. So what are you guys actually doing? So while that is a very positive part, and honestly, had you asked this question to me last year, my answer would have been different. 3 years back, it would have been very different. About 3 years back, even on our journey of Enlight, we are a hardcore engineering company. We are a direct competition to the giants like Honeywell, Siemens, Schneider, Johnson Control, which means you need to have hardware at the heart of solving a problem, and then there's a platform. So me and my co-founder, we happened to meet a huge investor in a space that VC fund has practically invested in all the unicorns. And we sat down with them, and after explaining the solution, the partner said, "Acha platform hai." I said, "But there is a hardware to it." He's like, "But there's a platform, right? It's good." I said, "You do understand that we do build a hardware." He's like, "Oh, nobody understands really hardware in our firm. So we're not really sure. We'll connect you to our Hong Kong team, but even there, nobody understands it. So we're not very sure about it." That's when we realized that there are two parts to difficulty in a real estate. First, the kind of technology you're building. If you're still on the demand and supply side, people are okay with it because you can still show a certain amount of GMV that you have done. You can still show scale. You can still show that, if I pump in some money into my digital platforms, I will get these kind of leads and pipelines. But when you're building a very deep tech real estate company in which you have a hardware, the scale doesn't come like that. You just don't put a digital ad. Honestly, there are not even 40 people searching for best building management system in the world. Nobody meets over dinner and says, "Tera building mein kya building management system laga hai?" Half of the time I had to explain people, BMS is not battery management system. It's building management system. So that's the kind of industry that it is. Now, interestingly, what has happened well is that EdTech, FinTech, and all the other techs, which garnered so much attention and interest, are facing a lot of headwinds globally. And people need to park their money safely. And now you think of it, where have people parked money traditionally also? In the real estate. Through decades and decades, it's been always safe. It has been always stable. So now people are starting to realize that, okay, real estate funding could be as safe as putting in money into a real estate. And that is the reason why a brigade thinks of a REAP. They understand the problem and they are trying to find out people who can figure out the solutions. So if they've been running this program for last 7 years and have about 50 odd companies graduate from them, they do understand what can these companies do, just not for Brigade, but they have a lot of interesting programs where Brigade REAP even gives the market access to a lot of other developers. Because if I've been able to solve it for Brigade, I can solve it for Prestige, for RMZ. Similarly, a lot of funds concentrated on sustainability have started. So especially where Enlight comes into play or anybody else who's on the hardware, there is so much impetus on sustainability today. And people are now taking sustainability seriously. बात तो बहुत कर लिया sustainability के बारे में, but करेगा कौन? Those करेगा कौन companies are again found in this domain only. Because how do you create sustainability? When you have a machine, only then a sustainability could be created. Even a lot of platforms recently have been able to raise good amount of funding who do decarbonization of buildings, because energy guzzlers have been building. So you really need to now start solving around the problem.
According to you, with awareness, funding is also increasing. And I think in last 3 years, as you said, 3 years back, the answer would have been different. So 3 years, things have changed towards positive.
Definitely. And they
Okay.
are only going to get better from here.
Only going to get better. That's what we wanted to hear. Dheeraj, I will ask you the funding question later. But right now, like Garima said, yes, now funding is getting better. People are getting aware what PropTech can do, and it is happening. But one problem that we discussed earlier also is that adoption of technology sometimes gets hindered because of the people factor. Companies feel, a real estate company feels, now I'll have to upskill my people, I'll have to hire people, and that will be an additional cost. How do you see that disconnect, adopting a technology and the manpower?
Well, a lot has been spoken about this, but before we move on, I would like to highlight 3 critical points. One, real estate is the world's largest asset class with over $300 trillion in value, yet it has lagged significantly in tech adoption. Second, over a third of world's global greenhouse gas emissions come from the real estate sector, yet very little has been done to address it. Third, the construction industry has achieved only 1% productivity growth in the last 2 decades as per McKinsey report. This compares to over 3% growth seen in other sectors. So the answer is pretty clear. Real estate needs technology as well as sustainability at the moment. Now, coming to the question, I will break it down to 2 parts. One is the skilled labor and second is the unskilled labor. Coming to the unskilled labor, yes, the construction industry has been facing a lot of challenges with regards to unskilled labor. And whether technology is a silver bullet, no, technology is not a silver bullet, but yes, it goes a long way in addressing these challenges. How? Drone technology, for example, the fact that you can monitor your construction progress, etc., with drones. Second is your robotics, the fact that it makes life easier on the ground. And third is modular construction. Well, modular construction is a very niche segment, but we have seen anecdotal evidences where the government has been using like monolithic construction to build large-scale affordable housing projects, which is where this gets viable. Now, coming to the skilled labor, yes, as we've been discussing about this, we need to look at the industry from a perspective, what problem are you solving? As a developer, if you're able to justify whether are you improving my top line, are you able to reduce my costs, or are you able to bring in efficiencies, etc., only then a solution probably would be accepted, because it's quite a fragmented market as we spoke. But yeah, adoption, you need to justify these parameters for the adoption to take place.
Developers first think the ROI kya hai?
Yes. So
If I'm taking this technology, how am I getting my
Right.
value back? So
I'll just add on, sorry, I'll just add on to a point. We spoke about funding and the adoption of technology. In the last 10 years alone, we have seen about over $120 billion global funding in the PropTech space, of which 75% came in the last 5 years alone. And in India, this number is close to about $5 billion. Yes, the industry is nascent in India, but it's seeing additional adoption. And yes, skilled labor developers would probably hire skilled labor if they see the ROI benefit.
I think the 2 years of COVID had been a big booster for technology in India. I think that's why we have seen it so much scaling up. So these were the challenges that all our speakers mentioned where we are lacking. Efforts are being made. Everyone is doing their bit in overcoming those challenges, whether it is from the industry end or from the PropTech end. Coming to the opportunities, as all our speakers said, there is, Indian real estate is a huge market, and there are a lot of opportunities. As Dheeraj mentioned, technology is a one big factor that we need to scale up. We are way behind on that. Garima, coming to you again is, PropTech started from discovery and aggregator platforms, moved on to offering services. Now, are we going to the age of smart real estate, smart building, very quickly, what do you say? Is this the third stage?
It's absolutely the third stage because the first two stages were largely addressing the supply and demand part. Now the supply and demand was catered to, and now what we're looking at is real estate is no more supply and demand, but it's rather value added sustainability in buildings. That's what people are looking at. And hence smart building. And smart building is nothing but an entity which speaks for itself. It is a digitized entity. So people have spoken about built world for really long, and we also spoke of certain numbers here, how big an industry it is. In fact, in India, by 2030, we will be a $1 trillion asset of real estate in India itself. That's how huge or big that we are. The need that everybody has started seeing today, and specifically the developers as well as the occupiers, is the need of technology. It's no more spoken of. You know, when you put a technology, you're bringing about efficiency in it. You're bringing about optimization. And there used to be an interesting question a couple of years back. All of the people on the stage would have heard it. But you know, you're taking away the jobs. When technology comes in, that's what people talk about. Now people have started understanding it is actually easing my job a lot. Okay, you know, I don't have to run around. I don't have to see what is broken down. I don't have to take the readings from the meters. Things will happen by itself. And, you know, I'm just smarter. I can go and tell boss, ho gaya aaj ka sara kam, you know, you can see the data, pie charts will be there in front of you. So now, for example, think of this, know your building. Know your building is nothing but digitization of a building, which tells you how sustainable your building is.
Right.
What is the decarbonization count that your building or your portfolio is at, even at the global level? What is the energy consumption in your building, and which is the asset which is the biggest energy guzzler? That's just one part of it. And how to make it smarter is, now you want to go and figure out what to rectify. The solution should be able to tell you. You don't have to sit with an Excel sheet of KWH values and say, ye mera energy ka value hai, okay, you know, what should I do? The system should be able to.
So now we are going
do
to
that.
the intelligent buildings.
Absolutely.
And I think the industry is now seeing value to create smart assets. Shivani, now, like Garima mentioned, this is the future. The smart real estate is the third phase of PropTech. We are also seeing a lot of collaborations, a lot of consolidation, acquisitions. Do you see collaboration as the new play now, offering ecosystem of services rather than just one product? Is that the way forward?
I think quickly, because I can see the clock running, I'm going to keep it crisp. But I think that the true tectonic shift and the new phase of PropTech, in fact, is generative AI. And, you know, so Aditya, again, our founder and CEO, is very well exposed to the global tech space, the Silicon Valley. So we keep learning what is happening outside of India, and what we have in India is quite behind, quite lacking in true AI. So once you have artificial intelligence embedded in technology, that's why we created BlocksLabs.ai, which is dedicated to creating AI first products. Now that is what creates true collaboration. That is what is going to generate the data, the predictive analysis, and the forecasting we spoke about earlier. So I think that, yes, collaboration is always the key in any industry, especially in real estate, given that one, your lead flow and your funnel is very long compared to any other product category. Apart from that, it is a multi-stakeholder sale. Every one sale requires intervention of developer, broker, sometimes digital ads, pre-sales telecalling, the sales manager. So it is not something that a one person can do. So yes, collaboration by itself is necessary. Market consolidation happens from a point of view of synergy and complementarity. So whatever is the vision of an organization, wherever it is that they want to be headed, and if they are in a position to be able to synergize and collaborate with someone who's able to provide that missing piece to them, then that is great, as long as together you are stronger. So in terms of consolidation, that's the case. Collaboration can happen, in my personal opinion, strongly through technology. We have seen bookings happen from someone sitting in Hyderabad, again, starting with a Google search of Andheri 2 BHK, which by the way is a very highly searched keyword, landing on the Blocks platform without us even knowing the booking is made. So there was no zero intervention required in that case. So what technology can do is technology can cut through the various different hoops that a buyer has to jump through, right? It can make things accessible, and the technology in the back end is still speaking to all the relevant stakeholders. So collaboration again is only central from technology. And today, PropTech has been around for over a decade. Today, AI is everything. AI is not just a buzzword. If harnessed correctly, it is one of the biggest energies that we have in technology. It can create immense delta, efficiency, and speed. And I think that's the future.
Collaboration is the future and technology is the enabler.
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. On that note, again, let me come to you, Rahul. AR and VR became very popular during COVID. Are they here to stay? Or are we seeing some other form, some other evolution out of it?
See, I believe that technologies that consistently help a developer across the value chain will stay. Right. I will not comment with respect to AR and VR particularly, because within AR and VR, there are so much that's happening. You have Meta coming up with tools, you have multiple other, you have Apple coming up with something. AR and VR as an ecosystem of visualization is going to completely change, is what we believe. We primarily believe, just adding to a couple of points that people said here, that while there is a lot less adoption of tech in this industry, there is a lot of intent. There is definitely a lot of intent. So we work with more than about 80 developers across tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. Rather, our biggest client happens to be a developer in Haridwar. Okay. Our second biggest client happens to be a developer in Dhulera, which is again a smart city being built in. So basically amongst our top 10 clients, 7 do not come from tier 1 cities, right? Majority of our clients come from Pune. We built a learning ecosystem for brokers as well as developers when they wanted to adapt to technology, and they came to us and said that, boss, these are very complex, but we want something that we can use because we are the buyer, but the user is going to be my team, right? And if they are not able to use this platform, then I'm not going to use it at all. I'm going to go back to my Excel sheets or my Kacha MIS and all of that. So that was the entire thought we built in within our ecosystem when we were building the Propacity platform, that one, ease needs to be there. Second, it needs to help the developer across the value chain. And if the developer has intent, then we are going to create a platform that can educate the broker because they are bridging the information gap, and the developer because they are building it. And then VR across the value chain is something that induces efficiency in sales. Has it been able to unlock scalability, which is something that is extremely important for the developer? Might not. And that's a question that...
So I think very correctly said, intent is there. Maybe they don't have the resources to do it now. Maybe they are looking for the solutions. As you said, that you customize the solution for a developer. So I think that's a positive sign that intent is there.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Akhil, let me ask you the last question on the opportunity side of PropTech is, according to you, what technologies, the real estate technology are at an inflection point? We are going to see major change in them. Like Rahul said, AR, VR is there. It may, evolve into something more or...
Yeah, so AR, VR in particular, I agree with what you're saying, right? Like
any other technology?
We don't know what's going to happen after Meta comes out and Apple comes out with their AR, VR products. For now, it's relatively stagnant. But what AR, VR can also do is sort of capping off, right? That it can give an experience to a customer before they make the site visit, but the site visit will still happen, according to us, right? According to us, where the opportunities truly lie is in AI, because I think AI has to be built for communication in real estate. AI, we don't need AI for a lot of things like that is being built for today. But I think if we focus on how we can use AI to personalize communication, generate what is to be said to each customer at which time, right? And through which channel. That is the holy grail of AI in real estate, right? And that's what we are also investing our efforts towards. The other end that I think is going to really blow up is wealth tech, right? Like India has 77% of their household wealth in real estate, right? That investments in real estate far exceed equity investments even today. the amount of wealth that people are putting into this product is somewhere not leveraged towards nation building, right? So even when HDFC and HDFC Bank merged, they spoke of unlocking the wealth that is locked up in real estate, right? And that was the thesis of the merger, of course, among other things that exist, right? And that is that holy grail, right? For India to actually get to that $5 trillion economy, $10 trillion economy, you need to make your largest asset class work, right? And that's sort of where AI and wealth tech is the two biggest things that
So
I think.
wealth tech and AI is something that is.
Sapna, I wanted to add something
Yeah.
to what Rahul was talking about when he said, one of his largest clients are from Haridwar, right? That's what technology brings to the platform. Okay. It brings opportunity across India. It takes opportunity to Bharat,
Correct.
right? One of our largest customers is from Tumkur.
Okay.
Okay. We've just added customers from Almoda, from Guwahati, right? Now, these are customers who had to travel physically to try and meet brands to lease their properties. Technology has made it an equal opportunity for everybody.
Right.
So that's what technology is also doing, right? It's giving an opportunity. It takes it to tier 3, tier 6 of the country.
Yeah. It's a great leveler, and I think it creates a level playing field for all players. Exactly. Fantastic. Let me end this session on asking our speakers, if you have to give me top 3 prop tech trends for the next year, what would that be? Sudhanshu, starting from you. Top 3 prop tech trends in 3 words.
Top 3 prop tech trends. Obviously, I will start with commercial real estate going tech savvy.
Okay.
But I think AI is going to be, I think not for the next year. It is going to be here for the next few years.
Okay.
Very difficult to predict what will overtake AI by that time. So AI is going to be number 1.
Okay.
According to me, that is going to be that. You will have a lot of, I would say, customer-centric prop tech coming up, because the country's population, whether I'm using one mobile operator or the other, customer servicing is one of the biggest challenges. I'm using mobile as an example, obviously. Real estate.
AI, commercial real estate, and customer-centric technology. Shivani, according to you, top 3 prop tech trends.
Everybody's going to say AI here. So yes, first, generative AI is something that we. Okay.
So generative AI, of course, is the trend. It's not just the trend here, it's the global trend that is going to create a lot of value in real estate. And we say AI as one word, but there are 1 million applications of artificial intelligence in the prop tech space for the buyer, for the developer, for the channel partner, for marketing, for lead generation, for lead closure. I mean, there is no limit to what artificial intelligence can do. So instead of saying 3, I'm going to say generative AI applicable across a million different
1, 2, 3, 4, all the applications. Okay. So let's keep AI as standard. That is one prop tech trend that we are definitely going to see. What are the next 2, Rahul?
Yeah. I particularly think that tier 2, tier 3 cities in India are going to do really, really well. India doesn't have a land problem. India has a developable land problem. So with expressways increasing, we will have a lot more developable land, lot more brownfield, greenfield cities coming up. That is also one of the areas that we are focusing a lot upon. Also, the fact that we would see a lot of new developers emerging. Right after COVID, we saw a lot of brokers emerging. And now we are seeing brokers declining because they are bridging the information gap most of the time with when they also don't have a lot of information, which is one of the key problems that we are trying to solve. We would see a lot of new developers emerging, creating quality supply, emphasizing upon how to create quality supply. That's where solutions like Enlight, unlocking referrals, creating velocity, which basically what Rapacity Blocks is doing, leasing, all of that is going to come up. But we would see a lot of demand coming up in
So new
tier 2, tier
developers
3.
and more developable land. Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Not technology, but yes, very important aspect that
Yeah,
there
so,
will be new developers coming in.
So the technology ecosystem cannot only exist in the tier 1 ecosystem because they already have a lot of access already.
Okay.
It has to expand. So
Right.
lot
Good
of
for the industry because more players there are, of course, and more assets that we can create. Definitely. Garima, according to you, apart from AI,
sustainability for me is number one, actually.
Okay.
And honestly, I'll not name three because I see everything integrated together. When I say sustainability, I mean AI is a part of it, machine learning is a part of it, predictive forecasting is a part of it, running buildings better is a part of it.
Right.
And that's the reason, in fact, today Enlight and Google have partnered together to build world's first machine learning platform for the buildings, which has never existed before. So a generative AI, sustainability, everything combined together is what you're going to see from us as well. So I think sustainability is something which
Yes,
has
I
gained
think
traction.
sustainability, yeah, we already are seeing
Yeah.
how ESG has become one of an important factor. Akhil, what do you have to add to it?
Yeah, I actually, it's beyond AI, right? So, like between AI, wealth tech, sustainability, I think is a large theme that will play out with the environment. Like today, only we were reading about the air quality in Bombay being horrible. Sustainability will pick up, and I think all of this is tied together with customer centricity. Sustainability will also sell a lot more when customers care about it, right? So, if you go to a market like Bangalore, projects that have zero waste and zero like platinum net zero ratings, they sell like hotcakes, right? So there is a market acceptability that comes in, and all of this is built around the customer.
Yeah, that's one big word, market acceptability for these, so whether it is sustainability, whether it is AI, whether it is prop tech, that is important thing. Do you agree, Dheeraj, or do you have something to add to it?
I fully agree with what everyone has added, and I don't know which three to pick up, but if I had to quickly put it in terms of B2B versus B2C, I think no, I'm saying in terms of developers, where we see is the entire workflow automation, where you use smart contracting, use of blockchain, etc. It's a big white space currently. And from a customer, continuing the developer's perspective, the entire construction tech is yet to be disrupted. From the customer's perspective, the fintech space, where access to investments, I think the other panelists also added fractional ownership. These are the themes which will be playing out, and of course, sustainability goes without.
Yeah, I think fintech in real estate is something which is going to come up big way in coming years. We are already seeing REITs and fractional ownership, and Contech, as you said, Contech along with PropTech are going to be two big themes for the next year. So that is what our speakers had to share about the future. Let me ask our audience once again, after listening to our speakers, how they are creating a difference in the technology sector, how technology sector has created a difference in this. How many of you are positive that technology is going to be a big differentiator for real estate? Well, we have a better show of hands. So great. I think we have served our purpose. Our speakers have served their purpose. Thank you everyone for being here with us and sharing your views. Thank you for the audience as well for being so patient and listening to us. Any question for our speaker? We'll be able to take only one question probably. What question can we have?
Yes, Govind.
Govind. Not you, Govind.
Okay, so
No,
my
Govind,
question
we
is
love your engagement. Yeah.
So my question to all the panelists or whoever wants to speak, there's a larger problem that we face in real estate with regards to the technology adoption at scale, right? Adoption. You can't be saying that make it simple and make it adaptable, right? How do we solve this problem as an industry, as a PropTech industry, to solve this adoption challenge at scale? Any inputs there from any of the speakers? Two of them, if they could give an idea.
I think this is being solved at scale now, right? Like, so we are managing about 1.5 lakh units across the country today. We're present in about 15 cities. Builders are taking up to this. I believe that this is a very top-down thing because medium and small builders will emulate what larger guys are doing, and that's sort of where our focus has been. We're working with 30 of the largest developers of the country. I think you're going to see this happen, and like all growth is sort of like a bell curve, right? So you're going to see we are hitting that inflection points where the large guys are organizing their processes, getting there. When they start scaling up, everyone else will.
But don't you think that it's getting stagnant to the top layer only, the top pyramid? How do we particulate
Not at all.
better downstep? Okay, so anybody else who could give?
Yes. Hi, Govind. So, like we discussed earlier, the intent is there. It's not, there's no aversion to technology. but I would say there is a inherent fear to adopting technology and then being able to use it sustainably and consistently. So the way that the team and the company making the technology can solve it is by making it very easy to use, making it extremely friendly. So what happens is, earlier when everyone gets an iPhone, they don't have to go and take a tutorial on how to use it. If it's easy to use, if it's intuitive, people will use it. So the product that gets developed needs to have immense acceptance by the way of being very, very easy to use in a very oversimplified manner. That I believe creates adoption and being able to generate value. Today, if a developer, it has to start from the developer. If the developer sees value, if the developer is engaging with your tech product quite often, then you know that he or she is going to be using it regularly. Once that regularity starts, once the habit is formed, there's no looking back from the easy tech that exists today.
I think that's right.
Thanks a ton.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Govind, for your question. So thanks to the audience as well and to our speakers. Can we have the mementos for our speaker for sharing their valuable time and expertise with us?
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause for all our established panelists. And as Sapna rightly said, let's get the mementos on. Could we have Sapna, if you could do us the honor of felicitating all our panelists. First up, thank you so much, Dheeraj, for joining us. May we request you to please step in the center along with Sapna. And if you could have both of you in the group as a photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dheeraj, for your contribution today. May we request Akhil to now step forward. Thank you, Akhil, for contributing to our conclave today. Maybe now request Garima to please step forward. Thank you so much, Garima. Maybe request Rahul to now step forward. Thank you, Rahul, for imparting your knowledge today at the conclave. I think they might want to redo, yeah? Thank you so much, Shivani. We request you to please step forward. It's always a pleasure having you. And thank you so much, Sudhanshu. Thank you for joining us today. And maybe now request the entire panel along with our moderator, Sapna, to please come together as a group photograph. Let's capture this moment together with all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause for each and every one. And as they say, our energy can't dip because we've got the best leaders on the stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again to all of you for joining us today on our panel discussion. Well, it is now time for the final segment of today's conclave, which is a real talk, the inspiring success stories. Trust me when we say we've got the best for the last, and we mean it truly, because we've got two icons, two legends who are going to be joining us shortly on stage. Just allow us a couple of minutes whilst the team is setting the stage. But in that time being, I'm going to be taking the honor of calling upon our leaders. May we request all of you to kindly be seated. We'll give you a minute for that. First up, Our leader has been instrumental in BCD Group's diversification into the low-income housing, luxury residences, and corporate centers, as well as middle to affordable housing through strategic collaborative ventures. Under his shrewd leadership, the 70-year-old construction company has transformed into a versatile real estate conglomerate, which has firmly established its global presence. Being the only zero-debt real estate company in India, he has spearheaded the establishment of the first ever SEBI-regulated real estate fund dedicated to financially stressed ventures. We're talking about none other than the MD BCD Group, Angad Singh Bedi. Thank you so much, Angad, for joining us today. Next up, somebody who's been instrumental in shaping the Vadhva Group to its current position as one of the Mumbai's most respected real estate developers. His vision, commitment to customers, and passion to build landmarks and deliver the best laid a strong foundation for the company and continues to guide its success even today. Clearly a visionary with 47 solid years of experience in real estate, he's somebody who believes in designing practical and innovative buildings with flawless execution. It's a true honor to have the chairman of Vadhva Group, Vijay Vadhva himself. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. What an absolute honor. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest round of applause. Mr. Vadhva, thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. An absolute honor having you. And with that, if I could now re-invite Sapna Srivastava, editor, Realty Plus, to join us. And Sapna, you've got these amazing leaders on stage, and it's going to be a task which Sapna has taken. Let's give her a warm, warm round of applause as she's curating this discussion forward. Sapna, in conversation with Angad Bedi and Vijay Vadhva. Over to you.
Well, my privilege to be sitting in between two very dynamic personalities of Indian real estate. One is the young Turk of Indian real estate. In him, we see the future. And on the other side is the Bhishma Pitama of Indian real estate. So, lot of learnings we have to have from him today. But starting the conversation, let me start with the youngest who's here with us. You're the youngest among the three of us. You started your real estate journey working with KPMG earlier, PwC earlier. So for corporate coming to real estate, was it a culture shock?
I think more than a shock, there were two different worlds.
Right.
2 decades back when I had started in 2004 and 5, construction, real estate was a very largely unorganized sector in our country. And the bylaws, the rules, regulations, people really did not know. And when you compare the other two names, they were multinationals coming in from international standards of corporate governance and bylaws. So there were two very different spectrums of the world. So I think started initially with construction and then jumping into a corporate environment gave a total different perspective of, how India is to be built and how construction is to be done. And I think there was a lot of thought process which was involved.
10 years back?
Almost 2 decades back.
2 decades back. Did you have to unlearn a lot of things?
I think it became my core. And those systems and processes are something which we've been able to emulate from them and try to bring it into this sector, which today, like we see IT, we see automotive, manufacturing. I'm seeing the next decade, real estate, construction, both have that sort of industry which will contribute to GDP, employment. The youngsters are going to be coming in and they should be as excited to be joining a Wipro or a Accenture than, joining real estate companies where they don't see turbulent times and they see an organized way of their growth and India is just starting in terms of what we call it as the structured development.
That's right. So one good thing was that you were able to incorporate the learnings of the corporate sector into the real estate. You brought in that. And one very good point Angad said is that a lot of youngsters now from MBAs, IIMs, IITs now are looking at real estate as a career. Mr. Vadva, you started almost 50 years now. What has been your leadership style over the years? You led the company over 50 years. You are mentoring the company now. What has been your leadership style? He brought the corporate learnings into 2 decades back. You started 5 decades back.
See, real estate is a very emotionally connected profession. You are dealing with invisible customers. You are conceiving a plan which you don't know who's the occupant. It is the developer's responsibility to think various categories of customers coming. And if a developer is hands-on, the project end results come out good. If he is just artificial, see, today I was hearing very happy, prop tech and artificial intelligence. This is necessary. But conceiving of project starts at first step. Architects show you the elevation. Builder has to be, for success of the project, hands-on on the project, whether from planning, conceiving, or execution.
So your leadership style, you are saying, is to be hands-on, to know right from the grassroots what the the industry needs, what the customer needs.
अगर वो नहीं करेंगे ना आप, बिल्डिंग तो बन जाएगी, पर जो रियल हेल्दी हैप्पी बिल्डिंग बननी चाहिए वो नहीं बनेगी.
करेक्ट.
बिल्डिंग 4 कॉलम, सरदार साहब सुनिए, 4 कॉलम छत बनाने से बिल्डिंग नहीं होती है. ह्यूमन बीइंग्स आर गोइंग टू लिव देयर. अ पर्सन हैज टू फील द एयर. यू कांट चेंज द आउटसाइड एयर. द हाउस हैज टू बी वेरी वेल वेंटिलेटेड. ये क्या है, आदमी आज आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ रहा है, उतना ही पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, गाड़ियों का पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है. अब आपने जो आज मैंने पहले सुना प्रॉप वालों का, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जरूरी है, बट अगर बिल्डिंग की डिजाइनिंग डिफेक्टिव है, अगर ग्लास की क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं है, खाली एलिवेशन के लिए ग्लास है, सन की रेज फ्लैट के अंदर आती हैं, ऑफिस के अंदर आती हैं, जहाँ थर्मोस्टेट कट नहीं होता है, तो क्या एनर्जी आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से सेव करोगे? Everything starts from conceiving stage. If it is conceived well, the end product, and then all these other things are adding to the betterment and running efficiently of the project. आप कितनी भी artificial आपको बताएगा कि आपकी ये area weak है. You can't do anything. You can't change anything unless the basic structure has been planned well,
Correct. Basic design is
Basic design has to be very well planned.
Correct. In fact, Vadvaji, you always talk about healthy living in projects.
Yes.
And today we are seeing in the name of budget friendly, ke budget mein aa jaye, ticket size chota ho jaye, flats are becoming smaller and smaller. They are becoming smarter, they are becoming smaller. How do we bring healthy living in such a scenario?
I'll tell you, ये बड़ा tough question होता है हमारे लिए. ब्रोकर बोलता है टिकट साइज छोटा करो, और मेरे आर्किटेक्ट्स के साथ और मेरे ब्रोकर्स के साथ, क्लाइंट्स के साथ ये ही झगड़ा होता है. मैं कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं करता. मैं कहता हूँ कि भाई चीज़ ऐसी बनाओ. अब मैं आपको रिसेंट एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. लास्ट सैटरडे हमने मुलुंड में प्रोजेक्ट पूरा किया है. टिकट साइज़ के हिसाब से हमने फ्लैट का पोजीशन दे रहे हैं. वो आदमी बोलता है, एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली दैट मैन वाज 6 फुटर, 6 फुट 2 इंच. सुनना, वो बोलता है मैं बेड कैसे बिठाऊँ? क्या अभी रूम साइज, टिकट साइज, सब चीज़, बिल्डर को टिकट साइज ऐसा कंसीव करना चाहिए कि एट द एंड वी हैव नॉट टू वेस्ट ऑन पैसेजेस, वी हैव नॉट टू वेस्ट ऑन वेस्टेजेस. एवरी इंच क्लाइंट को बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए. तो वी चेंज द रूम प्लान फॉर हिम टू सी दैट ही गेट्स कम. मैंने बोला आप ऐसे करो, आप लंबे हो, आपकी उसकी वाइफ को बोला कि आपको साड़ी रैप करने के लिए जरा बाजू में रैप करना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज आपने जितना कपड़ा लिया है उतना ही मिलेगा, आपको कुर्ता नहीं बनेगा, आपकी कुर्ती बनेगी उसके अंदर. सो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल at the time when we plan the ticket size of the flat. You can't be over ambitious in just marketing. और जो 5 मिनट पहले आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात कर रहे थे, उसमें बेटे धोखा भी बहुत होता है। आप लोग प्रेजेंटेशन तो बहुत अच्छा कर देते हो, कस्टमर देख लेता है, आज एवरेज चीज़ को भी आप बहुत प्रेजेंटेशन से करते हो, पर जब एंड प्रोडक्ट अच्छा नहीं बनता है ना, कस्टमर को लगता है मेरे साथ धोखा हुआ है, विच इज़ अगेंस्ट द एथिक्स विच वी शुड नॉट टॉलरेट। जो ऐसे करता है वो ज़्यादा लॉन्ग टर्म चलता नहीं है।
That is correct. That definitely needs an applause. Ticket size के नाम पे we cannot just give anything to the client. It has to be designed properly. It has to be designed as per a good living that it can give to the customer.
देखो
Decent.
देखो बेटा सपना, गरीब होना गुनाह नहीं है,
Correct.
बट उस गरीब को उसके परिवार के हिसाब से कम हेल्दी लिविंग तो दो, किचन ऐसा दियो कि जहाँ पे कम से कम पसीना नहीं आवे, लेडी काम कर रही है, अगर वो पसीने में दुखी काम कर रही है तो हाउ इज शी गोइंग टू लिव हैप्पीली। बाथरूम्स में वेंटिलेशन अच्छा होना चाहिए। अभी आजकल के कई, आप में से कौन कौन है मैं नहीं जानता हूँ, कोई ब्रोकर्स हैं, कोई बिल्डर हैं, ये जो जब से FSI 4 हुआ है ना, इससे सुइसाइडल, डेंजरस, आदमी FSI को कंज्यूम करने के चक्कर में बाथरूम्स अंदर डालता है चौक के अंदर। आई थिंक इसमें यहाँ पे रियल एस्टेट ब्रोकर्स कौन कौन है आप लोग?
How many are brokers, channel partners here?
मैं जो आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ ध्यान से सुनना। आप लोग 50-50 माले के टावर बना रहे हैं जिसके के टॉयलेट्स अंदर हैं। अब आप बताओ अंदर टॉयलेट में फ्रेश एयर कहाँ से आएगी? 60 माले के अंदर उसको सफोकेशन होगी कि नहीं होगी? डू यू कॉल इट अ हेल्दी लिविंग? सो व्हाट आर यू डूइंग? आर यू सेलिंग अ गुड प्रोडक्ट और आर यू सेलिंग समथिंग जस्ट फॉर योर ब्रोकरेज? फॉर गॉड सेक कंपेल द बिल्डर्स कि कम से कम अगर आपको चौक में भी देना है तो उसको फ्रेश एयर आने का रास्ता तो दो कहीं से, जिससे कि बाथरूम को फ्रेश एयर होवे। विच पीपल आर नाउ गोइंग ऑन कॉम्प्रोमाइजिंग एज रिगार्ड्स क्वालिटी इन प्लानिंग इज कंसर्न, विच आई फील इज अनएथिकल एंड इट शुड नॉट बी एक्सेप्टेड। आप लोग आगे से जो भी प्लान मार्केट कर रहे हैं, आर्किटेक्ट्स हैं तो प्लीज़ प्लान बना रहे हैं, थोड़ा बुद्धि वापरिए ना, खाली क्लाइंट के यस मैन मत बनो। ट्राई टू बी डू जस्टिस टू द प्रोडक्ट, डोंट डू जस्टिस टू योर फी और टू द बिल्डर। वो बोलता है छोटे फ्लैट बनाओ तो इसका मतलब चौक में बाथरूम दे दिया, चौक में किचन दे दिया। दिस इज नॉट अ सेंट्रली एयर कंडीशन एनवायरनमेंट यार। वी आर लिविंग इन अ, और अभी जितना डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है आपका और ट्रैफिक जैम होगा, सब कुछ होगा, अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बन रहा है विच इज़ गुड फॉर द कंट्री, बट अल्टीमेटली अब मैं आपको ये बताऊं, ये हमने प्रोजेक्ट कंसीव किया था कैपिटल, एक बिल्डर की जवाब, ये लेमन क्राइसिस के टाइम पे कंसीव हुआ था, बड़ा शौक से बनाया, चालू किया, वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट आर्किटेक्ट ने, प्रिया आर यू रिमेंबरिंग, यू वर पार्ट ऑफ माय टीम दैट टाइम। अभी बीच में लेमन के क्राइसिस आ गए। अब बिल्डर शुड नो हाउ टू अडॉप्ट द चेंजेस, यू कांट से आई कांट चेंज। माय आर्किटेक्ट हैड टीयर्स इन हिज आईज। मैंने कहा लिसन, आई हैव टू मेंटेन द बॉटम लाइन ऑफ, सरदार जी ये पूरा डायग्रेड स्ट्रक्चर था, कॉलमलेस, 80,000 फुट का, बनाऊंगा ज़रूर, पर कहाँ बनाऊंगा, कब बनाऊंगा वो मालूम नहीं। इसकी वर्किंग ड्राइंग्स रेडी है, इकोनॉमी चेंज, तो यही वही बिल्डिंग है, उसी प्लॉट पे सेम फाउंडेशन के ऊपर वी मेड दिस बिल्डिंग एंड दिस इज रिकग्नाइज्ड एज वन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड्स बेस्ट बिल्डिंग विद MEPs कंसर्न। तो आई थिंक वी हैव टू लीव फॉर नेक्स्ट जनरेशंस सस्टेनेबल बिल्डिंग्स। इसके अंदर हमने सब चीज़ों पे वर्किंग किया, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे वर्किंग, बेस्ट MEP अवार्ड इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, everything done at the time of planning. Afterwards you can add services, you can add for the convenience of the people, but basic structure को आप change नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Correct, right? I think fantastic. Right vision. I think the vision is first of all very important. The vision that you had, that you wanted to create such a building was important. Challenges तो आते हैं, मुश्किलें आती हैं, आए चले गए, but first the vision and then the, as you said, the basic design has to be correct, rest can be added to
See
it.
क्या हो रहा है, CFO rules, you can't change the rule, but I'll tell you one should go in details. आज जो steps होती हैं ना CFO के, they are most important. और आजकल बिल्डर लोग staircases देते हैं अंदर, और जब एग्जॉस्ट फैन चलना चाहिए, फायर जब लगती है, CFO आके सबसे पहले पावर बंद करता है, एग्जॉस्ट बंद होता है। वर्ल्ड ट्रेड सेंटर में मैक्सिमम डेथ हुई थी बिकॉज ऑफ सफोकेशन, नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ फायर। आई विल होल्ड बिल्डर रिस्पॉन्सिबल जो कंसीव अनप्रैक्टिकल बिल्डिंग करता है। अगर CFO रूल अलाउ भी करता है, प्लीज डोंट मेक स्टेयरकेसेस व्हिच आर इनसाइड द choked area, which is working on artificial pumping of the exhaust. उस वक्त oxygen चाहिए लोगों को. Fresh air has to go. Everything starts with the thought of the builder on day one.
Fantastic. I think that's something that we should learn from the Bhishma Pitama of Indian real estate. Let me come to Angad now.
Before that, I think
Yeah.
Vijay ji has sent a very powerful message and a very meaningful conveying to all of us that earlier real estate was a business. People would build square footage, people would make it on Excel sheet. Now people are building homes. We have all realized it's a consumer-centric business. We are catering to a particular demand. We need to foresee their requirements. We need to foresee their usability as well as their living standards before we can envisage it, design it, and give it back to them.
Correct.
It
I
is-
think that's one positive development that we have also seen कि अब developers इसको एक customer centric industry मानने शुरू हो गए हैं.
Sapna, customer centric from sales point of view or from healthy living point of view. Same customer, आप अगर खाली sales को देखेंगे कि हमको sales में उसको customer को awareness करना है, you are looking at a very small parcel of it. First aim should be healthy living. The client who takes from me, he should live healthy. And then everything will fall in place automatically.
I think sales will fall in place.
Sale will fall in place. These are fundamentals.
Correct, correct. Angat, you also started something very unique, is a fund, SEBI registered fund for stressed projects. How did that come about? What was the concept behind it?
So I think 2018, when the market was not yet regulated and people were still launching projects and they were doing it for the sake of doing business, we had seen people of non-core businesses coming in and getting into real estate because the P&L looked good. So a lot of these corporates had come and started a real estate division, started companies to do it because the CEOs, CFOs would have told them this is a business of margins, multiples, valuations. So I was a construction contractor for one of these corporates, which was a large conglomerate, and midway they decided they were not able to handle the business, and it was a 55-acre township near Bangalore, and we had about 1,500 apartments in the middle of delivery, and then they realized they can't manage the cash flow and this is not the business for them, and the promoter just decided to pull the plug. So apart from the customers which were stuck in it, apart from all the vendors, I as a contractor got heavily stuck in that project. With a large outstanding, I did not know how to perceive it. The simpler way would have been everybody would have taken it to NCLT. We would have found a way to catch the parent to say, you know, layers of shareholdings don't save anything and anybody. We will ultimately be paid back for your default, not on account of what we have done and not should be punished for. I, in turn, took a pragmatic view to say that if he's not doing it, rather than fighting it courts, it's a natural death. Let us take it over, figure out a way that we can bring the consumer, that is the customer, the bankers behind us. And as a contractor, I converted the construction company into a development arm and took over the project from them. I gave that promoter an exit, but since we had understanding on the construction, we had access to capital and we were fully, you know, in control of that possession of the site, we were able to convert a dead project into livable homes for 1,500 families. That was something which, you know, kind of made us realize that today real estate is not only an asset, it is a home for somebody. And the pain which people are going through across the country of being stuck in various scenarios and situations for financial indiscipline, poor planning, just starting the project without going into title due diligence, not having approvals and built concrete, customers are bearing the brunt of it. And I think today everybody is got that angst in it. It is not that customers were not there, money was not there, real estate did not have it. I think it was a negativity which was created over a decade because of improper planning and over-aggressive financial plans and launch of projects without delivery of them.
Correct.
So that then we partnered with NICES to come up in a regulated manner of one of the India's largest funds to make it to take over stress projects, because it is a project is like what we say is like birth. If you have it, you have to, the delivery is the only way. Midway is no way. And when it is a situation, you need partners to come together to think into finding a positive solution to the end, not a pull out in the midway plug, and with all these forums of IBCs and CLTs don't serve purpose for anybody, I would say. So that was the genesis from my personal experience to partnering with like-minded people led to a thought process of doing a larger good for customers as well as bailout for financial institutions which are stuck, contractors whose lifelong payments are stuck, they get a takeout. So it's a positive result for all.
For everyone here. What do you have to say, Mr. Wadhwa? No, पहली बात तो stress project होते क्यों हैं?
जैसे आज का फेस चल रहा है, कोविड के बाद जो ये रैट रेस चालू हुआ है बिल्डर्स का, ले 4 FSI, गवर्नमेंट इज मेकिंग द मैक्सिमम मनी, प्रीमियम्स ले लेती है। सर जी आपका धंधा बहुत बढ़ने वाला है अभी, आप समझना। लग्जरी प्रोजेक्ट जो हैं मार्की लोकेशन पे, दे विल डू वेल इफ परफॉर्म्ड, बट वेयर एवरेज लोकेशन इज देयर, देयर सप्लाई इज गोइंग टू बी ह्यूमंगस। जब सप्लाई बढ़ेगी प्राइस हिट होगा, और जब प्राइस हिट होगा क्लाइंट रुक जाता है। जिस दिन क्लाइंट रुक जाता है उस दिन आपका पूरा चक्का जैम हो जाता है। बिल्डर क्या करेगा? बैंकर बोलता है तुमने माल नहीं बेचा, तुमने अपना परफॉर्मेंस नहीं किया, वी विल नॉट फंड यू बेटर। दिस इज द वर्स्ट टाइम फॉर अनमेथोडिकल ग्रीडी बिल्डर्स। और जिसको FSI की ग्रीड है, किसी के फैमिली को बर्बाद करना हो ना, उसको FSI दे दो, वो उसी FSI के चक्कर में 60 माला, 70 माला, 100 माला। अरे 100 माला बनाने के लिए आपको कम से कम नहीं तो कुछ भी करो। भले वो बोलता है मैं 6 साल में बना लूँगा, 9 से 10 साल से पहले पूरा नहीं होगा। और ये 10 साल के अंदर कितने साइकिल चेंज हो जाएंगे। कल को मंदी आती है, कुछ गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी होती है, दोज प्रोजेक्ट्स विल बी वर्स्ट इफेक्टेड। आदमी को ग्रीड में नहीं आना चाहिए। जो हमने भैया सिटी में एक प्रोजेक्ट दादर में, हमारे को 70 माला बना सकते थे, पर हमने 37 फ्लोर बना के क्लोज किया प्रोजेक्ट को। हमने कहा 2.5 साल में निकलो प्रोजेक्ट से, क्योंकि आपका जो IRR आप बोलते हो आपके लैंग्वेज में, इट विल बी ओनली फिटिंग इफ यू आर गेटिंग एग्जिट ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट ऑन टाइम। Excel sheets is an expert job. People can show fantastic Excel sheets, but when it should be approvable. So my as a little advice to young generation, if they want to take it, don't go for the greed of हम रीडेवलपमेंट में ले रहे हैं, पर 33/7 जो 33/9 की बात करता है बोल तो चाहिए ही नहीं हमको, उसमें जाओ ही नहीं, क्योंकि उसमें कंजेशन होगा, भाव टूटेगा। आज आपको ग्रीड दिखता है बैलेंस शीट के अंदर, आई डोंट नो, आई थॉट इट्स माई ड्यूटी टू एडवाइज सम पीपल। 33/7, 2.4, 2.5 फंजिबल के साथ में 3.5 इज एक्सेप्टेबल। 5.5 FSI, प्रोजेक्ट कंजेस्टेड, कार पार्किंग, ऑटोमेशन, क्लाइंट का कंजेशन, आज नहीं आज प्लान पे बेच देगा आदमी, बट बाद में जब बिल्डिंग बनेगी ना, उन बिल्डिंग्स का भाव टूटेगा। दैट्स माय प्रैक्टिकल एडवाइस।
No, that is very true. In fact, we are seeing it so many buildings जहाँ पे जैसे बोल रहे ऑटोमेटेड पार्किंग है, वो जगह यूटिलाइज करना है, सब कुछ यूटिलाइज करना है, बट देन पीपल आर नॉट हैप्पी लिविंग देयर।
उनने फ्लैट खरीद लिया,
हाँ,
ब्रोशर देख के,
हाँ,
टिकट साइज देख के, पर अभी जब देख रहे हैं दे आर फीलिंग अ पिंच, ये आगे बढ़ेगी चीजें, तो वन हैज टू बी वेरी केयरफुल, और आपका लिए तो मोर केयरफुल।
नहीं, बिल्कुल राइटली सेड। आई थिंक वही होता है कि जब मार्केट तेज होती है, एवरीबडी वांट्स टू जंप इनटू इट राइट नाउ, दे थिंक इट विल ऑलवेज रिमेन लाइक दिस।
नथिंग, यू हैव टू बी फेल सेफ।
करेक्ट, बट व्हाट इज योर आउटलुक फॉर द फ्यूचर? आज प्रेजेंट में काफ़ी कुछ हो रहा है जो सही भी है, गलत भी है। व्हाट इज योर रीडिंग फॉर द फ्यूचर फॉर रियल एस्टेट?
रियल एस्टेट इज अ नीड ऑफ द सेंचुरीज। इंसान के लिए घर होना इज अ प्रायर नेसेसिटी। घर का एज अ बिल्डर जिसको बचना है और आगे जाके ज़िंदगी में सांस लेनी है, हमने लास्ट 60 साल में कम से कम 10-12 तेज़ी मंदियाँ देखी हैं। प्रोडक्ट अच्छा बने, टाइम पे डिलीवर होवे, उसको बैलेंस शीट पे थोड़ा तेज़ी मंदी आ सकती है, बट उसकी रेपुटेशन को तेज़ी मंदी नहीं आएगी। बैलेंस शीट में ठीक है, नफ़ा नुकसान तकदीर का है, दैट इज इट इज कॉल्ड बिजनेस। तभी इनकम टैक्स एक साइड बोलता है प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस, वो सब टाइम का है, बट प्रोडक्ट हैज़ टू बी वेरी प्रैक्टिकल एंड इट डिलीवरी हैज़ टू बी देयर।
रेपुटेशन, एज यू सेड, रेपुटेशन में ऊंचा नीचा नहीं होना चाहिए, बाकी नफा मंदी तो सब चलती रहती है। You being the young developer, young entrepreneur in this sector, how do you see the future?
So like Vijayji was saying, I think it's a basic commodity. It can never go out of fashion. There is going to be always demand. It's a
Right.
basic need. It's
Right.
as good as food, water, and other
Roti,
compliance.
kapda, makan. So makan is
Absolutely.
the third
So if we
basic
do it right and we keep those three things, ki intent theek hai, integrity hai, and we have delivery, this product 100% will have a buyer sooner or later, because the growth of our country in terms of population and the uprising of middle class is so high that maybe the luxury market may come down because that consumer segment is less.
Correct.
But for the middle segment and larger segment, be it tier 2, be it tier 3, be it within the cities, there is always going to be a demand for a house. And that product is something which is a need, which is only going to keep growing over a period of time.
Correct.
And more than that, जैसे बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ बताई, 4 FSI is a killer on the infrastructure. You are putting point load in an already stressed market in congested towns where there is no proper sewage systems, there is no proper infrastructure. Instead of horizontally growing, there is no need to vertically grow it.
सुधाजी, no schools, no playgrounds. आप flyovers बना रहे हो, connectivity दे रहे हो, but what about basic infrastructure? बच्चे स्कूल के लिए कहाँ जाएंगे? Where are those things coming up? People are not thinking. Building तो बन गई, बच्चों को admission कहाँ मिलेगा vicinity के अंदर? That's the thing a person has to think.
And एक चीज़ और, overall generally people are not seeing कि पिछले 60-70 years में, not only India, globally, so much concrete has been poured. You know, our earth as a place has been there for centuries and decades, AD and BC. But past 100 years, mankind has done so much concreting, so much development, the nature and climate is yet to adapt and absorb that. We are making so many massive changes that we don't even know 2 to 3 decades what is going to be the impact. That is why people are talking of words like sustainability as jargons, but whether anybody has utilized to make sustainable buildings, fully sustainable buildings, not only like a brochure, but actually for the meaning of sustainability being fully recyclable, on renewables. Today, earlier, if agar aap jante hoge, we used to have these 100-watt lights, which used to heat up a room. From that, we went to CFL, then we went to LED. Technology is going to go off suddenly, decade later, we are not going to have gensets. We are not going to have power coming in from hydel and core. We would have all gone to renewables. Whether our buildings, their technology will be able to adapt to change over it, because we can't bring concrete down. We just have to replace the MEP.
Sinaji, what we are doing, sorry to interrupt you, आप डिपेंड करते हो आउटसाइड. मैं बोलता हूँ बिल्डर की ड्यूटी है सनलाइट मैक्सिमम होनी चाहिए, आपको मिनिमम डिपेंडेंस ऑन एयर कंडीशनिंग एंड लाइट, एयर क्रॉस वेंटिलेशन परफेक्ट होना चाहिए जिससे आपका इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ एयर कंडीशनिंग एंड फैन कम से कम होवे. हमारी एक बिल्डिंग वॉज अगेंस्ट द विंड डायरेक्शन. विंड आ कहाँ से रही थी एंड आर्किटेक्ट्स स्टेयरकेस और लिफ्ट कोड दे देते हैं उधर विदाउट रियलाइजिंग कि जहाँ से विंड आनी है उसको बंद कर दिया. आई सेड नथिंग डूइंग, स्क्रैप इट, चेंज द प्लान. प्लान ऐसा करो हवा का आना जाना. हम बिल्डरों के ऊपर और आर्किटेक्ट्स के ऊपर बहुत ड्यूटी है अगर हम अपना काम एथिकली नहीं करेंगे. अब हमने जो बनाया है प्रोजेक्ट्स, सन पाथ को भी स्टडी करते हैं, विंड पाथ को भी स्टडी करते हैं, जिससे कि डिपेंडेंस ऑन आर्टिफिशियल थिंग रही. तो रात के टाइम पे तो लाइट आपको लगेगी, पर दिन में जहाँ आपको ज़रूरत नहीं है, इन प्लानिंग देयर शुड नॉट बी अ डार्क पॉकेट जहाँ पे दिन में आपको बल्ब, स्टेयरकेस के अंदर भी दिन में बल्ब नहीं जलना चाहिए, फ्रेश एयर होनी चाहिए. ये डिपेंड्स on how builder and architects are planning.
Bilkul, and then that is why Vastu, which is basically an ancient science, is only way that pehle there was no power.
Perfect.
We would want to have a kitchen in a certain area because we would want the sunlight to come in a particular area. Southwest में master bedroom बनाते हैं ताकि वहाँ पर धूप ना आए. The reason is not because Vastu is something as a astrological something. It is just the science of planning areas to use nature to be able to live. पहले अपने मिट्टी के घर होते थे, मिट्टी में इतना दम होता था कि वो खड़ा हो जाता था और उसका मकान बन जाता था. आज की डेट के अंदर तो we have gone into different tensile strengths of materials which we are.
अभी बहन अभी पता नहीं, अभी टाइम हो गया 3 मिनट 3.5 मिनट बचे हैं। हमने अभी प्रोजेक्ट्स में ट्री प्लांट करते हैं, लोग फ्लावर दिखाते हैं, मैं बोलता हूँ ट्रीज ऐसे दो, फ्रूट बेयरिंग ट्रीज लगाओ जहाँ पे बर्ड्स आवें, बर्ड्स की चर्पिंग। आज बम्बई में लोग इन चीज़ों से वंचित हैं। यू आर नॉट हियरिंग बर्ड्स, आप कौवे और कबूतर को सुनते हो। तो यू नो इट इज़ आवर बिल्डर्स रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, वी शुड प्लांट सच थिंग्स, वी शुड डू सच थिंग्स वेयर पीपल गेट कनेक्टेड टू द नेचर।
That is very true. That is very true. Last questions before we close this session. Angad, how difficult or easy in today's time is for anyone to become a developer? And you as a leader, how are you evolving as a leader, personally?
So I think if you look at it for startups to come in and all, though we are now in a very organized manner, we know what NOCs are required, how banks would fund it. Anybody can do this business in terms of, if you look at the rule book, it is quite clearer now than what was 2 decades back for the customer, for the developer, for the investor, for the bankers. Earlier, people were just understanding this industry, the wordings of carpet area and super built up area and SEAI clearance and airport clearance, all of those were jargons. Now they're all very clearly defined because past 2 decades, since 2003, India really has developed in terms of group housings, communities,
so
all
there's
of
much more
it.
clarity if you want to become a developer.
Absolutely.
In terms of
But having said that, I still believe this is still an industry of core professionals who really understand how to handle, like earlier it was said, it is a cyclic business. Aaj demand tezi hai, but fir mandi bhi aayegi. Jab aayegi, to people just flee the scene and go. So to hold that in terms, to hold your reputation, very few people are able to maintain that. So to plan in terms of seeing unforeseeable scenarios and seeing unforeseen times and to be holding your head above high and not having a collapse, I think that is planning and preparing for that too is where the leadership takes us.
And that is what you are looking at, planning and preparing. That is
Foreseeing
how,
at least that every conversation is also about seeing the contingencies, not only just seeing the upsides and the bright side.
Correct, correct. Vadwa ji, your advice for the young leaders like Angad Bedi?
Don't be greedy. ग्रीड में ही आदमी अटकता है। जो आदमी एक्सेल शीट से और फंडामेंटली इफ आप बिल्डर हो, अपने काम पे ध्यान दो, प्लानिंग पे ध्यान दो, आर्किटेक्ट का एलिवेशन इज़ अ बाय प्रोडक्ट, कस्टमर पे ध्यान दो, जो अंदर रहने वाला है। पीपल, मैनी ऑफ द बिल्डर्स बोलते हैं आर्किटेक्ट को बहुत अच्छी बिल्डिंग बनाओ, क्या बनाओ नहीं बोलते हैं, आर्किटेक्ट एलिवेशन दिखाता है। आई से एलिवेशन इज़ अ बाय प्रोडक्ट। फर्स्ट बिल्डिंग का प्लान अच्छा होगा तो एलिवेशन विल ऑटोमेटिकली कम आउट वेल। इट शुड बी पर्पसफुल, नो वेस्टेज। आई थिंक प्लानिंग के ऊपर और बिल्डर के विजन के ऊपर बहुत डिपेंड करता है।
Fantastic. I think learning for me personally from this conversation has been is what Mr. Vadwa said. Developer के ऊपर बहुत कुछ depend करता है. He is the father of the product. He is the one who is giving birth to that product. उसकी vision क्या है? As Mr. Vadwa said, नफ़ा नुकसान सब होता रहता है, but आप क्या बना रहे हो, आपकी क्या विजन है और आपकी क्या रेपुटेशन है, उसको आपने मेंटेन करना है। कस्टमर को आप हेल्दी लिविंग दे रहे हो, वो आपको हमेशा नज़र में रखना है। एंड व्हाट आई अंडरस्टूड फ्रॉम अंगद बेदी इज दैट I think we have a bright future if we have developers like Angad Bedi who took things in his hand. जब उन्हें लगा कि कोई project problem में है, rather than going to courts and running around, he took charge. He took charge of that, and in fact, he realized that there is a problem and we should work something towards it. And I think if developers, हमारे young developers भी वही कर रहे हैं जो आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि let's make for the customer, then I think our future is bright for the real estate.
जो नहीं करेगा वो धुल जाएगा।
धुल जाएगा। Okay, so that's a big learning for all of us. Let's do the right thing, और नहीं तो हम लोग धुल जाएंगे। So thank you so much, Mr. Vadwa, for being here with us. Thank you, Angad, for being here with us today and sharing your perspective.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what an iconic discussion this has turned out to be. Thank you so much, Sapna, for curating it, and we'd like to humbly thank our leaders. Could we have the mementos being passed? Once again, a big thank you to both our leaders. First up, to none other than Mr. Vadwa. Let's give him a warm round of applause. all, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What an iconic moment this is. Thank you so much for gracing us on the 15th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave West 2023. And thank you so much, Angad Singh Bedi. Once again, a warm round of applause. Thank you, Angad, for joining us today. And may we request Mr. Wadhwa, sir, if you could just come on the center and just the three of you could come together as a photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. It should be roaring right now. What a legendary moment this is. Thank you once again. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we thank all the speakers of the day for making this edition of Realty Plus Conclave 2023 West so exciting. Firstly, can we have a big round of applause for each and every one of you who've made this successful? Come on, you got to give yourself the biggest round of applause. And with that, we're going to be taking a short break as we're going to do a makeover, a 10 minutes break. Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2023 West is coming on the other side. But to allow us to do the makeover, we'd request you, along with your belongings, along with all your belongings, to kindly step out, re-register, get your hand tags done, and then join us back. So we'd request you to please take your belongings as our team is going to do an entire makeover of this place. Thank you all for being so kind. In the next 10 minutes, we're starting. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for now. We'll see you at the awards.